Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Ninja Trader Live. My name is Jim Cagnina. I am Senior Market Strategist, and I am joined by the crew in Naples, Florida. We have our Senior Economist, Tracy Schuchart. Tracy, good morning. How are you?
Happy NVIDIA earnings day, since that is all the talk this morning.
And Macro Strategist Extraordinaire, our very own Craig Shapiro. Craig, good morning. How you doing?
Good morning, Jim. All's well.
Awesome, awesome. Yeah, it's a big day, huh? For NVIDIA. Is there any other news? Let's get right to the news, Shy. I'm sure there's some other stuff going on.
Yeah, we got a few things going on. So we had mortgage activity was reported earlier this morning. Mortgage activity declines as borrowing costs edge higher. So we saw applications to purchase or refinance a home dropped 5.2% to a 4-week low, and the contract rate on the 30-year mortgage edged up 3 basis points to 6.37, so going in the opposite direction that the administration would like to see. Regarding the BLS, jobless claims issue that came out at 3:10 a.m. yesterday morning for no reason. They said a technical issue caused the early posting of the partial data, saying that this is being corrected and the complete series will be available by close of business on November 20th. Again, the BLS will publish the delayed September employment report, the non-farm, on Thursday. So we'll see how that goes and whether or not it's kind of a hearing 50-50 from a lot of the economists. Some saying it doesn't really matter. It's September. It's delayed. They don't think it'll mean that much, and some other people think that it will. So we'll find out on Thursday. So then we have, yesterday we talked about a little bit about retail sales, right? We had a Home Depot come in and lower their guidance. So this morning we did have Target. They also lowered their top end profit outlook on soft demand. They're facing a tougher consumer economy, weighted down by a cooling job market and inflation, and it's been hit by some boycotts too, by a pullback in diversity narratives. We also had Lowe's that reported this morning. They also joined Home Depot, projecting muted annual profits and sales in a year marked by Americans delaying spending on big ticket home renovations due to economic uncertainty and stubborn inflation. So retail sector's is not that it's not bad, but we are seeing, some cooling in the retail, so something to keep an eye on. Next, we have Waldman sees more market pullback and subprime loan risk. That's something we talked about before. We saw a lot of subprime loan risk in the auto sector, so we'll see if that spreads further into other sectors. But he said, it strikes me that the market could pull back further from here. He said on the sidelines of the Bloomberg New Economy Forum in Singapore. I do think the technicals are kind of more biased for more protection and more downside. Mind you, the S&P is down a whopping 3%. But on course for its worst month since March. Bob Diamond, who is former chief CEO of Barclays, was also at the forum, saying that this pullback in recent days resembles a healthy correction. We've seen risk assets be repriced. In my sense, this is a healthy correction, not something that's turning into a bear market. Other interesting things to note is we are seeing some rotation from tech, leading to investors into dividend-paying stocks, and that includes like old stalwarts like ExxonMobil, JPM, Procter and Gamble, as kind of these riskier stocks start to look rather expensive. So the underlying theme is rotation into industries that return a lot of cash, according to 22V. That's a research firm. long short cash return factor, which tracks dividends and buybacks. Another allure, of course, of dividend payers come from signs that the Federal Reserve might not be looking to might not be looking to cut interest rates in December meeting, and Treasury yields are near multi-month lows, making equity payouts attractive. And last but not least, we have to get to NVIDIA. So we have NVIDIA earnings today. Obviously, everybody's looking forward to that. But what was interesting is NVIDIA's $24 billion AI deal blitz has Wall Street asking questions about its murky circular investments, something we have talked about often on this show. So we had it's very murky, Seaport analyst Jay Goldman said, who holds a rare sell rating on the NVIDIA stock. He is one of the only ones. He said it's very unclear what the motivation here is and to what degree is NVIDIA investing versus buying demand and subsidizing demand for its chips. So are starting to see some analysts come out and a little bit worried about NVIDIA, even if it does make a beat. Again, the options activity showing a 7% move in either direction on earnings today.
Thank you, Tracy. So Craig, is NVIDIA enough to save the indices from the AI rotation today, or are we still in trouble across the board?
Well, NVIDIA is 10% of the Qs and close to 8% of the S&P. So, I mean, this is the Super Bowl print for earnings, right? I mean, we have them reporting after the close. We have the NFP tomorrow. We have expiry on Friday, right? So the options activity associated with, that I'll call it from, let's say the next 48 hours of trading starting tomorrow is going to be, off the charts, right? And so we're already seeing volatility pretty bid into the event. Now, VIX expiry for November comes off the board at 9:30 this morning. There was a ton of open interest at 25, which is what was flirted with yesterday during kind of the morning hours, which led to some of the the sell-off and breakdown that we saw early in the day yesterday, and that recovered. And we're seeing some levitation this morning as that contract is coming off the board. But plenty of options activity for the rest of the week. We're in a negative gamma position for the tape, so dealers will be trading in the direction of the tape. So they'll be buying with the tape and be selling with the tape if the tape goes down. So, but look, if the numbers are strong, and NVIDIA has largely been beat and raised all year. Numbers have gradually been going up all year. The stock has really grown into its multiple. It's not the most expensive tech stock out there. They're looking for 50 to 100% earnings growth again for next year. So they've obviously been doing an incredible job. They've been accruing most of the economic rent that's been associated with the AI capex build out. It's really been going to them first, given their chip focus. But it is the Super Bowl for them, and so we'll have to hear what they have to say in the outlook and the growth expectations. And if you're long the tape, you need them to beat. If you're short the tape, you need them to miss. I think we're going to have a highly correlated move regardless. I don't think we're going to see a ton of rotation in the back half. It's going to be kind of highly correlated beta moves to the upside or the downside based on whether or not they really can meet these expectations.
Yeah, and this release is after the bell today, right?
Yes, after the bell.
I think that the conference call is going to be very important in what they say. I'm sure it's a beat. So what they say in the conference call, I think, will be interesting, and that's where we may see some outsized moves, maybe to the downside if people are skeptical of, again, the circular nature of all of these companies. They just announced another deal this morning, which is the same thing, another circular deal with the same people.
Yeah, I mean, well, first of all, we'll see if we can get the close crew today to stick around a little bit after, and we could watch the price action in the NASDAQ and the E-mini S&P. But I also read something this morning, Shai, about DeepSeek maybe being in trouble also over in China as a competitive force. I
I think the media is skewing this. I mean, I don't think anybody really knows really what's going on in China with DeepSeek. We've heard so many things that have been contradictory, and so in my opinion, I don't really think that matters to the U.S. market as much. You know, the race is already on, and that's really the only company that anybody talks about in China, as opposed to, at least we have a few more companies here.
Yeah, that makes sense. Let me ask you guys, starting with you, Craig. So, if there is this big rotation going back into dividend stocks, is this kind of just in your opinion, a kind of a short-term knee-jerk reaction, or is this going to be a trend that's going to follow us through 2026 as this whole AI picture might be murky for a while?
Yeah, look, I think we are going to see a fair bit of rotation, into next year. I'm not sure if it can really happen between now and the end of the year in a large way. I think it's more likely to be, choppy. But, for next year, clearly the narrative on the AI CapEx build-out story is shifting. And so folks are going to want to see earnings momentum acceleration stories again for next year, whether that's in the names like Caterpillar that are tied into the actual build out, whether it's names like Exxon, which are energy focused and are tied into the build out, or if it's NVIDIA, but names that are unprofitable or have already had their moves. I think we're going to see that rotation. And also look with respect to the rest of the economy, we know not doing particularly well, right? And so what are investors going to be looking for, next year if the growth profile for the consumer is struggling? They're going to look for defensive names and names that have strong cash flows and that are cheap. So I think that rotation is likely to stay with us, but I don't think it's the time to really be making, big portfolio decisions right now based on that. I think what you're seeing is, back and forth here with respect to the tape, and kind of I think today will be a very big cleansing event. A strong beat, a strong outlook, putting to bed some of the concerns about their profitability and the growth trajectory. I think people will feel comfortable saying, okay, the story's not over yet here for the AI names. Let's get back involved. But if they really have to address some of the concerns, I think we talked earlier about the comments that the Microsoft CEO said about already having kind of an excess of compute and a shortage of power. If they have to say, look, we're concerned that some of the inventory levels are more elevated, or we're gonna have to slow down the rate of growth, that's something that people will flip out about. So again, I think this is this is a big deal. And I think the other important thing to remember is volatility is incredibly elevated for this print. So we're going to need a much larger move in the narrative and the numbers in order to really break free. And so if we don't get that, then likely we're going to get volatility is going to get sold, and market's going to be probably comfortable seeing the backside of volatility coming down. But then tomorrow morning we're back at it again with the NFP report. So again, next 48 hours are going to be crucial to set the tone for the rest of the year.
Yeah, Anthony in the chat just mentioned negative gamma, careful fading moves today. Absolutely right on that. We got a lot of questions about oil as well. Before we get there though, let's talk about the energy requirements for AI. And Shai, we look at nat gas, we look at crude oil, we look at heating oil, the CME group, core liquid futures markets. But behind the scenes is electricity, right? To kind of power all this AI stuff. What kind of science should we be looking for in the underlying markets here as we go forward?
Well, like I said, I think energy is a story for next year, absolutely, because I think what's going to happen is that they're going to realize too late, oh, we should have been investing in more electrification 5 years ago for these data centers, and it's going to be a big problem. And then I think we're going to see a spike in energy and also probably a spike in electricity prices for consumers. So that's something to watch out too, because that will add inflationary pressures on the market in general. And if we get as many cuts as we think we're going to get with a new dovish Fed, that could set us up for a really interesting spike in inflation next year. But that is next year. As again, we need electrification. That's nat gas. That's nuclear. We need transformers. We don't even have enough transformers to replace the transformers that don't work right now. So we need transformers, we need infrastructure, we need updates to our grid. Look, some parts of our grid are 70 years old. The youngest is 25 years old. So we need upgrades across the board as far as electrifying everything.
Yeah.
And Jim, I think this is a theme that it's going to be a little bit more difficult to play in futures and in commodities, right? I think where the shortages are company related products, right? And so trying to find the individual equity names or the subsectors or the ETFs that are related to this build out, I think is going to be really the place to focus. It's going to be harder to say, let's trade nat gas, because of electric, because the data centers are building out, or even let's trade crude based on that. I think there'll be a nice underlying demand acceleration as all this capex, gets spent next year and the year after. But really identifying and isolating where the shortages are is really more of a company specific business, whether it's Carrier in HVACs, whether it's Caterpillar in what in the equipment that they're selling. So I think we'll have to focus in on some of those individual names.
Yeah, I mean, I would look at the midstream sector too, also for natural gas, especially. We need more pipelines and more storage, and so those names will probably do very well as we build that out. Same midstream for nuclear as well as miners. So it's going to be more than commodity specific. I totally agree with Craig. I mean, we have a lot of natural gas in this country, even though we're exporting it. And so I don't really expect a spike in natural gas prices, so to speak. We may see that in some areas because it's not evenly distributed across the country. We need more pipelines for that. And so it'll still be kind of uneven. But, as far as trying to trade a Henry Hub and getting a natural gas squeeze, I don't think you're going to see that.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of folks in the chat and a lot of folks listening, have seen this 4-day rally in crude. Just we almost hit that 61 handle. Now we're kind of having a big red candle today, big sell off back into a 58 handle. I know we're going to get into it with Donnie later today, but what are you seeing there?
That was a headline this morning on Russia. They said that they are going to produce more in November. Well, they all are. The Group of Eight all said that they are. So nobody read. It was a big headline that made it sound like Russia's leaving OPEC and just going to produce like a crazy person, which is far from what the actual article said. They said we plan to work within the OPEC Plus framework as we always have. So the headline came off very different from what they actually said.
I mean, why? So we've kind of encountered this before in crude oil, where it kind of reacts after the fact to kind of information that's not properly assimilated. Whereas when I look at the Treasury bonds, Treasury bonds never get faked out, right? They're always like right on point or ahead of time. But crude seems to be, at least the WTI that we look at, seems to have this weird lag effect. What is that about?
It always is. It's very sensitive to headlines, particularly in this sort of environment where there is such negative sentiment towards the product in general that it's looking for, it'll take any headline and puke on it, essentially, because there hasn't been anything positive out there from the media, to be honest with you, in this particular sector. So any negative headline that comes out, people are the product is very sensitive to, again. But we talked about this being, again, a story for next year.
Yeah, I know. I just got to ask every morning. You never know when next year is going to start early.
You never know. But, I think geopolitical risk has already obviously been factored in. Nobody, people trading oil don't really care about that anymore. I mean, we saw Iran, seize an oil product vessel last week. Oil didn't seem to be bothered by it whatsoever. Normally that would have spiked at $2. And so, again, I think this has to do with sentiment in the sector, and it's willing to sell off on any sort of negative headline without any reason to. And particularly, we have seen OPEC, and I've retweeted it on X many times, coming out saying the media has this wrong. This is not what we said. This is not, they've had to run interference several times over the last month or so in particular.
And the EIA is they're up fully staffed now. They're back to normal with data and stuff.
Yes.
Awesome. Well, let's pivot, Craig. Let's pivot over to the Bitcoin. Is the low in, and we have a little bit of a bump up today on the Bitcoin. No, I'm sorry. We have a little bit of a reversal of fortune going on this morning. Bitcoin is down 1.22%. Trading the November contract trading at 90. Let me pull it up on the chart real quick so everyone can see it. Trading at, if I can get my mouse to wake up here a little bit, 91,700. What do you think about the Bitcoin, Craig? We still have some more downside? Tracy wrote a great piece on this yesterday.
Yeah, I was going to say everyone should look at Tracy's piece on X that talked through the overhead supply and the distribution that we're seeing here. Look, the short-term narrative here on Bitcoin is shifting, right? Narrative on money printing and Fed liquidity and an imminent cutting cycle, deficit spending. Being good for hard assets, and Bitcoin specifically is coming under a bit of pressure as the Fed has pushed back against this cutting cycle. The odds of a rate cut have moved down to about 50% for December, and so that's down from 90+% where we were a few weeks ago. And we also know with respect to the deficit is not expanding right now as the government is really been trying to retrench the deficit growth expansion a bit. We know the tariff revenues have been coming in, so we're just not seeing that. Now, obviously, next year will be different. Talk of $2,000 more dividend checks and all sorts of other free things for voters are going to come. And so this is a story, maybe it's a story for next year. But right now, it's really the narrative is coming under a bit of pressure, and we have some technical overhead supply and some distribution. And, I think Tracy brought up a great point that when institutions get involved and they have gains, they look to sell, right? We've changed the culture of the ownership of this asset class from hodlers to institutions, and hodlers who are maximalists, never sell, and go through the ups and downs and the drawdowns, or really don't care too much about it. But investors who are in there who have made 30, 40, 50, 80% gains in a year and see the narrative shifting are going to take profits. And I think we're seeing a fair bit of that here into year end. And so that combination of loss of the narrative short term and some of that profit taking, I think, is leading to this breakdown. And technically, I mean, it looks pretty bad. So, we're struggling here to find the next narrative. And the other thing I'd say is that all these digital asset treasury companies, MicroStrategy, and a variety of others that have levered up to buy Bitcoin. Some of the thesis creep there is starting to shift into the narrative as well, and people are starting to get a little bit more concerned. Well, at what point do some of these last in, first out guys become forced sellers of Bitcoin? Are they going to be able to keep up the pace of buying? What do their covenants look like? Can they pay their debt? Can they pay their interest? And so, again, when the narratives shift like this in highly unprofitable, highly valued, speculative areas, people are more likely to say, shoot first, ask questions later. And I think Bitcoin is suffering from that dynamic now for sure.
I regrettably maybe not regrettably, I got involved in the IBIT, I think it's IBIT ETF. And, now I'm in it and I'm like, all right, I could either get out, I could hang tight, or I could buy more on a dip. And my guess is a lot of people are going to be like me and buying more on a dip. Tracy, is that the kind of I hate the independent trader mentality?
I mean, I think that depends on how you're looking to approach it. If we sort of see some of this tech unwind, if you're up on something like Bitcoin, of course you're going to take profits on it, right? So I think we're just seeing a unwind in some of the riskier assets right now as a whole.
The other thing too, and I'm not a tax advisor, but Bitcoin has different tax treatment with respect to wash sale rules than stocks do, and so you can sell out. You don't have to wait in order to get back into Bitcoin in order for your 30-day wash sale rule issues, and so you could sell it, buy it back tomorrow, and there's no issue. Whereas when you sell your stocks, if you come back in 30 days, you can have a wash sale tax events there. So again, it's another reason why people feel a little bit more comfortable selling it and getting out of it when they feel like the price momentum has broken. I'm not sure if that's the same to be said for these ETFs, but I know for physical Bitcoin it is. So again, another reason to be a little more cautious. But the longer term story and having,
Is
gradual
there.
asset allocation shifting towards this asset class, I think makes sense. And just doing it methodically over time, I think is good. But, short term momentum here is not particularly strong at all.
Yeah, I mean, we have a target a little bit lower here at 76,000. I mean, if you go back to way back, well, way back, hang on a second. Way back to, we had kind of a double bottom. The second part of that double bottom was in April. The first one was in March. I just kind of keep extending that purple rectangle over. It seems like a far way away, but I don't know that it is. I mean, we could have some pretty big percentage moves, 5, 6, 7% easy in the Bitcoin on the downside right now. So I'm kind of leaving that as my target here before I get more I bit.
And I think you want to watch that 89,600 level because that's sort of the break even for a lot of these ETFs. And you could see forced selling under that, which would get you to your 76 probably rather quickly.
Well, we're almost right there. Yeah, that channel looks pretty ugly, by the way. Let's pivot over to the Treasury bonds real quick. I mean, right now we're still stuck in the mud, right? I think the yield curve is probably increasing a little bit, but right now we're just in this really super tight range. Forget about these percentages. In the Treasury bonds, and this has been going on for a long time. Do we expect this kind of price behavior in the long end of the curve to change even after FOMC? And Craig, you go first.
Yeah, look, I think tomorrow will be important to kind of set the tone here with respect to the data. And I saw Goldman had a note out this morning looking actually for a beat on payrolls for September, higher than expected than where the street is. Now, September is a little bit of a stale data point at this point. We know that. But if that's the last data point, that'll be the last data point that we have. And so if it's a little bit stronger than expected, I think the odds of a December cut probably come down a little bit, even further. And so look, it's going to be hard to get, the bond market here really rallying much more unless we see the data really start to deteriorate. And the other thing I'd say too, on the long end, there are starting to be some more pressures coming from abroad now, particularly in JGBs. JGB long end has gotten destroyed. Long end yields in Japan are making 30, 40-year highs. That's in line with the weak yen, as well as the government there has, embraced the stimulus plan and is looking at more printing and not really caring as much about the inflationary pressures. And so there's been some pressure on the long end that's come globally, which I think is keeping longer end yields in the U.S. probably higher than expected too. And the last thing that we don't have is we don't have the resolution yet on the Supreme Court hearings. I've heard it could come as early as next Monday, maybe the week after Thanksgiving or the first week in December. And so we're a ruling away from losing that tariff revenue, which I think more people believe is likely to happen. And so, some long end pressure could come from that loss of government revenue, which is likely to, expand the deficit again. So, I feel like the underlying negative momentum in the economy away from the AI capex story should be bullish for bonds, but some of these other pressures are counterbalancing that dynamic.
Um, yeah, no, well, go ahead, Tracy.
I just wanted to mention one thing. We do have FOMC minutes today. Now, normally I would say they're month old. We already know what they said. They had a cut. It's fine. But we did have a dissent. So I think it's going to be these minutes are going to be more important than maybe they have been in the past. So I know a lot of economists, including myself, are looking forward to the minutes and seeing maybe if it gives us a little more clues whether other people were leaning towards a dissent, and that means less chance of a rate cut in December or not, even though the odds are down. But I think that these minutes will be closely watched compared to maybe some other months.
Yeah, so Shai, it almost seems like, Chris was telling us yesterday, Chris Irons was with us yesterday saying, and I think a lot of our guests have expressed the same view. 25 bips doesn't matter one way or the other. Maybe even 50 bips doesn't matter one way or the other. The real meat on the bone here is what the Fed officials say. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, this is why I think these minutes are going to be very important, and we're sort of seeing different camps sort of build within the Fed, right? We have the dovish members, and now we're having a lot more hawkish members. And so we are seeing a divide within the Fed itself, and it's becoming larger. And so again, I think we need to listen to what they say, and again look at these minutes very closely. And we'll actually have Danielle DiMartino Booth on tomorrow to talk about the Fed minutes.
Wow. All right. That's a special guest for sure. We do, and we have DCP coming on in a minute, and so we're going to get into
Yeah.
bonds, crude oil, a bunch of other stuff there is as well. So we'll see. I mean, I don't know. FOMC used to be the big thing, and now maybe it's more about jobs and in AI going forward. I mean, Craig, what's your feeling about? I guess the poly markets now are kind of giving us some hints about who might be the next Fed chair. And I know, Craig, you've said before. Once the new team is in place, I think it's in March or April, it might be really a strong political pressure to just cut, cut, cut. Is that still kind of your forecast?
Yeah, look, I mean, I'm looking right now. I think Powell's term ends sometime actually in May, so he's got four meetings left right now, and the market, interestingly, is looking for less than two cuts over the next four meetings, right? So there's a clear slowdown in the pace of cutting that the market is expecting right now. Trump had some comments yesterday and said we're more likely to see this by before Christmas, and we'll probably he said something like we'll go with a standard candidate. So I think he's either deciding between Hassett and Waller right now. I guess Warsh is maybe an outside chance, but I think it'll matter if it's Waller or if it's Hassett. I think if it's Hassett, the market will think of him as clearly a Trump guy. More likely to cut rates more aggressively right away from when he gets into the seat. And I think pressure on the long end is more likely to happen. The bond market's probably gonna not like that announcement as much as they would like to see Waller in there, who's seen more of kind of as a clearly on the side of the administration, but a little bit more old guard in the way he thinks about inflation. He's been hawkish before, dovish now. So I think that would be a better pick, let's say, for the bond market, but. I think Trump wants, he was calling Powell too late again yesterday. I think he wants to see rates much lower next year, particularly in the lead up to the midterms. And so I think poly market odds on Hassett are breaking out here. So, and betting markets typically have a good read on these types of things. But look, I think the hawks on the Fed don't really feel like they have enough data yet to believe that an imminent cutting cycle is necessary and is actually really going to do much. I think there's a concern that this cutting of interest rates right now could lead to more inflationary pressures, asset price momentum moving higher, inflation expectations further coming out of control, and that's the part that they're worried about. And I don't think they believe that a 25 basis point cut is really going to do much to arrest the labor market issues that we already have. And so I think that's why you're seeing this divergence at the Fed currently. And without the data, I think they're more likely to just say, the analogy they've been using is we're driving through the fog. It's time to slow down, or maybe even pull over to the side of the road. And I think that's what we're going to hear from these minutes, and I think that's what we're probably going to get, here in the next couple of weeks of trading and speeches, unless the data completely rolls over. Right? If we start to get the claims data in the next couple of weeks, that is a disaster, and it's clear that the labor market is really decelerating much more rapidly. That'll bring in talk of this December cut again.
Yeah, I mean, driving through the fog. I mean, I think that's a smokescreen, no pun intended. I think the FOC members have some really good data that they're plowing through and have a pretty decent pulse on what's going on. But what do they have? Tracy, what do they have? 1,000 economists on board?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, no short of economists there, that's for sure.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Oh wow, look at the time. Time is flying here, guys. We're almost up against time. Craig, let's go ahead and end with you. Any last second thoughts?
Yeah, look, it's NVIDIA Day to all who celebrate. It's payrolls tomorrow, expiry Friday. Keep your head on a swivel. With the volatility this elevated and in a negative gamma market's gonna be whipping around crazy. And then come Friday, every stock is a zero data expiry option on Friday. So it's going to be crazy. And so I'd say, size down, think about it. But as we transition into next week and into the end of the year, the NVIDIA outlook is going to be of paramount importance here. So, all eyes on that.
Very awesome. All right, everybody, follow Craig on X. He also has an excellent Substack. Recommend everybody pop in there and check that out as well. Craig, thanks for all the good info this morning. Looking forward to talking to you soon.
Sounds good. Thanks.
Time for an Edge report. Let's do it. Sorry, sorry for that little pause. I'm so excited because we got Donnie coming up next, and I'm excited. We were texting last night, and so I'm a little bit excited about it. Let's go ahead and check out the E-mini S&P this morning. This is a daily candle. I have this long-term area support here. We kind of wicked through it yesterday. We almost tapped it again today. That's around 66.10-ish. Again, support and resistance are ranges, not exact line in my mind. But the line in my mind is the quarterly pivot. And that's at 68.58. As Pax would remind us, we're just popping up against that right now. So again, are we going to be selling off of that pivot? Or are we going to be buying off of that if we get a rally up? So a little bit of a rally, but still, we're nowhere near the piercing line of the previous candle. So I'm not that excited about it. The piercing line of the previous candle is the midpoint of the body of the candle, and we're, I'm just eyeballing it here with my crosshairs. We're almost to it, not quite. So that's going to be another kind of line in the sand along with previous week's lows, which are right there at 70.5. So there's a lot of congestion going on here, a lot of stuff going on from a bigger picture point of view. And then I have this kind of old area support here, which is going to be resistance, and it's a big kind of area. So, and that's around 67.30 all the way down to 67.10-ish, give or take a couple of points. Intraday, well, we started off pretty good. After the London initial balance, we had a breakout to the upside here. But we have some sellers wicks here. We have some pretty keen resistance right at 66.64 right now, 66.65 right now on an intraday chart. As we're kind of trading between the highs in the VWAP right now. Session VWAP is kind of a little bit lower. It's right by that point of control, although the volume profile is very immature so far. It will pick up. We have decent volume so far, 208,000 contracts traded. It's pretty good volume day so far. Targets on the upside. Really, you got R1, right? That's the daily pivot. That's his 69.93. And then we have that JAX 2 level as the next target up at that even 6,700. That one-day min, should we get a breakout to the upside and we get some momentum here, we'd have to go through yesterday's high to get to that one-day min, and that one-day min is at 67.18, 67.1875 actually. So there are some targets on the upside. On the downside, we got that JAX 4 kind of forming support all night long. We had some wicks through it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These are 30-minute candles, but buyers came back in, pushed us back up above that 66.25 level. Should we get a breakdown, I should say. JAX 1 is at 66,000, not a surprise. And then previous sessions lows right below that with S1, and then that one-day min is all the way down here at 65.60. So that would it's a target for sure, but we'd need a pretty decent sized breakdown, which is totally doable in the E-mini S&P today. So we're going to cover bonds and crude oil with Donnie in a second, along with some other markets. So we're going to go ahead and shoot over to the Bitcoin. I do want to look at it again on an intraday chart. We already saw the daily chart. And again, advantage goes to futures here, folks. Just remember that, when you're trading futures, you could get long, you can get short, whenever you want. There's no restrictions other than the margin you have in your account. Don't over leverage your account, but you have that flexibility to get in and out in the transparent markets. And really, the data is measured in nanoseconds. The transactions are measured in nanoseconds. So it's super fast. In any event, here's where we're at right now. The volume profile is a little bit hazy, kind of a P-shaped distribution, but we had about an hour last night where we were trading down to that one-day min, which is really close to that 90,000 level. But we kind of rejected that. We bounced back off. We're creating a really tight channel right now. And that's kind of the bottom of the value area, roughly right, 92,000. And then the top up here at JAX 1 is at 92,000. So we're kind of in that $1,000 range right now sideways. And it's not surprising. The point of control is right there. We're right in the middle of the London initial balance also. Not really a breakout to the upside or a breakout to the downside. But there are targets to the upside. That JAX 4, of course, is framing the top of the conversation today. And did I mention the 1 day max? 1 day max, again, Menthor Q, really important level here, 95,750. On the downside, we have that 1 day min I already talked about. And then previous sessions lows, I think would be a big deal if we broke down through there. That's where Tracy's number is. 89,600 was the number she mentioned earlier today on the Bitcoin. And let's just really quickly take a peek at the Euro FX. We've been talking a lot about that lately. This is the Euro FX versus the US dollar. And I'm just going to just pop open an intraday chart really quickly here, and we're going to get to our main event. Pretty tight range today. Nice value area, nice volume profile. Point of control is right at that put support. So we're right there trading between that put support at 116, and then right below that VWAP right now. We just broke VWAP. We've been trading back and forth through VWAP for at least the last hour and a half. That is this morning's Edge Report. Let's get to our special guest. Shai,
Hey.
preview our guest
All
today.
right. So we have Donnie Phillips. He is an ex-CME local Eurodollar guy. Talks about rates a lot, but one of the originals on the floor. So get to talk to an actual trader.
Let's get him in here. I can't wait. Donnie, good morning.
Guys,
How are you?
how are you guys?
We're
Good
doing
morning.
we're doing pretty good. I know that you're a man of many talents, but the first thing I want to ask you, I just want to get right into 30-year Treasury bonds. That's my market as well. What's going on here?
The last time I was on, we had that hot unemployment report that really set the stage for everything that's going on right now. And I think we're at the opposite side of that. We're at the inflection point now where we have to decide how this is going to move going forward. I'm, for the record, I went long the front of the curve this week. So I'm long the D's, the June, and the D6 SOFR contracts. My thought here is we're going to see a rate cut in December. I preface that on jobs. Where are we going to get a hot jobs report, right? Where are we going to a hot payroll ad? I don't see that happening. I see the Fed shifting to 2 additional new dovish members starting next year, plus a new Fed chair. I really hope it's Waller. I think Hassett would be a tremendous mistake. I don't think he brings credibility to the role. He's a talking point. He's much better served sitting on Fox, giving briefing points, than he is making Fed policy. Waller is a dove. His comments on Monday were the reason I went and got long. I don't think we face the risk of losing the long end. I don't think that overnight funding in the overnight repo market and the swap market is a concern, the way everyone has been talking it up the last 3 weeks. I think that is a function of a hedge fund trade, and they just have too much leverage in the space. So I am cautiously bullish on yields here. I think we are going to get 2 weeks of data, as skinny or as weird as it's going to be, on jobs between now and the first week of December. And I will get an unemployment actual number from the household survey in December, theoretically. But we're going to get September payroll, no data for October, and then we'll get November data in December. So we've got a big gap of jobs data that we're not going to be able to fill. But I believe the market is going to be recessionary. I don't think so. It's got that potential. But I believe we're going to see a slow set of cuts that roll into the market. I mean, right now, the B5 SOFR is trading around 3.82. You go to March, it's 3.6. You go to June, it's 3.3. And then it dips down into the low threes there, which really only implies 3 more cuts over the next 6 months, 12 months. Is that going to be sufficient to keep Trump happy? Is that going to be sufficient to keep the market happy? That's probably the next trade here is how does the belly of the curve move? I would expect we get the 10-year to touch 4% again here soon. I would expect we see a 4.5 on the 30-year at some point in the next 3 months. Um, and the real question is how do we get there? Do we get there because we have controlled cuts with a well thought out process and a clear narrative? Or do we get there because we have to cut because the market's starting to really deteriorate? So if I look at it from that standpoint, I look at the ES and I see the previous low from the beginning of the month at 65.40. I think that's a relevant number. 65 even, 64.99 is a one standard deviation of the last 180 days on a 4-hour chart. So that's usually a really solid number. The last time we traded down to a negative one standard deviation or below was Liberation Day and all the volatility and the chaos that came from that. So I don't think we're there yet, right? I mean, we're seeing, I kind of think we're seeing the market come up against some of the realities and kind of taking away some of that happiness that we saw from the beginning of Trump's term. We're seeing things come back more into perspective. And I think that perspective is jobs are still the risk. Inflation's not as bad as I had feared. I literally thought tariffs were going to be more inflationary than they are. What it is doing, and the Fed report actually supports this that they just released last week, that tariffs actually slow down the economy. They're disinflationary at the end. So I have a hard time believing we see rates move a whole lot higher from here. I think it's a pretty good spot.
Excellent. And so I know you wanted to talk about oil a little bit. So what are your thoughts on the oil market? As you know, I closely follow the oil market.
I know, right? Well, so what I noticed the other day, if you pull up a long-term chart like a weekly on the oil on CL, and if you pull up a weekly chart um, on the 10-year or the 30-year, you'll see two distinct channels, right? As oil declines, which it has been in that channel over the last 3 months, if you look at that, and if you scroll that out even further, you'll see that Liberation Day there is just an aberration. We're in a downtrend, right? So we're in a downtrend in oil. So look at if you go to the corresponding chart on the ZB, you'll see the rate cuts or the lowering of yield is the exact opposite of that chart, right? If you scroll out, you'll see that's a declining market. So the correlation between crude here and long end yields is relatively clear right now in my mind. And um, as long as we see crude sub 60, I think you see a good spot for oil to be okay. If we start to lose crude and prices start to rip, that's really indicative of a hotter economy than we thought we had on our hands. And I think crude is probably the best tell here as to how the rest of the market trades. And I will say that I know some crude traders, and they remind me constantly that some of the big pod shops that trade crude on a spec use duration as a hedge against their crude position.
Yep.
So, I think that correlation right now is a very good tell going forward to kind of get a gauge on where we're at. So I would expect, I mean, it's expiration day today, right? In this week. So we've got a lot of volatility playing out. I think we kind of come into a quiet bottom here. I think we kind of sneak into something by the end of this week where we have a pretty decent idea where the lows are. It'll be a 5% correction if we get down in the 6,500 range. That's a pretty solid little number. If it goes worse than that, then, it's game on. We've got a debacle coming, but I don't see it. I really don't think it's going to happen. Morning, Pat.
All right, so Donnie, I'm just kind of looking at the crude oil, just looking at a daily chart. I just kind of pivoted to a short-term kind of thing, and we've been kind of range bound for taking a smaller look at this since the end of October, kind of sideways. All the moving averages are kind of like a bowl of spaghetti right now. VWAP, same thing. A little bit of a news reaction today that Tracy pointed out earlier today. But is there like, I mean, at what point buyers always seem to come in at 57, 56, 55? Would there be a circumstance where that would change?
I don't think so. I mean, we had the Crown Prince literally in the White House yesterday, right? So, I mean, if you've got an ace in your pocket, having the Saudis in your house right now is a really solid thing. I think they're going to accommodate Trump as much as they can, and I think that means keeping supply sufficient to keep prices here. And so I think if we lose crude, it's really because we've got an inflationary set that hasn't manifested yet.
Yeah, absolutely. And then back to, just wanted to throw a stat out there because you were talking about yields. Uh, Crude is 88% correlated to the 10-year yield.
There
So
you go.
it's not a direct one-to-one, but there is an 88% correlation. So I agree with you. That is also a good thing to look out. What other market has your eye right now? What do you think about the metals right now?
Well, I look at live cattle, and that's had a really nice retracement of late, which is a good thing for the farmers. Um, and gold has rolled over. So, how is that going to continue to manifest? 60, what is it? 4150 is a pretty decent level in gold, and we've been bouncing off of that back and forth now. Um, I still kind of lean short gold. I lean short Bitcoin. Um, but that might be getting long in the tooth, right? I mean, that's been a trade for 2.5 weeks now. So, I when we start to get some financial data back, I think the trades might shift a little bit more back to a more traditional market setup. So maybe we get a little bit of a bottom here in a lot of the speculative fear that we've seen of late. That's kind of the way I'm looking at it. And like I said, if it shifts from there, that's a different ballgame. Now we're talking now we're talking about breaking -1 standard deviation on the SPOOs. Now we're talking about interest rates getting bid because they have to cut rates. I'm still in the camp that they can cut rates to stabilize the economy. If we get to the place where they have to cut rates to save the economy, that's a whole different ballgame. Um, and I think everything else is a lot of noise right now. We just got to get through this next phase of that.
So Johnny, let me ask. I mean, you already touched on this a little bit. I just pulled up a mini S&P chart right now. This is a daily candle chart, and there's a lot of chatter about, is the bottom in? Do we have a tradable bottom? Is there more to come? And it sounds like your point of view is coming from, are we going to have to do something, or are we going to be able to gently guide the economy forward? Is a big question here. If the bottom's in or not. Give us some flavor on, you've seen so many of these markets, Donnie, so you're going to have some great insight as whether or not this bottom is in.
I don't know that it's in. I think that what would be the best thing we could see here would be some clarity on the interest rate market, some distribution and range bound trading in the ES. It would be good if we went sideways for a little bit. We haven't gone sideways for a long time now. It's
Yeah.
been pretty much straight up.
Yeah.
Um, I think I remember back in 23 when we were down in the 4,200 range in the ES, and we were back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, and it took forever to break above and really gain acceptance. We've had nothing but acceptance since then. I mean, it's literally chasing itself. So, is it exuberant? I don't think so. Is it legit? I think it is. I mean, you could make an argument, and I'll just say it. You can make an argument that we get decent 23x earnings, 24x earnings next year, and the ES trades 7,100, 7,300. So, is this an opportunity to buy? Yeah, it is. Can we get it a little bit cheaper? I mean, I would love to buy it at 64.99. I'd love to buy that print. That would be fabulous. And that would, I think, would be a swing low that you could roll going forward. Um, if we get moderately decent payroll numbers, U3 is not going to spike. We've had too many deportations and too much of a labor market shift for unemployment to spike dramatically. So what we're really looking at here is the amount of jobs that we're adding. And if that can stabilize here and we get a rate cut in December, which I think we will get, now you're talking about a June cut coming in again, and we'll have clarity on the Fed. Um, so there's a really good chance that this all just stabilizes over the next couple of months and we get a solid platform to move forward from. Obviously, they can make mistakes, right? You can put Hassett in as a Fed chair and you can load it up with some more doves and, crush the credibility of the Federal Reserve on the open market. I don't see it, but it's there. It's Trump. Anything's possible. So, you got to be cognizant of that. But right now, I think 65.40, 64.99 is a nice level I'd buy the ES at, and I think we should probably stabilize there. VIX has not overreacted to this sell-off so far. It's been a weird curve, but that's also because of expiration. Bonds got a little bit of a bid. I think the 10-year on a 4-hour chart, or the 30-year on a 4-hour chart, has got a pretty good line in the sand here, just below Monday's low. So inflection point is the best way I can say it, but I think calm, cool, and collected is the best way to go forward with it so far.
And then thoughts on the NASDAQ and this AI craziness?
AI went down because of Cloudflare yesterday, right? So that's still vulnerable. It still thinks 5.11 is greater than 5.9. So, AI is a work in progress. The spend is really what's keeping everything afloat, right? I'll borrow from you, you lend to me, I'll sell to you, you buy from me. We'll just turn trillions of dollars over between 7 corporations. That is very much gaggy to me. It is a grift, but until you want to short it, and you can short it, because I think they're unshortable markets for the most part right now. You just got to continue, you just got to keep playing that game. NASDAQ, I think, is healthy, right? I mean, I haven't even talked about, IWM or any of that stuff lately, but I haven't even looked at it. But what do you got there? That's the ES chart?
I just put up I do have the NASDAQ chart up right now, Donnie.
So, I mean, I don't trade NAS. I shouldn't talk about NAS. That's Pax's trade.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like a lot of systematic price behavior between the two these days. So, any thoughts on small caps, just out of curiosity?
If they rotate through, I think it's positive.
Yeah,
Right.
sounds
I
good.
mean, are we going to get is everybody going to get $2,000 from Trump on the tariff thing? So, I mean, it's stupid stuff like that confuses everything, right? I mean, so yeah, I don't think we get it, but okay, we'll see.
We got to read the fine print. I don't know if I qualify or not. There's going to be an asterisk there. Everyone gets 2,000 accept, and it'll be Kags and Shy and Donnie.
I will not get it. I'm already convinced that will not apply my way.
Oh man. So we got a little over a minute left, Donnie. Any thoughts, any last minute thoughts you kind of want to leave the viewers on, how to trade some of these markets and what to look for?
Um, I was of the opinion that you should sell rips in the interest rate field for the last 3 months, 2 months. It's been very slow in that market, right? We've had no real data, so it's literally they're trading ADP prints. That market is going to wake up a little bit here, I think, going forward as we get real data back in again. And I mean, you can literally just say that this market is correcting because it was at all-time highs, and we're going to get real data again. And people are nervous about what that data might mean. And I don't think that data is going to be crazy bad. I mean, go to Costco. There's no recession at Costco, right? So, it's not a recession. It's not super hyperinflationary. We're getting a slow stabilization of the marketplace. I think it's going to be okay. I think it's going to be a really nice holiday season.
All right, all right. Well, I love that the cheery optimism, Donnie. It's always great to talk to you. Appreciate you waking up early. I know you wake up early anyway, but taking time out of your busy schedule to be with me and Tracy.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
Thank
Can't
you.
wait to stick around and see what Matt's got to say.
All right, we'll talk to you soon, man.
Sounds great, guys. Thank you.
The quote of the day. The quote of the day is coming from Donnie. They're trading ADP.
I know, that was so good. It's trading ADP, Prince. Oh, so
Anyway,
that's
great
funny.
intel as usual. Yeah, he was kind of cool. He was a cool cat. He's not expressing any doom and gloom. He's kind of a cool
Yeah,
cucumber. He's a glass half full kind of guy. That's why I love him.
absolutely. We're gonna have a nice holiday. All right.
Yeah, for sure. Anyway, Shai, thank you. Appreciate you as usual. I will talk to you later on today.
All right.
We are ready for that moment to trade the open. We have Leo the Big Cat and Pax joining us for trading the open. Let's do it.
What up,
Good morning. There he
What's
is.
good? Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Leo. Good morning, Pax. How are you guys doing this morning?
Great. Doing well. It's great listening to Donnie. I don't have the same. I don't necessarily have the same outlook on the stir as he does, only because I don't trade the stir. So I'm listening to everything he says, and if he's long, short end of the curve, then I want to be too, although I'm not. And I do see the same thing with equities. I think 66.58. Quarterly pivot. Nasdaq is 24,568. Nasdaq's above it. SPOOs are churning it. Makes me want to do nothing today in front of Nvidia. And is today Wednesday?
Yeah.
In front of Nvidia tomorrow, right? Nvidia's Thursday? No.
No, it's
Nvidia's
after the
today.
close.
I found
Today,
8 minutes earlier today
we're
too.
not going to do shit. It's going to be choppy in front of Nvidia and then in front of the unemployment numbers. So who knows what's going to happen? But I love, I know Donnie since around 1988 or 1989, when we were competing for Plaza, when we were competing for Solomon Brothers business. Donnie looked like the actor. He was such a he is a good looking guy. He looked like the actor in the Blue Lagoon. Handsome guy. And we hit it off. Even though we were competitors, we hit it off and we had such a great time. And he's such a smart guy and such a good man.
It's funny because Leo doesn't know this because he's a lot younger than us, but it's kind of rare in this space, in this day trading space of these great CME markets where you have some folks who have been around back in the day. We have Pax, so we have myself, and when we get a guy like Donnie, a lot of these guys just are kind of gone and they're not engaged anymore. Or they're unable to translate to the screen or stuff. So when you get somebody like Donnie who not only has done the translation but also has thrived, then it's gold. That stuff's gold.
I talked about this a little bit this week in my group. Leo, I'll shut up in a second, but I want to make this point.
Keep going, brother.
That's not going to happen, Leo. But go ahead, Pex.
Like in the Old Testament, this guy begat that guy, begat this guy, begat that guy, and if you look at the church, you can chase chase every pope back to Saint Peter from the guy now from Chicago, Leo. No pun intended, Leo. And with me, with Donnie, with you can trace your lineage. If you pay attention to the things I'm saying, you can trace your lineage. All of you traders can trace your lineage back to the 1860s. I'm begat by Judd Hirschberg and by Ira Harris. I'm still friends with Leo Malamed, the man who invented this. Jack Sandner. I helped Terry Duffy get elected to the chairmanship of CME. It was all the way back to the guys like Ira Harris, Lenny Feldman, Chucky Reeder, Vince Schreiber, the best traders that nobody's ever heard of, Ross Deutsch. all of these guys back to the very beginning of this business when Dow theory was invented and some of the blue-blooded guys before the Jewish and the Italian guys took over to Merck. This is the DNA of you guys if you pay attention to me. If you don't, you want to watch these YouTube streamers that show cars, go ahead and follow them.
Let me. All right, I hear you, brother. But let me interject this. It's guys like Leo who have taken the science, the order flow science, and really kind of just fine tune this whole analysis technique and this whole way of trading, and really brought this to a new level here. So I hear what you're saying, and us old guys got to stick together for sure. But without this innovation and this great software, this great data, all the stuff that order flow brings, that Leo brings,
I'm not talking about Leo. I'm talking about Leo Malamed, dude. Of course.
No, I know that. I'm making a
unbelievable.
transition from old to new.
Yeah,
We were talking about St. Peter a second ago.
Listen, look, in order to know where we're going, and this is the thing that nobody pays the fuck attention to. In order to know where you're going, you got to know where you've been. If you want to know about Leo the Tiger, you better know about Leo Malamed. And if you don't know about Leo Malamed, knowing about what the market is going to do today is not going to help you in the long term.
By the way, Pax, there's a new documentary out on St. Paul, which is fantastic. You got to watch it, just so you know. Anyway, Leo, what are you thinking about this morning going into NVIDIA this afternoon?
Yeah, I think unfortunately, I'm not expecting a lot. We have FOMC minutes at 1 o'clock today, and then we have NVIDIA earnings after the bell. Now, prior NVIDIA earnings day, sometimes there's a late day move, but usually it's pretty slow. So I'm not expecting a lot this morning, and we are churning. We're right around last week's low in NQ. It's a pretty important level. We saw it kind of breach overnight and rejected off of it a few times as resistance. Now we're above it. I'm not super confident that we're going to get a great trade here, but we'll be watching.
All right. Pax, what are you thinking? You're thinking NVIDIA is going to be wait and see chop fest?
Yeah, we are churning the quarterly pivots. I want nothing to do with the churn around the quarterly pivots in both the S&P and NASDAQ. NASDAQ's 100 points above it. S&P is below it. Indices are doing two different things around it. I want nothing to do with this market. If I wasn't here on the stream, I would not be here in front of the screens at all. If there's something to do and it's easy and it's clear, I'll do it. What size am I going to trade? I'm not going to trade.
So just so folks know, we talk about the quarterly pivot a lot, and that's last quarter's high plus the low plus the close divided by 3. That's that calculation. It's not quarterly, right?
So, not for me, it's not. The way I do my quarterly, the way I come up with 66.58 is completely different than that.
All right. Well, that's the definition I just told you. So that's fine. But what's your calculation? Could you explain it quickly?
No,
Desde que descubrí esta playera le dije adiós a las quemaduras del sol. Es la Sunshirt de aleta azul que no solo me hace ver super pro en el mar, también me protege por su tela que tiene protección solar UPF.
I mean 66.58. I've talked about it since when did we expire in September? 66.58, and look how we keep gravitating to it. We get a little bit below, we get above it. We made a high of 69.80, 53 quarter or 53.75 or whatever, 69.53, and and the upside target that the quarterly pivot gives us is 69.80. 69.53 high enough? Yeah, it could be. We get a couple of closes significantly below 66.58. Then that changes the tenor of the market from a buy the dip market to a sell the rally market. But right now, the fact that we're churning it and we're in the second day of churning it, we don't want anything to do with it. Let it get above it. Let it get below it. Don't be a hero and don't be a hero and try to pick a side. Too many people try to pick a side here. We're gonna rally above this. When you buy it, we're 200 lower.
Could that determination be made intraday today, or do you want to see a candle close?
It'll be tomorrow. It'll be after NVIDIA, or it'll be after the NFP tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah, Leo, what do you think of that? We're going to get some data coming.
I'm missing some data, so I think the reactions will be even bigger than normal. Right?
It's almost better without data, maybe.
The market could just, gently go up and up and up forever.
Yeah, no, I hear you. Leo, are you looking at anything other than the Nazi and the Spoos today?
No, I mean, I was looking at these gold chart earlier, like this or big trade. Kind of missed out on that opportunity. Gold's been quiet ever since we started looking at it, which I think is great because we can just go back to the indexes because they're now moving, or they have been. Yeah, so I'm not looking at anything else besides these two.
I got to
know
say, the
about you,
micro
but I am
gold
10 times more likely to do exercise, be
it has
soft
come of
and
age. I mean,
comfortable, and it's
there's
just such a pretty
264,000
color. I'm
contracts
Totally
traded already
obsessed with
today.
this little.
This is going to be competitive with the micro everything. I mean, it's kind of crossed that line where it's like, yeah, I'll trade it if, every once in a while, to now it's a very popular market. And so that liquidity is good for everybody. That price action is good for everybody. So it's not going away, that the gold futures.
Yeah, lots of people are trading gold for sure.
Yeah.
What's gold doing? Oh, gold is rallying. The gold's got a great rally. Oh, good.
All right, gentlemen. Appreciate you both being here together to trade the open on the NVIDIA day. Thank you for your time. Chat, everybody, thank you for being here. I didn't say hi to the chat this morning. Good morning, chat. You guys have great comments in there. I'm following it. Appreciate everybody being here. Appreciate the thumbs up. Let's get some thumbs up in here early. Let's get some subscriptions here early. We greatly appreciate that. And we appreciate everybody who's following Ninja Trader Live, whether you're in the chat or not in the chat. You guys make the show. So thank you for being part of us. I'm going to dip into the chat, and I'm going to wish Leo and Pax the best of luck should they decide to make a trade this morning on the open.
Unbelievable.
Thanks,
Thank
Jim.
you, Jimmy. Hey, Jimmy, you got to quit calling Bitcoin the Bitcoin. It cracks me up. Every time you say that, it makes me laugh. I was in the shower listening to you guys talk this morning, you and Craig and Tracy, and every time you say the Bitcoin, I think, God, we sound so old. We are old.
I hear people use that with other markets too. Like I hear people a lot call it the NASDAQ and not just NASDAQ. I think it's funny. Or the NQ.
Yeah, the NQ. Yeah, right. I don't know why it tickles me to do that. Like every time I'm in the shower washing my hair, and the Bitcoin. What do you think of the Bitcoin, Craig? And I just laugh. Oh, he's gone. He's out here. Shit.
That's funny.
Sorry.
The Bitcoin.
Look, I mean, the markets are opening. I'm in front of, in 15 minutes. And I'm in front of the screens. I don't have the intention to trade, but I will have the intention to trade only because I'm here. But I get a little, look, this is my money and this is how I feed my family. So I get a bit intense when it comes to trading.
I think the people love the intensity.
Well, if you don't, you can go fuck yourself because I'm going to be an intense man. I really don't care.
I got a Joey Short Squeeze wanted me to say hi, by the way.
I love that kid.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's a kid, but I love that guy. Joey Short Squeeze is a great follow.
Mm-hmm.
He is. And I know you know, but if you guys don't know Joey Short Squeeze on X, he is a great follow. And if you ever see him speaking on a Twitter Spaces, jump on.
Yeah, we used to jump on every Friday night for a while, and then it just kind of died out. We got busy. We had a baby. Joey's been doing his own thing, so.
Man alive, how's the baby doing? How are the kids doing?
Yeah, she's good. She's still attached to mom, like 100% of the time. So it's just, I'm just available to help whenever she needs it, and doing a lot with our 6-year-old. So just trying to fill in where I can.
I know, Leo. I know when the kids are little that everything seems like every day seems like a month. But those days just fly by, before you know it.
Yeah.
I really, honest to God, before you know it, they're young adults and, they're I don't know, just, or teenagers. Our youngest is 16 years old and she was talking about being at a party the other day after, her she's a cheerleader, high school cheerleader. She was talking about being at a party the other day when she was talking about the kids drinking. And I said, what? She's my 6-year-old Corey. She's 16 years old. She goes to party and kids are going to be drinking. My kids, she doesn't, but I don't know. I hope she doesn't. But anyway, just to hear my baby say that was shocking. Holy shit. What are you talking about? You're a baby. She's not. Time flies, my brother. So I know, like I said, I know that every day seems like a month, but it just flies by.
Oh yeah, we're in the grind for sure, no doubt about it.
All right, what are we doing? Bonds are. So I mean, look this is just going to be a shit trade. The bonds are, or maybe not. Maybe there'll be something to do. But the bonds are just above the quarterly pivot. The bonds are interesting. I don't have the ability to be able to pull up. I don't think I have I don't have a chart on here that I want to show. Oh, let me try to see it.
It's like gold's trying to take overnight highs here, right at 41.20 right now.
Yeah, that's the interesting trade here. Yeah, I can't do it. I have to update my gold chart. Yeah, all right. I'm in my bond chart. So that's the interesting trade is gold above 41.46. Above 41.46, gold wants to trade up to what was the recent high?
I don't have a long-term gold chart up right now, so I'm not sure.
Oh, it was just last week. 42.50-ish.
Yeah. Hey Pax, how often do you trade bonds? I'm curious. Like, are these multi-day holds that you put in the bond markets?
When they move, I haven't traded bonds in a couple of months only because they're not moving. But when they start moving, then they're a great opening range trade, and they're a great. They're not only are they a great opening range trade, but they're a great. Those opening range trades become a great swing trade. So this whole process, my whole opening range process, is a swing trade process at heart.
Yeah.
So like it's an intraday swing process, and I kind of scalp in and out of positions.
Right.
But then they give me longer term, not, like on the short side, I was short all the way until we got down to 66.58 in the S&P, and I covered, and I've been flat since. So in the bonds, if we start closing, the quarterly pivot is 66.25. We've got like a triple bottom going back a couple of months to 116.10. If we take out 116.10 to 12, if we take that out, we'll be trading in the 115 handle very, very quickly. And I mean, like lower, like here, I'll tell you what I think, a 115, and then maybe even down into the low, the low of April, into the 112 handle. But we're churning and doing nothing. So I really don't want anything to do with it. I would rather trade it as the swing starts to develop. Remember back in in all that volatility that we had with the tariff stuff.
Yeah. Who could forget?
Yeah. Well, the bonds were right. The bonds were that was a stupid question, wasn't it? Of course you do. But the bonds were the bonds had they were doing a month's worth of work in a day or 2 days. We had 2 full point swings, in a day. And it was great trading. And it was, because the opens are staggered, 8:20 Eastern is the open of the bonds as well as gold. I can get positioned with an opening range trade in bonds that end up working all day long, and then position myself in the S&P, and it looks as if I got the value spread on, like I'm a macro trader when I'm not.
Hey, you might be a macro trader, you never know.
Oh, I'm not. I told somebody yesterday, if I traded my opinion and traded my guesses, I would be, I don't want to say what I said. I'd be in big trouble. I'd be in big trouble.
Same problem here, Pax. I would absolutely just run over myself if I traded my opinion or the macro.
Yeah.
It's a skill that I don't have.
Hey, the charts, Pax, you talking about God and praying and then dropping F-bombs. Go fuck yourself. Go judge somebody else, you big schmuck. Judge me by my actions and the way that I treat people, not by the words that I use, huh? Was Borsellino a good trader? Borsellino was one of the greatest traders. And then like anybody else, when the business changed, when things changed, he didn't change with it. Judge me by my actions and how I live my life. Or go thump it. What I do for other people and how I give of myself every single day in here with my group and on Twitter. You don't like it, you want to judge me, you can go again, go thump what you like to read so much.
The
Yes.
FOMC meeting minutes and then the video. It shall be probably a boring day, but you know what? Maybe it'll be exciting. Maybe we'll get some volume come in.
Yeah. It'll be
Never
interesting. So Leo, I'm excited about trading with you because I can't you know, I want to be able to, if there is something to do, I want to be able to see the you know, I want to hear in real time how everything kind of matches up, how the opening range stuff matches up with the order flow stuff at the same time, you know, because we get confirmation like that. Those are powerful trades, and I have no problem adding to them.
Yeah. I use a slightly different opening range time frame than you.
You know,
I know you know that, but for me, it was just about slowing myself down because I trade, you know, NQ, and I wanted to give myself kind of force myself to slow down. And then I found the OR mid, which essentially is like if you break out of the OR and you come back to that midpoint, it's actually a really good trade that's backed by, you know, some stats. So that's kind of a playbook setup for me when that happens.
The only stat I care about is what I'm taking to my what I'm taking to the bank at the end of the month.
Yeah.
My stats don't matter. I have a crazy way of trading. Okay. Don't think you know very much about my trading then, if you think it's crazy.
The chat is always going to chat, Pax, you know.
I'll troll them right back. I don't care. Keeps me, it's like being in the pit. The way that I look at it, it's like being in the pit. Somebody, you know, if somebody's going to troll me in the pit, I'm going to troll them right back, and then I'm going to shove a 100 lot down their throat and make them choke on it.
That's funny. That is funny.
Keeps me sharp, keeps my mind going, keeps me intently focused on what the market is doing. Look, this is not, you know, I mean, I don't sit here and, you know, I'm not a Zen trader, you know, I mean, this is an intense business, and everything I do intensely. Which is, you know, when I had my heart issues, when I developed heart disease, not cardiovascular, but electrophysiology, and I got out of the intensive care and got home. Tony called me after he had a heart attack 10 years ago. And he said, listen, you know, this is going to kill you. Nobody knows nobody understands what we had put ourselves through in 25 years in the trading floor. Nobody knows how intense that was. How much is my annual return? A lot more than yours, my brother. Nobody knows how intense our lives have been and how difficult it is. Nobody knows that. So you got to take it easy. So I do take it easy. I don't trade every day anymore. But when I do, it's intense.
I think we know that.
And that intensity can either, you know, that's why this is a young person's game. You know, because this business requires the best of you at all times. It requires self-possession, self-awareness, self-confidence, all of those things to the nth degree that most people will never achieve. And, you know, and if you are not on top of your game at all times, you ought not trade. And if you don't understand that, well, you ought not trade, especially live money. And I'm looking to live to be 115. Not 57. Okay, let's go. So again, we're churning quarterly pivot. Usually when we open up at a macro level in my work, then it's usually a choppy trade. Let's see what we're going to do. The fact that the NASDAQ is above it, bonds are starting to rally. Gold's rallying. Crude's breaking. I don't know. Silver's rallying. I don't know. I don't have much of a feel for this.
Gold came all the way back to its 5-minute OR here. It's back to 41.10.
When did gold rally? I didn't look at it overnight chart.
Well, rallied overnight quite a bit.
Was
We
it
went
early?
from about 2 a.m., 3 a.m.
So like a London Open?
Yeah.
That's
Now it's
interesting.
consolidating between 4,100 and 4,120. So it's been kind of stalemate since that rally.
I wonder why gold would pop like that off of Europe's Open. Somebody asked if I'm from Europe. No, I'm from Chicago. My grandparents were from Europe. I'm from the south side of Chicago, my brothers and sisters. I'm born and raised on the south side of Chicago. My grandparents were from Croatia, and my dad was born in Ireland. Hey, listen, and let me apologize in advance, okay? I'm going to apologize to all of you. If I'm offensive, sorry, I don't mean to be. Again, this is intense, and sometimes my mouth gets the better of me. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Well, all right. So Joey, 117.12. So there, hey, Joey Short Squeeze is in. Go follow Joey Short Squeeze on X, please. Joey Short Squeeze is in the chat. Above 1.6. He and I have our work is almost always the same. In the 30-year bond, above 116.25 or above the low, then we target 117.12, and that is exactly my level too. So look for 117.12. If any, here, let me show you this real quick. What the hell time do we open? I'll do it here. No, I'll do it on the gold chart. ZB. All right, now I'll do it with the one lot, okay? So I don't lose any money. If I want to, I'll do it later. I'll show you how I trade bonds later because we're about to open and I want to prepare for that. I'd rather watch gold, not Augie gold. Okay. All right. 1 lots, 8 lots. Let's go. What do you, huh?
They thought they lost your audio.
I wasn't saying anything. I don't think I lost.
Hey, that everyone gets confused when they can't hear back.
Yeah.
Hey, whoa.
I don't think I lost it. I think I was just quiet for a couple of seconds. Everyone was like, "Where's Pax?" Sorry.
Moment of silence.
And another thing too, I'll apologize for this if I step all over Leo because I want to hear what Leo has to say too. But my brain, when I'm trading, one of the reasons why I'm good at this is because my brain acts quickly. My brain takes in a lot of information and acts on it quickly and decisively. So when I'm trading, oftentimes I speak. Pat, my brother? Are you asking about my brother, Pat? Oh my God, is that my Carms? Is that you? Fuck, Pat's doing great, Michael. One of my dearest friends, the guy who turned off the lights in the S&P pit, is in here. He was one of the last traders in the S&P.
Who was it?
Mike Carmignani. Carmen Alami. It was one of my clerks long ago. Helped very close with my wife Jen. I think Jen trained him. And he always would say that he was going to be the last. He was going to be the last on the floor. All right, we open in 30 seconds.
And he was right.
He was. Yeah, they didn't close the S&P pit until 2020 during COVID. He was one of the last guys in there. Loved it. I love him. I love that kid. Not a kid. Again, he's probably 10 years younger than me, 45-ish. Friends with Tony, also friends with Anthony. I had 15 seconds. Three, two, one, open. All right, 43 holds. 43 is the top of the opening range. If 43 holds, it's bearish open. If it holds. Thin, fast tape, wide opening range. I like wide opening ranges. They protect me. Bottom of the opening range is going to be 36.75. High of it is 43. 36.75 to 43. Oh, shit.
Tested that last week's low. Just grinding around that. Sold off it. I think my chart's got a bit catching up to do here. For some reason, I've got a technical issue.
All right, watch your matchup. 643, 43 in the NAS and the S&P, and 619 in the NASDAQ is the top. Bottom of the schnazzy is what? Shit's trying to break out somewhere. It's not doing anything. 619 again to 580. Okay, 580.
Hey, I'm gonna stay quiet here for a minute, but I do want to ask you about those matchups. So don't forget to remind me.
Okay. Finale. Oh, that was too fast. Okay. Scratched. No. I've got one small expense, one scratch.
I didn't even know you had taken a trade.
Sorry. That reminded me of something I'll tell you later. Oh shit, we're 43 bid and that's nowhere. Okay. NASDAQ is trying to break out to the upside. SPOOs are trying to break out to the upside. At this point, I'd rather buy these. I'd rather buy the all right, so now this is interesting. So I just looked at the rotations. So the first 15 handle rotation above the opening range, the top of the opening range is 43. I'm not long. I'm looking at the chart, so I missed this. Oh, it's a false breakout anyway. Is 58, which is my quarterly pivot, and it's a flattened zone. So far, you're able to scratch all kinds of trades. I had a chance just now to buy 43s. I missed it. So the question I have to ask myself is, how much money am I willing to spend for a 15 handle rotation up to the flattened zone? I've only got, I missed this 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, 7. So I'd rather buy them above 58 and maybe sell them below 21. I don't know if you can see this or not, but just below these rotations. because then the market's got some clarity, and the market is then, it's got an idea as to what it's trying to do. Right now, the NASDAQ is just at the top of the opening range. The S&P traded from 43 up to 47, which is what we call the pay line in my group, which is where you're going to remove your risk. But with these wider expanded ranges, I'm not doing that until we get into the rotation. So now you got the indices doing two different things. You got the NASDAQ back inside trying to press higher, and you got the S&P trying to lead. That's gold. This is no good. Okay, now see, we get up to 58. I'll buy those. Come on, nudge. Anybody in my group, you guys are long 43s, you're going to pay for them at 58. And you want to add, so 57.59, 66.58 is the level, okay? You want to take profit at 57, and then you want to add above 59. Capiche? So now we're starting to come and do something. Now the indices are both working in unison. God bless it. I gotta. Okay. The NASDAQ shot up. The NASDAQ shot right up to that. Right. The NASDAQ rotation is 84, so a little bit shy of it. Okay. 684 is going to be the NASDAQ 65 handle rotation. So if you guys are long SNAS, you want to take a little. You want to take profit up there. 84 is the price, so make it 75.85. So take profit right now. If you're long SPOOs, 57.59. If you're flat like me, buy them above 58. Buy them at 57 or 59. Yeah. Okay, now I got to pay attention here. I keep trying to center my screens. Okay. No, bought them too fast. That sucked. Okay, 57 is the high. I don't know if you were able to get any off there, but 57 is the high. So the NASDAQ and the S&P have each achieved their first swing in unison. 15 handles in the SPOOs, 65 handles in the NASDAQ. That's how it works every day, all day. And if it doesn't, then you don't want to trade it. Now above here, you want to either want to initiate a long above 85 in the NASDAQ and above 57, 57.59. So above 58 in the SPOOs. Because remember, 66.58 is the quarterly pivot. 66.58 is the flattened zone. Bid them, bid them, bid them, bid them. Go.
You get long?
Yeah. Scratched. I am
I'm kind of waiting for 55s here. There's a little LVN right there. Kind of defines where we broke out from. So if we can get that, I might look at it.
I see that. What time frame is that, or is it not?
This is a 1,000 volume chart.
Okay,
1,000. Only caveat here for me is that we're right here where we're having some resistance. It's last month's value area low. So it feels like it kind of needs to turn through that, but I don't know. We'll see what we get.
So we're churning the quarterly pivot again. How about that? If you guys are rally sellers, like if you guys are you like to fade moves, that's a spot that, I hate even saying this because most people that are going to do this are going to eventually get killed. But 66.58 is a spot to sell them.
All right, I'm long 55 here.
Okay, I'll be quiet.
Tight stop here. Okay, I got taken out for me. I might give this another look though.
I'm cutting my side
again. All right, we're back in 56. I'll take one off of a new high.
This sucks. Can't get above the quarterly pivot. When it does, or if it does, it can really run.
Yeah.
So I cut my size.
All right. I took one off for 20. There we go. Just going to hold this. I'm going to pull my stop up a little bit because I want to see this run now. So no reason to let this come back, you know. If they sell it again from here, I wouldn't really expect any of this to hold. I think we would go right back through the entire range.
I'm watching my CQG. and trying to trade on my Ninja. It's hard to do this. It's like being in somebody else's house.
Above 85, I think NQ is, we should get a nice rally if we can get there.
Yeah. Above, how do I turn those crosshairs on? Above 85 here.
Yep, we're there right now. See if we can get a break.
Above 85, we can trade them up to we'll trade
overnight
up
high would be 40, so that would be my logical target there. 33.
Right up here to 749 exactly.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I cut my size and I got I still have half a unit on. Scratched half. Bought it back. Now go, you son bitch. Where's my NASDAQ? NASDAQ leading. Get above 85 and run, baby. Okay, here we go. All right, now, the S&P should trade up to 673.
A little bit of juice behind this one, today.
Now we're starting.
What's gold doing? Nothing.
All right, so the NASDAQ should trade to 750, 749, up to that same level that Leo was talking is 740. So 749 is the next 65 annual rotation. You want to take profit in front of that level, and the S&P should trade up to 73, this level here, and you take profit in front of it 72. So you scratch stops and can't lose money. Let's see where the market's going to go. If I get stopped out here, I'll put them back on, only because this is the quarterly pivot, and I want to be long above the quarterly pivot in the broader sense and short below it. And it's also intraday, the 15 handle swing. So those sorts of things, remember earlier before the open too, Leo, we were talking about how around the quarterly pivots, it's usually a very choppy trade. This was choppy.
Yeah. It actually gave us a nice look after that chop, right? So we had an opening, just an open auction, right? So we went up, we went down, we went up, went down. It's an open auction, and we got a clean break from it. And then they were nice enough to give me an entry on a retest of that break. So I think I'm going to go ahead and take off here for 75 on that overnight high. So that's going to be a nice TP for me.
I like NASDAQ leading. NASDAQ's leading.
Yeah. So nice trade there for
nice trade, Lee.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. You too.
You're
still in it, right?
I haven't done shit. Yeah, I haven't done anything yet.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for 72. But so the NASDAQ has achieved the second ladder rung. Here, look. The NASDAQ is already 2 ladder rungs. how do I turn on these crosshairs? Crosshairs. Okay, so the NASDAQ opening range here in the NASDAQ is 619. Ron,
they
two
just
ladder
blew
runs.
through 300 lots on the offer there at 50.
Ooh, I didn't see that.
Oh,
there's some sellers coming in here, and I'm going to pay.
yeah,
I'm
right
not
here.
waiting.
Yep. Oh, they blew through them, and then the sellers reloaded there at 60. So
this is cumbersome.
You see them in the deltas here. Just passive offer, just waiting to be filled.
Right. Yeah, that's it. So now the NASDAQ has gotten to this level, and now it's holding it. So I just removed my risk on my longs someplace in here, and I still have offers in to take profit on them at 72. Let's see if they want to get above this and absorb the selling in the schnoz and get above this level. Then the S&P will go. So
ES still has not taken out the overnight high, so
nope.
There's still plenty of room for ES to take that out. We'll get those 72s.
Still lagging.
Thank you. Yeah.
Schnazzy's pulling it forward.
Yeah.
Yesterday, when you guys were trading, you Salma and Leo, or you Salma and XY were trading, and I was in the car with my wife, and we went and looked at another house as if I need to buy another house. It's all I need. And my daughter was in the car. She stayed home sick from school, so she came with us, the 16-year-old. And one of the producers played that clip of me going, "Come on, honey," like talking to my daughter. And she just started cracking up. "Did you really say that, Dad?" "Yeah. Yeah. Like if I'm talking to Gabriel or Danny, I'm going to start yelling at it. If I'm talking to you, Marguerite or Genevieve, I'm going to talk sweetly." She just thought that was hysterical. Like I'm talking to one of my daughters. "Come on, sweetheart." Right there. Right there. That's the clip. She thought that was funny. So when I pay for my trade, like I did now, just a second ago, I take off a quarter of my unit to remove my risk.
Yeah.
It's not about paying for my trade. It's not about taking profit. Paying for my trade is about removing my risk.
Mm-hmm.
So now that I've removed my risk, it's easy, like the Commodore's saying. It's easy like Sunday morning. My feet are up.
This is actually really indicative of a trend here. I mean, we have kind of that open auction, broke out, we're building volume as we progress forward. Like every leg higher has a volume build, then a break, then now we're building volume. I would expect to see another break. This is very, very trendy-ish type activity intraday. It's early, right? So I'm not calling for a trend day at 17 minutes after the open, but it's what I'm trying to kind of mention here is that this is the kind of the behavior of a intraday trend type of activity.
Trend day agua.
I had a saying. It's not actually true. Like if you look at the numbers, but Trend Day Wednesday was something that I coined. But when we looked at it, it didn't have any merit. It wasn't. There's trend days on Wednesdays were no more frequent than any other day.
I'll add more above 72. 73 is the rotation. So take profit at 72 and then add 72, 74s. The NASDAQ led the S&P higher. Now the NASDAQ is kind of sitting at this second rotation when the S&P is trying to get to its second rotation. I might take these two off and not be a schmuck for a buck. Come on, S&P, get to these 70. Oh, they traded 72. I got Gotts and Goal. You son bitch. Don't be a dick for a tick. A schmuck for a buck. Come on. Fill me.
It's teasing.
Okay, I want to be queued up to add more. Okay. All right, I'm filled. Okay. All right, so I got half my unit back on, half my unit on. I don't know what the fuck. All right. Oh, I want to buy more above 73, above this rotation, yeah. center my screens so I can see. I got to change the quantity of my stop in a second so I don't wind up, if they come back down to the opening range, so I don't wind up short.
Kind of funny. We came in thinking nothing would happen, and we got a nice trade.
Well, nothing's really happening, but yes, it's still it's a nice trade. It is a nice trade. You're right. And I had to spend a little money to get it on, but yeah, 15
Yeah, I took a stop on my first entry.
Scratched a couple and took a couple of bigger expenses than what I normally do, but yeah, it worked. Okay, so now I got 4. I have had my unit on. So if we hold 7, look, all right, so here's my plan. If the NASDAQ gets below 49, I'm going to take 2 more off. Yeah. Oh. Can always add them back above 72. Nothing more than churning the quarterly pivot. S&P got 2 rotations. NASDAQ got 2 rotations. And that's that. I will add back aggressively above 74. Above 73, I'm sorry. Right to those rotations, my brothers and sisters, right to them. Oh, my God, I got to change the quantity of my stop. This is the greatest business in the history of business. Here we go. Roll them up. Roll them up. Give me something to sink my teeth in, not 73 AF. Okay, here we go. Pop above 74. We got another 15 handles into this. Next target, 88. Scratch stops in. I'm going to keep this for a second. I'm going to let this work. So I bought 72s. I bought 74s to add to my position. So my average price right now is like 73. So I've got 2 choices. I can either let it work because it is a little choppy and it is getting above this level, which I'm trying to do, give it an expense, or I can scratch them. If they go 75, 76 bid, I'll put in a scratch stop. Or maybe I'll just use like an average stop. Come on, you goof. There we go. Okay. Safe. See, do you see how that works there? Come on, Manach, let's go. 98s equals 75.
Sellers are heavy on the offer, but buyers are just blowing right through them. So
Yeah, like at that 740, 750 level in the NASDAQ, or that 300 lot. All right, so the next level is 88. I added to my position. I got 6 on only.
There's that per day high here, right at 32.
Hey, the NASDAQ blows through these levels. Look at the NASDAQ went from another 65 handle rotation up to 814. All right, come on. I got to get offers in. Let's go. What is it? 88, right? 88, baby. Shit, I got an odd number on now. I don't like having odd numbers. Okay. 88 is the rotation, so make it there. Okay. All right, S&P, follow NASDAQ. Pop, pop goes the weasel. Pop goes the weasel, because the weasel goes pop. Ladder rungs, baby. 15 handle ladder rungs. One at a time. Why do I have gold up? Gold's not going
I
anywhere.
didn't realize ES took out 3,200 lots at 66.70 like it was nothing.
Was it on the offer?
Yeah, on the offer. Yep.
Oh yeah, shit.
Same thing we're seeing here in NQ kind of.
Look at Nova. Thank you for pulling my attention to that. No volume above that. Above 60, 70, there is no volume.
Exactly.
Nobody's selling this shit. So it's like a big stop run. That's concerning. I'm paying for these. All right. I removed my risk for like 8 points, I think. Bought 72s, I sold 79, so whatever that is.
I mean, this really could get interesting if we start pumping against 60s. We'll be kind of clear skies all the way to 960s.
To where?
We could go test the weekly open if it really wants to get wild. 960.
Oh, that'd be nice. Weekly reopen, 25,140.
Yeah, well, that's quite a distance, but I mean, I wouldn't. NQ can do anything in a day.
Oh God. Could you guys imagine trading it for $100 a tick?
No. Per contract? No.
Yeah. Leave with 50 on to go to lunch. Carms, are you here? Mikey, are you still here in the chat?
So the gold is pumping? Yeah. It sure is.
Mikey, you remember going to like Tuscany and I'd have 50 on, no stop, 50 grand a crack?
How does a stop work in the pit?
You'd give him to
like your clerk?
Like, no, your clerk isn't going to do shit with them except say, hey, remember, no, yeah, you'd give him to a broker. So, an order filler, and then the order filler would match him up with whatever he's got in the deck. But if I'm short, let's say, when I made a ton of money, I traded exactly like this. When I got killed, I would pick tops and bottoms. I would leave my process behind. So let's say I'm short, I just sold 180. And I'm thinking to myself, fuck, man, I'm either going to have to average these in at 90 or even, and then just try to trade out of them, or I'm just going to blow out of them. All right. So if we go 85 bid, I'm going to get out. Shit, 85 bid, 50 to 85, try to average them in 50 to 85. Wait a second. Didn't I just tell myself I'm going to blow out of these at 85? So if I give them to a broker, hey, listen, 85 on 100 stop or 85 on 20 stop, whatever. And I'm going to add to these above 87. 88, I mean. If I give them to a broker, then the broker has to fill them legally. See what I mean, Jelly Bean?
Yes, sir.
Like here, you just put in a stop and you forget about it. Set it, forget it, like Ron Popeil used to say. Oh, you guys have no idea who Ron Popeil is, do you?
Okay, so I want to understand a little more about these matchups. So I'm going to pull up your charts on the screen share here so I can see what you're up to.
Okay, I'm filled. NASDAQ. All right, what are the matchups here in the NASDAQ? Give me a second. NASDAQ is at the 1, 2, 3, 4th ladder rung. All right, I want to be long. I want to add. I added poorly, but I added. Go 89 bid now. Go. Run.
I'll let this trade play out for you.
Run.
It's going.
Run.
She's running.
All right.
She's running.
Scratch stopping. Can't lose money. All right. Now, next level in it. Oh, that's the Schnazzy. Spoozies 703. If we were breaking like this, I'd have fucking 30 on.
Put them on, Pax.
No, we're rallying. If we were breaking,
put 30 on.
If we were breaking, I would be loaded to the gills. I'm not. I am a much better short than I am a long.
I think we share that same quality, sir.
Good.
There's some sellers here that are really hitting the bid. Oh man.
Geez, I just tried to change my size to pay for my trade on my CQG.
Wow.
You just out of like.
I.
All right, NASDAQ. You know what? No, look at the volume. There's no volume in. There's no volume in this. All right, 9, 10, 11, 12. Come on, stay a bit above 89. Do we have numbers out now? Everything's very.
No, we don't have any data out today. We just hit the 9. We just hit the B period turn. So
there we go. So matchups to me, Leo, mean a lot of things. First of all, like in the broader scheme of things, I'm going to look at the quarterly pivots, 24,568 in the NASDAQ, 24,568. S&P is 6658. So, that's one thing. Another thing is, I don't know if I should admit this on the stream or not, but another thing is intraday matchups. So right now, if I'm trading, if I'm buying 93s in the S&P, the matchup is 899. So I see the S&P trade. I buy 83s and NASDAQ trading at 899. Now NASDAQ gets that algorithm push before the S&P does. Wait a second. O3, I got to get offers in. How many do I have on? Oh, how many am I long? 8. 01 F. Okay. So the NASDAQ always gets that algorithm push because it's a thinner market. So 899, let me point to my Ninja. Okay, 899. So now we're trading at 09. And the S&P is lagging again, but the NASDAQ has been leading all day long. So I'm comfortable sitting with these 89s that I just added. So I'm long 2 at 58 and I'm long 6 at 89. And as long as the NASDAQ is above this level, then I know that the S&P is going to try to rally. Now the NASDAQ is back below 8, is at 899 and trading below it. See how the S&P is back to 93? So the matchups are 899, 93, 899, 93. Now it's churning that, and this is still churning this. I know I'm probably saying this too quickly, but.
No, I'm watching on my side.
Okay.
I'm watching your screen.
But now you can see the NASDAQ bid 05, 06, 07, and now the SPOOs are going to follow suit. I normally pay attention to that when I buy 89s, I'll see where the S&P. When I bought 89s in the SPOOs, I can see where the NASDAQ is trading, and I can see what the algo push is going to do, and sometimes it'll help me with the 89. They churn an 89, they go 88 half off or 88 offer. I might keep that as opposed to getting out for an expense just because the NASDAQ is leading higher. So it helps me stay in a trade a little bit more, and it helps me add a little bit better.
Makes sense.
Listen, everybody has to. I will say this on the stream. I love Ninja, and I'm getting used to the Ninja platform. I've been trading on CQG since I started trading electronically. So CQG integrated client is my home. Ninja is like my second home. It's like my lake house. And I'm learning how to use Ninja because of the stream. And Ninja is a great trading platform. It's just not what I'm used to. So, CQG is more natural to me, but Ninja is becoming a lot more functional for me, if that makes any sense. So when I'm talking about the matchups, it's like it's easier for me to see it in my. All right, I'm going to pay for these. We just ran up to. No, I'm not. Just sit, be patient. I hate being long.
I was just thinking there's a scalp trade here in here somewhere for me, but I'm not going to take it.
All right, I sold one just to make myself feel a little bit better about holding.
Yeah.
Silver's breaking out pretty nicely too.
Yeah,
53.
gold rallied hard off of that low.
Yeah, it did, didn't it?
Yeah.
Come on, you son, bitch. Give me the 01s. So now you're watching this. So if you're sitting here watching this, you're sitting here and you're looking at, all right, well, we're not going up to 01 easy. There's not now there is the volume. Let's see, as Leo pointed out beautifully, the volume at 66.70 in the SPOOs traded a lot, 3,200 on the offer, so 4,093 at that price. And then above 70, there nothing traded. I mean, nothing, hundreds.
Yeah.
Until we got to like here. Now there's some volume coming in.
Yeah, until we get to the 90s. Yep.
Yeah. Like 90, what? Like 90,
93.
92, it started to pick up. Yeah, 93, exactly. So I mean, that's interesting. Here we go. I wonder what Stottlemyre would tell me about that. All right, come on. I'd love to add more above this. If we can get back, or now I got to look at shit because pretty soon I'm just going to want to let runners run. Where can we go? Yesterday's high is 08. You can go there for sure. We get above 08, we want to run, right? 99 HAFE, is that going to be the high?
And you're long in ES, right?
Yeah, I'm long 7.
Okay.
Okay, 0875 is yesterday's high. We get above that, and we can see, oh, Maron, can we rally up to the other high, to Tuesday's high? Nah. Front of NVIDIA, I don't know. Does everybody think NVIDIA is going to be good? Maybe. All right, I haven't looked at the chat. Let me look at the chat, see if anybody has any questions for either one of us. Anybody have any questions for either one of us? Hey, give us a like. Give us likes and stuff. I always hear you guys saying that. So my wife said, "Do you guys ever ask any? Do you ever ask?
Give us likes and stuff."
Well, yeah, give us likes and stuff. Follow us and retweet us and things. Whatever you young people say.
We are the worst influencers, Pax. We're not even asking for likes and subscriptions.
I
Give us a like, chat. Come on, let's go.
Oh, that's a clip. Somebody record that and clip that. Yeah, so John D, St. Louis John D. I missed the opening range. I didn't trade the opening range. I bought him at the first rotation, which is also the quarterly pivot. That's where I'm long from. And then I added at each rotation. So here, opening range is 43. I missed it. I was looking at a chart and we came running above it and I missed it. So I bought 58s. I took profit at 71. I bought more at 73. I took profit at 87. I bought more at 89 and I'm still long those. Can you see my chart here? Yeah, right. They can.
Yeah. Oh, no, they can't see your chart yet, but we can flip over to it. I'll be right back.
Okay. So I missed the 43s because I was looking at this chart. Capiche? Now I bought 58s, which is also quarterly pivot. That's where I got long. I paid for them at 73 by removing my risk, and I added more above that. And then I added more above 73, and I took profit at 87, and I just bought more at 89, and I'm looking to take profit in front of this level at 03. And I got offers in at 0.5. If we go 03 bid, I'm gonna buy more, and then I'm gonna pay for those at 08, which is yesterday's high. If we get above 08, I will buy more. The idea is that you start small and size up along the way. Okay. And again, everybody thinks I'm a scalper, you know, people that don't understand my way of trading, but I'm not. I'm a swing trader, intraday swing trader, and then broad swing trade. So if we stay above 66, I'm long 2 at 66.58 and then 2 all the way around. So my stops are in for scratches. Okay. This market comes down to 89. It stops me out of the 6 I'm long. Well, I'm only long 1 because I sold 1 up here at 95 to pay for my trade. So then I'm going to be long 1 from 58, and I'm going to keep that. I'll never cover that until the market comes down and scratches me out. I should be, you know, I wish I didn't sell that 1 lot. 15 handles, Scott Harper, the S&P trades in 15 handle increments every single day. All day, every day. That's what the algos do. The NASDAQ trades in 65 handle increments, 65 handle ladder rungs. So here's today's opening range in the NASDAQ. 65 handles. Okay, look. 84, 50, 14, 79, and 44, and that's the high. See what I mean, Jelly Bean? Manaya. How do you determine your rotational size? We're rallying. Listen, if we were going lower, if we were breaking, I would literally be short 40, 30, 40, maybe more, but we're rallying. Okay, I just got filled. I got to fucking buy more. Oh, 03. Okay, 03 is the rotation, so I want to be long more above here. But we're rallying, and anybody in my group knows I'm not a very good long. So I'm just happy to be long something and to be making money because I'm not that good of a long. I'm a much better short. So listen, 0103.
Why do you think that is, though?
Well, I think for me, first of all, the easy answer that everybody's going to say is that the market goes down lower. The market takes the elevator down and the escalator up.
Yeah.
And that's true. But for me, I came of age in the tech bubble bursting. So the NASDAQ had rallied. When I started trading NASDAQ in the NASDAQ pit, we were trading like the volume was like 5,000 contracts a day. Open interest was at like 10,000. And we had 10, 15 point ranges. And every day was another, it just kept going higher. We had some volatility. And I wish I can show historical charts here. I can't. And I think I'd get trouble if I brought a CQG chart in. So I can't show it. But I wish I could. Pull up a long-term chart if you can, because around LTCM, long-term capital, there was some in '98. There was some.
Oh, that far back. I don't have that far back.
And then 99, 98, 99. It was every day was up. Every day was up. Every day was up. So I built a bit of a bankroll. Look, you can build quite a bankroll on these 15 handle ladder rungs. And that's all I did in 1998, 99. I was a brand new trader. No idea what I was doing. I had no idea not to just keep getting long at every rotation in the NASDAQ. And the ranges were like 10, 15, 20 points. And every day was up. Every day was up. And then volatility started to pick up. If you go back and look at a long-term chart, we just kept, every day was a new day. Every day was a new high. Every day was a new high.
Yeah.
And then January 4th of 2000, we made a high of 38.80, and we broke in the first week of the year, we broke to 3,200. That was a 15% break. 15% break.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really not interested in actually adding to my, those of you in my group here, I'm really not interested in adding to my longs just because we've got yesterday's high up here. So now, I know this.
Well, hold on, we surpassed yesterday's high by miles
in the S&P.
Yeah.
What am I looking at here? What's today's date?
Wednesday. Yesterday's high was 87.5.
I have Hold on. I have 08.
Oh wait, are you? So you're?
Oh, you're right. No, you're right. You're right. The day then I only use RTH. You're right. 87F. Yeah, shit. I should
Okay.
be reading here. The overnight high or the all session high was 08. I had an all session chart up.
Do you track both?
Yes and no. I tracked RTH high.
Yeah, same, but
80% more, but I'm aware of what the all session high is too.
Okay, gotcha.
So anyway, so I know I'm explaining this in a long-winded way. So then we broke 15% in the first week of the year, and I made a ton of money. Now all of a sudden I'm like killing it. So and I had already moved. I mean, I had already made a lot of money. Like, I've already made 7 figures, and now it was like $50,000 days. So we rallied. We set the low at 32 something, and then we rallied. By March, we made a high of 48.82. That was the all-time high. March of 2000, we made a high of 48.82, and then we just went nuts. The tech bubble burst, and we broke from 48.82. In 2 years, we broke 87% to 785. 48.82 to 785. I made life-changing generational money during that period, and it was unbelievably great. So I got used to seeing things from the short side. I got used to trading on the short side. When I add to a position, if we're breaking and I sell 6708s, we get to even, I take profit, I sell more. We get to 90, I take profit and sell more, and just keep selling and selling and selling, and the market just falls apart. Like my best trades, 2000. Then after I had, I got divorced. Look at that, 08 half. That was the overnight high, the extended trading hour high. So there we go. I'm long 5. That's a good enough position. I just had to make sure that I had minis up and that I wasn't trading micros. If I was long 5 micros, I'd start chucking these computer screens out the window. So I got divorced, and 60% of my net worth went away. I had 2 kids with my ex-wife, my 2 older kids, and I gave each kid 10% in a trust fund. So, I mean, I still had plenty of money, right? But 80% of my net worth is gone. And then I bought my ex-wife a house out of my end. So, and what happened to me in Lake Forest, Illinois, so no matter what happened to me, she was, and the kids were sheltered and were okay. I got married a couple years later. I took a year off. I took like 02 and a half to 03 and a half. I came back in the middle 03 off during my divorce to heal. I came back and the markets were completely changed. The volume had gone from the pit to the screens. The ranges contracted because now we're down 85%. Who in the hell wants to trade the NASDAQ? So the ranges contracted from 400 point ranges to 30 point ranges. So, I stopped trading the opening range and start fading things. It used to be, there was a what do you call it? The guy who would call out the squawk. There was a squawk box.
Yeah, right.
And the squawk box guy would key on me constantly. Pax is buying evens. Pax is buying 10s. Pax is buying 20s. It got so bad that the squawk box guy would say, Pax is buying the top. Pax is selling the low. It was so bad. My mentor, Mickey, one of my great mentors, Mickey Hopping, came to me and said, look you're one of the best traders out of the 6,000 people that I mentored. He had a thing called University of Trading, UOT, University of Trading. Out of the 6,600 people that came through my class, you're one of the best traders I've ever seen, as good or better than this person, that person, that person. But Matt, you got to retire. You got to leave. Just leave. Before you go broke, you got to leave. Well, I should have listened to him. So I came back and everything was different. The volume was now generated on the screens. I'm fighting, there was a guy called the Russian, Igor, who now owns, I think, Gator. He's a super rich guy. He was trading 1,000 lots in the minis, and he's picking me off for 100 lots. And I'm battling him. I'm battling Navinder Surveyo, the guy who they blamed the flash crash on. These guys were picking me off, and and I would try to run the market against them. They just starved out. And at this point, I'm paying $100,000 a month in e-mini, in e-mini fees.
Yeah.
This is when I was the biggest trader, one of the biggest NASDAQ traders in the world, and it's not a time I was proud of because I wasn't making money. So, guys, my brother Pat, who's now a Chicago police sergeant, was standing next to me, and made a great living off my downticks and upticks. He made more money at that period of time than I was, and I'm paying $100,000 a month in commissions, and I'm 10%, 15% of the daily volume in the big NASDAQ. So not a time I was especially proud of, but because it became about me, it became about my ego. I just got divorced. I felt worthless. I felt like a failure. So I was going to show everybody, look how big I am. Instead of the trading to make money, I was trading to, show everybody what a schmuck what a great guy I was, what a big trader I was. The question I ask all the time on Twitter, and, are you trading to be right? You're trading to make money. I wasn't trading to make money at that time. So I'm going to sell, if we get below 1, I'm going to sell a couple because this is a good high. I missed those. There. So now I'm long 3. That's a good spot for it to stop for now. I still have runners on. I'll keep those. Is this interesting? Do you just want me to continue this or?
Yeah, no, I'm listening, Pax. I want to hear it. Yeah.
All right. So, and the ranges. So, by the way, 48.82. How long did it take? That was the March of 2000 high. How long did it take the NASDAQ to get back to that price?
Was it like 7 years, 8 years?
17 years. It took us to
17 years
2017 to achieve that. So, dip buyers, beware. A lot of super rich people went completely broke, and there was no Uber to drive at that time, too. So anyway, I was trading to be right, not to make money. And, I was trading my ego, not to make money. My brother Pat was trading to make money. And, all of these smaller traders were just killing it when I was getting killed. So I ended up leaving. I still had, plenty of money. I was still wealthy or rich. I'm wealthy now. I was rich then. There's a big difference. I had more money then, but I'm wealthier now. So anyway, the point is that I left and I started the prop group, sunk $3 million into a prop group. Woo-hoo. What a bright idea that was. And, and anytime anybody asked me to back them, I backed them. I backed more traders than I backed 100 people with my own money, and 5 of them made money.
Yeah.
Ultimately, I backed all the wrong people.
Was it just like, hey, Pax, I can trade, back me?
Yeah.
Like, did you? Yeah, no. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. If you asked to borrow money, I gave it to you. It was.
What a time to be alive.
Oh yeah, what a time to know me. Anyway, it was a terrible time in my life. Then I met my wife, who was a clerk in the NASDAQ pit, the love of my life, wife of 20 years, and the mother of my 3 youngest kids, my partner in life, the woman that I live for. And, I wasn't ready to marry her, but I did because I wasn't going to screw that up. And we got married a couple of years after my divorce, started having kids. And, it was tough. I still wasn't healed. I still didn't have my head on straight. I was struggling a little bit. Then, 2007, my mother had ovarian cancer. My sister had leukemia, and my mother-in-law had ovarian cancer too. In 2008, June of 2008, my mom died. My sister died in November of 2008, and my mother-in-law died in March of 2009. And between that, my 4-year-old son, Gabriel, me and Jen's oldest, was in the hospital with an immune deficiency for a month and a half. So I missed that great trade in 2008 and 2009. And my prop group failed, and millions of dollars in investments in restaurants and bars and commercial real estate. What a schmuck I was there, and all this other shit, all went nowhere. It went down the tubes. I was overextended in all kinds of stuff. I was partnered in all kinds of stuff. It was just a bad time, right? Ego will kill us. So it killed me. So now we go then Pete Stottlemyre. So I'm done trading. I still have a few million left. I'm done trading. That's it. And Pete Stottlemyre called. He was updating. Pete Stottlemyre is the man who invented market profile. So he called me and asked me to come. He wanted me to be one of 2 traders to come and trade his new updated plugins for market profile. He's trying to update market profile into the age of algorithms. So that got me back into trading. And after we called that, it didn't work. And after he kind of called it a day, that's when I went into the hog pit and I kind of reinvented myself in the hogs and started to make money again. And then MF Global failed in in October of 2011. And that took a few million with it, or a couple million. And then I started chasing. And I blew up. Within a year, I was broke. Dead ass fucking broke. No money. And everything, all the pain that I was carrying, all the stress I was carrying, all the anxiety I was carrying, all of the shit that I was carrying that was holding me back, all the fear, all the ego was crushed. I was left with the love of my God, the love of my wife, and the love of my children, and that's all I had. And I'm sitting on my pile of shit like Job, sitting on my pile of dung, wondering what happened to my life and how great I was. And that's when I realized that always I had everything I needed, and I didn't realize it, that I was already a rich man. We had sold our house, put some money in our pocket, moved back from Lake Forest, Illinois to the south side of Chicago, my dad's house, a house I paid off in 2003. And I started to drive Uber, so I felt like I was productive, and Uber was new to Chicago, and I just started driving it like 13, 14 a little bit. And I started to trade one lots on the screen to try to figure out how to make money again so I could provide for my family. We got my first rebate check back, not rebate, but I got my first check back from MF Global. My wife and I rented a house in Key Biscayne, Florida, like 2 hillbillies. We were hillbilly rich. We took that money. We took $80,000 and rented a house in Key Biscayne so we can get our shit together. And that's when my wife said, look, when I met you, you're the king of the NASDAQ, go figure it out. And so I did. I went and figured it out. And
I love that.
And because of her belief in me,
yeah,
I was able to rebuild. And because of her love, look, God remained faithful to me when I could not remain faithful to God. And please do not judge me on my F-bombs, okay? Don't do that to me. Judge me on my heart. Judge me on how I give. Judge me on how I love. Here's something that's important for all of you. If you do not know how to love, listen to this story that I just told you. If you do not know how to love and be loved, you will not sustain success in trading. If you do not know how to love and be loved, you will not sustain success as a trader. I almost tweeted it out yesterday in group mentoring in my group yesterday. I meet on Tuesdays with a bunch of traders and I mentor them in a group setting. And I talked about that. I almost tweeted it out last night, but I've tweeted that before and I get trolled, so I don't do it. So that you asked me why I like to short side Leo about 45 minutes ago. Sorry.
It was about 10. It was about 10 minutes ago,
Sorry. Anybody in my group knows that I'll start crying. I cry at a drop of a hat. If I'd have continued on, I'd have wound it up. I would have wound up crying. So that's it, right? I mean, now you look, and like I told Salma the other day, I talked to Salma for like 45 minutes after the Ninja Cup thing on the phone. I love that kid. I am just so impressed with Salma.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So we were talking. I was driving down to meet a trader in my group who came in for FIA into Chicago, and we worked out and had dinner. And I was talking to Salma on the way in, and I tried to make the point earlier before the open about the lineage of this business, and how I am blessed to be related all the way back to Leo Melamed, the man who invented what we do. Leo is 95 years old, still trades every day, and he invented what we do. Without Leo, none of us would be here. And so, the great Leo Melamed, if you guys don't know who he is, please Google him. He wrote a book 7 or 8 years ago called A Man of the Futures. It's a great book. So it gives you a good history. And you are all related to him because you follow me. Okay. Leo Melamed, Melamed. So anyway, it's a story of perseverance in guys like Leo and Ira Harris and Lenny Feldman and to some extent Richard Dennis. They took an interest in a young trader. They took an interest in me. Judd Hirschberg, Mickey Hoffman, they took an interest in me and they taught me and they took the time to answer questions. Just an Irish Croatian kid, American kid from the south side of Chicago, no clout, no money behind him until I started trading, but they saw something in me. So I look for young traders like that all the time. I look for young people like you, Leo. I've said this on the stream a million times of how proud I am to be part of the second, or not the second, but the new generation of traders. You and Kane and all of the guys, and girls. Tanya, I love Tanya, and now Salma. And I couldn't be more privileged to be able to carry the legacy of the men. There's an expression now everybody uses: we stand on the shoulder of giants. Well, I mean, it's a stupid thing to say because it's a new expression, but it's a great expression. I stand on their shoulders, and maybe someday, see, I cry at the drop of a hat. Maybe someday you guys will say that you stand on my shoulders.
I will, absolutely.
And my legacy will be more.
Yeah, I learned a lot from you.
My legacy will be more than the money I made.
A lot of people have learned a lot of money from you. A lot about the markets that you've taught and shared goes beyond what you even know, honestly.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Okay. I got to learn how to center these screens. Somebody's asking me about my stops. What specifically do you want to know about my stops? Thank you, guys. Thank you all. May I meet you? What a fucking stupid expression that is.
May I meet you?
Jimmy Iori. Do you guys follow Jimmy Iori on Twitter, on X?
No. Mm-mm.
Jimmy was an old Merc guy. He was a desk guy. Jimmy's on CNBC a lot. I've known Jimmy since we were young guys too. So Jimmy said that on Twitter the other day, he said, I met Bill Ackman. Bill Ackman is just kind of awkward. I thought, well, okay, I haven't met Ackman, but my God, what an awkward thing to say. May I meet you? What a terrible thing to say. What's gold?
I mean, surely he didn't walk around saying, "May I meet you?"
I hope not. I hope he walked around saying, "Listen, I'm rich. I might be a dork. I got a lot of dough."
Yeah, I'm rich. Do you want to meet?
Right.
Do you want to hang out? I've got a lot of money. Gold has rallied and then just fallen back right into these 14s. It's like we keep coming all the way back to 14s.
All right. So earlier, I think I said this out loud. Earlier, I had 5 on and I sold 2 on the way down somewheres. And I think I said out loud, I hope I did. Sometimes I think I say things out loud when I just think them. But this is a good high. This is all the market needs to give us is 09. 67.09 is a good high. That's all the market needs to give us for now. So now banging back and forth. What's the most recent? Oh my goodness. How do I get rid of all of this stuff? What's the most recent low? 89.25. Okay.
I got a quick question for you, Pax, because I'm just kind of curious. At what point in the session would you ever consider getting short?
Below, not until we're below the opening range.
Okay, got it. That's what I thought.
Actually, because the 66.58 is the quarterly pivot, I might consider getting short there.
Okay, got it.
Thank you, Humphrey. Nice job, whistleblower.
Yeah, we're balancing right now between 87 and 85. Sorry, 981 and 884. So we are putting in a lot of volume, consolidating around this range.
Oh, Maron. I've been too busy talking. I never changed the quantity of my stops. Okay. So all my stops are in. I'm only long 3. I mean, I was long. I think at one point the most I was long was 8 or 10.
Yeah.
If we do start taking out, God, we're only an hour into the day. Seems like it's noon. Going into Europe's close. If we start taking out, I don't know. I don't know if I want to buy this rotation here at 03. But if we do start taking out the high, I'll add them back. But right now, I'm happy to be long when I'm long, and the market needs to come down. Look, I don't use trailing stops; those are P&L stops to me. You guys are there trading prop money. You have to use trailing stops. I don't care about FIFO. No, somebody asked about FIFO. I don't care about FIFO at all. I know that I'm long 1 left from 58 or from 57. 57, I bought them. The 73s that I bought, I traded out of them all the way up to 0.5. The 88s that I bought, I traded out of those up to 0.5. Okay, so I know that I'm long at 89. I've got 2 runners on from 89, and I got 1 runner on from lower. So if you guys are trading prop money, prop accounts, you have to use trailing stops, right? I don't use trailing stops only because I've taken profit all the way up. You guys saw how I trade these ladder rungs. 58 to 73, 78 to 88, 88 to 03. Excuse me. Well, Carlos, didn't you just see me adjust my stops? There's one stop. And there's the other stop. Stops are at entry. Do I enter the market without stop loss? Yes. Well, okay. That's a good question that goes to Leo's question earlier, how we work stops in the pit. So now listen, I am not going to buy these, and I'm not recommending that you buy them, but for the sake of illustration, let's say, oh my goodness. Okay. Let's say I want to buy 98 halves. All right. 98 halves equal 43. See? So if I buy 98 halves in the S&P, my cursor goes to the south side. They're offered. I get out at 98. We go 98 at bid. I'm going to buy them again. Okay. See? Stopped at the matchup, and boom, the NASDAQ gets an algorithmic push first. You see how that worked? Now, let's. I don't know if I made any sense there. All right, I want to buy 95s. 95s equal 26 half. 95 equals 26 half. Okay, I buy 95s. Cursor on the sell side, ready to get out. Oh, you can't see the chart, can you? Okay, can you guys switch to me real quick? I'm sorry, guys. I thought you were able to see this. Okay. So on the DOMs, right? Let me center. All right. Now, let's say I'm buying 94s. I buy 94s equals 20. 20 bid, 94 bid. So if I buy 94s, my cursor's on the sell side. 94s, cursor on the sell side. They go 95 bid. I'm going to put in a hard stop. They don't. They come down to 94. I'm just going to click sell. And now, for the sake of argument, I bought 94s, right? Now they go 94 offer. I click and I get out. I click and I get out. I click and I get out. Now they're bid. Go 95 bid. I'll put in a scratch stop. All right. See? And then I click and get out. Now, maybe I was fast enough to get 94s. If not, I'd sell 93Fs and take an expense. Does that make sense? Now, here's my stop. See, I have a stop in it at 89 for these two. And then down to my next entry price at 57, I've got my last stop. I've taken I have been long since 58. I took profit at 73. I added above there. I took profit at 88. I added above there. I took profit at 0.5. So now the market needs to come down and stop me out for scratches. Otherwise, I stay long runners. That's how I build swing positions, and that's how I build trend positions. My runners become my swings. My runners become trend trades. Now, as long as the market does not come back to my entry price, I start to build risk-free positions. See what I mean? Does that make sense or no? All those commissions only matter if you're trading micros. The less you trade, the more money you're going to make. If you're trading micros, you're paying a shit ton of commissions trading this way, which is why on Friday, I will show you how to trade the mini micro spread. It keeps your commissions lower and gives you the ability to be able to trade out micros. In quarters. But if you guys were here in the beginning, you saw me enter with the 4 lot. I can't remember what I bought at 57 or 4 or 8. You saw me buy 4, and by the time we got up here, I just kept taking profit and adding more, taking profit and adding more, taking profit and adding more. There, stopped out at 89. So now I'm long a runner. If I want to be aggressive, which I don't, if we were breaking, I would be aggressive. But if I want to be aggressive, I can buy them back in this right here, this ladder rung. See this ladder rung at 68, 15 handle ladder rung at 88? I can buy them back here and then try to take it up here, back up to 03. But all we're doing right now is just banging back and forth between these 15 handle ladder rungs. Now we get below 88, we can trail back down to 73. Normally, I would take more profit off, right? But, we're above 58, so I want to be long something. I only have a 1 lot run around. Okay, it's better than a sharp stick in the eye. Questions? I can do what in a different month? Yes, we can take on a trade at the opposing side, right? Like that long and 66, which means you can never short. Logan, what do you mean? I don't follow you. Go to my website, Momo, paxgroup.org. Yes, I do journal my trades normally, but I'm in the, I write in a notebook. If I don't do it when I'm actively trading, then I'll do it. If I don't do it when I'm actively trading, then I'll do it at the end of the day. Pax, hold on. All right, 2 good questions. Let's see. So what would be your next add-on for a short? I won't get short until we're below the opening range. If we get below the opening range, I will sell the shit out of them. I will not be trading 8 lots. Because now I'm looking for an equidistant swing. The market rallied 43 to 03, 43, 53, 63, 73, 83, 93, 03, 65 points. The S&P rallied 65 points out of the opening range. So if we get below the opening range, that means that I'm looking for an equidistant swing lower, 65 points to the short side. So I'll sell the shit out of them underneath 36.75, but I don't fade the opening range. That doesn't mean, now you got... please also remember that my days trading for active income are over. I've accomplished my financial goals. I'm not, but for those of you that are more aggressive and younger, you want to you want to fade the opening range. I don't do that because I protect myself in everything I do okay. But if you want to, you're going to sell this ladder rung and then take profit here. And then underneath 88, you want to sell those and take profit here at 73. So if you're going to do that, if you want to fade the opening range, which I'm not going to do at this point in my life, But if you're going to fade the opening range, you want to sell them someplace in here. If you sell 88s, it goes 87 offer, you put in the scratch stop. I don't fade the OR. We're above the OR, so the market is rallying. We're above the quarterly pivot, so the market is rallying. I'm staying long. All right, so there. Now listen, you sold 05s, you stood in front of a freight train, and you said, you're not going any higher. I'm going to sell it here. Tough way to make a living, XL. But if we don't get below this level, you got to get out. Don't
bought these 901s here.
Okay. I'm going to be quiet so you can manage it.
Just trying to play off of the, this volume, right? So we get to the lower part of it, just kind of look for a long. Like you said, we're above the OR. We had a breakout, had all this volume up here. So as long as we stay, above 80, 85, I'm going to take one off there too. As long as we stay above this, you can play for continuation. And then below, 79 where my stop is, I don't want to be in this trade anymore. So it's a great spot for continuation. If it breaks here, I would expect we would traverse this whole low volume area that we talked about earlier, right?
Yeah, I would expect that we're going to come back. That's exactly right. I would expect that we're going to come back down and kind of shade it in down here into the 70s.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Looks like it's coming for me.
Which is why instead of having 8 on, I've got 1 on. So XO, listen, I think that was it. So, fading markets is a hard way to make a living. Buying breaks and selling rallies, because eventually it's going to roll you over. Now you're short 1, right? Are you short XO? Are you short 1 mini or 1 micro? Econ Edge Capital. I don't use market profile and I didn't use volume profile since I traded for Stoudemire. Not for any other reason. I mean, if it works for you, like, order flow, is something I'm paying a little bit more attention to just from listening to Leo and the order flow guys. But it's not something I use, not for any other reason, except for the fact that, it's just not what I do. If it works, man, maximize it. If it works for you, know how to maximize it, how to minimize your expenses. All right, 1 micro. So that's, again, when you're trading a 1 lot, it's very difficult to. You have to be. I can't stand trading 1 lots. You have to be right on everything. There's a little bit of Elliott wave ball out. If you haven't figured out, there's a little bit of Elliott wave in my process. There's a little bit of Elliott wave influence, a little bit of volume influence, a little bit of everything influence. But the only thing I really care about is price. Right on. So you enter without a stop loss, but close it immediately if it goes. That's exactly right. So if I buy 86s, I'm already out at 85.75. If I buy 86s and they go 87 bid, then I put in a hard stop. No, Perone, no. Only during RTH when the algorithms are turned on. The HFTs and the algorithms that control the volume and control the price action and control the movement are turned on at 9:30 and turned off at 4 o'clock. It's a tricky question. DC, I don't DC trades, I don't know enough about you to be able to make that determination. And I don't trade funding company money to help you make that determination. Tune in, you know what? Tune in to the show on Friday, DC Trades. I think I see you in the chat quite often. Tune in on Friday and I'll show you how to trade the mini micro spread. I think you can do that with funding company prop, can't you? Holy shit, gold is getting whacked.
Oh yeah.
That's
back to the OR.
Yeah, that's a good spot for it to stop. 41.35 was the high ish, right? That's a good spot for it to stop.
try to get into this NQ trade again.
Oh, Bitcoin's getting whacked again.
A bit spicy.
Bitcoin below session VWAP. I saw Jimmy say that earlier. I'm not really paying attention to session VWAP, but I saw Kags throw that in the chat. Jimmy Kags.
The Bitcoin, ladies and gentlemen.
Isn't that funny the way he says that? The Bitcoin. You know, like my dad.
He's gonna have a complex about it now.
I know. My dad came home one night and said, "Hey, do you guys know a band named Van Heflin?" No. My brother Donnie said, "Van Halen?" Yeah, well, I got you tickets for Van Heflin. And he threw them at us and left. So, you know, like saying like old man things like that. I find myself saying shit like that all the time now. I've become my dad. Well, I'm more like my mother, thank God. Gold, what are my thoughts on gold? In what way? I love gold. Gold is a great trade, but gold swing, God, nobody watches the Friday show. So gold swing was 33.34. Did you just do something?
No, I got stopped out. Still like the trade though. Yeah, gold. I'm still learning this market, but when we got all the volatility that came back in NQ, I just kind of ignored it for a while. So I don't even know. You know, I've lost context from the last week or two.
Gold's swing from a macro standpoint was 33.34. Can anybody can you see my charts again or no? Okay. Let me see if I can go back that far. So me and Jimmy were talking about this going back to summertime and fall. Okay. So 33.34 was gold's major line in the sand right in here, going back to like summertime. And we talked about it a million times. 33.34. Above there, we've got all kinds of macro zones and macro levels. And if you want, I can read them off to you. But above 33.34, the major swing level. And I said this, go back and watch some of the YouTube streams when Jimmy Kaggs and I talked about it on Friday, Capital Preservation Friday, targeted up to 44 even, 43.50 to 44 even. So when we were in Florida, in October, we achieved 44 even. I was long that entire swing, and I covered all of my longs at 43.5. My wife called me on like a Thursday or a Friday night when, you know, and we were all having a good time dancing and having fun and eating food. And she's like, you're flat gold. Flat gold, what are you talking about? Did I get stopped out? No, you fucking idiot. It rallied to 43. My wife manages all my trading accounts. My wife was a clerk on the floor for 18 years. So she keeps me focused on the trade, and she takes care of moving the money in the P&L. So I don't have to worry about, you know, I focus more on my process. She focuses more on the dough, so I don't have to focus on the dough. So she told me, no, you schmuck, you're out, 43.50. The market filled you. Yay! So we celebrated that, and then we stopped at 44 even and then broke. So I don't like fading these bigger moves and these bigger trends, but you know, that completed the swing up to 44 even, completed the swing. Then that brought us back down. The quarterly pivot in gold is 39.80. Okay. That brought us back down to we made a low. Oh, the old quarterly pivot was 39.60. So we got underneath 39.60 in here, tried to break the 39.01 and we held. Okay, once we got back above 39.60, see, crosshairs become handy. Thank you, Kevin, for that. So once you can see, you know, 39.60 right in here, see how that became the major pivot on the downside? Okay, so above 39.60, I want to be long. 40, the levels are 40.05, 40, 20, 40, 80, and 41.40. Today we stopped at 41.35. Close enough. Didn't quite reach 41.40, but this is not an exact science. Not rocket science, but not exact science. I am not long gold because the swing has been completed. I had bids in this week to buy 39.80s, and we didn't get there. We got to 39.97, so I didn't get filled. So I want to be long at 39.83, which is the quarterly pivot. And if I get those, I will take, oh my goodness, where you're breaking. And if I take those, if I get those, I'm going to pay for them at 40.05. I'll take profit of 40.20, add more above 40.20 up to 40.80, add more above 41.80 and take them up to 41.30, 41, well, now 41.35 is the level to pay attention to. That's my thoughts on gold. Did that make any sense, or did I just go through that too fast? Are there any ranges in the day that Perone, these here, look, here's what the ladder rungs look like on a 15-minute candle, on 15-minute candles. So yeah, I mean, I pay attention to these swings. So we're below, as I was saying earlier, if you just wanted to fade this, you sell 03s, you take profit at 88. We got underneath 88, you take profit here at 73. We get underneath 73. Those of you that like to sell rallies, sell them underneath 73. Take those back to 58. Gold is getting fucking killed, man. Something's going on. Gold is getting whacked. There, I'm flat. Gold is getting whacked. Bitcoin getting whacked. Oh God, I got bids in at 85. Oh shit.
Where's Bitcoin trading right now?
89.
Wow.
90, just under 90. Right.
I pay attention to that 0%.
I canceled my 85s. I canceled my 85s. I want to buy Bitcoin between 75,000 and 80,000.
Order filled.
So, hey, Leo, look at how, remember we were trading in the 80s and we talked about
order filled.
How the SPOOs were going to come down and shade in that area in the 70s.
Yep.
Now look at that.
It's almost as if we know a thing or two. Almost.
That makes me happy you said that.
Jury's still out though, you know?
Until we're done trading for active income, the jury is absolutely still out. But it's well said. We know a thing or two about a thing or two. What time are we done, Kev? I got to go to the bathroom.
Well,
Pax,
what?
I got a
Our
question
relief
for you.
is here.
What's up, X-Fight?
May I meet you?
You big schmuck.
Oh my God.
You already met me, handsome. Yes, you can meet me. What's your name? Would you like to buy me a drink? That's hilarious.
What's up, guys?
Hey,
What's up,
Salma.
Salma?
How we doing?
Good. Today was a good day. We get below 58, I might sell them.
Yeah, that was a nasty drop.
I'm
Hey,
trying to get a
listen.
cover at this VWAP right now.
Another point, another couple of points. FOMO doesn't exist. FOMO will destroy you. JOMO you can build on. FOMO will destroy your career. JOMO you can build a career on. The joy of missing out. Also, you cannot catch every wiggle. You cannot catch every move, and do not try to squeeze every last tick out of every trade. Find a process that's consistent, repeatable, and scalable. Live within that process and don't veer from it. Learn how to protect yourself on every single trade, and you just might be here in 20 years. And if you're here in 20 years, then you will catch career-making trades that will put more money into your pocket than what you ever dreamed that you'd make. But you need to survive to thrive. And again, remember, in order to be able to sustain long-term success as a trader, you must be a good lover. In order to sustain success, long-term success as a trader, you must know how to love and to be loved.
Pax, you should just stay with us for the next hour.
He has to pee.
He can go. We'll give him 2 minutes, and you gotta get back on.
I'll hold them around for a while. What are you doing? What are you guys doing? Salma, XY, what do you got going?
Nothing
I'm
now.
short 962s and Q.
Oh, good trade. 962, 962. Let's see.
Wow, good for you.
Yeah, I'm just holding on to one lot right now.
You basically
I missed the
top tick
gold
that.
short. It was
He
super
always does.
clean.
What's funny is I was short from that same level while Pax was talking, and I just took it for like a quick scalp, and I was like, man, Pax is gonna yell at me for selling this top, so I better get out of it.
No, come on. I'm sorry. I was trying to make that case or make the case earlier that you look at. Can you put me back up again, Kevin, real fast? To use these ladder rungs as okay. Am I up there? Okay. So I was trying to make the case earlier that for those of you that are more aggressive and younger, and and again, I've reached my financial goals. So right now it's me catching easy trades. That's it. Okay. At this point in my career, and which means I don't fade the opening range. But Leo and XY and anybody else, you're long from the opening range. You take them ladder rung to ladder rung to ladder rung to ladder rung. When we start coming down through these ladder rungs, you can fade it. Okay, we got above 944 and we stop at 88. I think 988 was the high. We come back down through 944. You can sell them and then back down. What goes up comes down. Ladder rungs. See, they actually look like ladder rungs. One step up to the next step up to the next step up to the next step up. We start coming down through them, then you sell them. And again, your stops are going to be the same. We get through 944, you sell them. We go 944 bid, you get out. We come down to 880, take profit on them. You go through it, sell more. Take them down to 814, you take profit on them, sell more. Here we go, right? I mean, so just because I don't do it anymore, I don't stand it. And also, I've stood in front of more freight trains with bigger size than you guys can imagine. And eventually, it runs you over. You're a dip buyer, you're going to get killed. Remember, 48.82 in the NASDAQ, March of 2000 in NASDAQ took us until 2017 to see that price. How many dip buyers you figure got destroyed in that shit? It'll run you over. But if you're disciplined enough to be able to trade these daily ladder rungs, go ahead and do it. I'm too old to do it.
Yeah, it's not good for the blood pressure and all that for sure.
My blood pressure is lower than yours. I am in very good cardiovascular health because of my AFib. My resting heart rate is 52 beats a minute. At night, it gets below 40.
That's why you're still in the game.
I don't know why the fuck I still do
I'm
this.
flat now on the short.
Still in the game because I want to live. You stop trading, you stop moving forward, you die. You stop moving, you die. Leo Malamed, the man that, like, I can't help but talk about Leo. Leo Malamed, the man who invented all of this, the man who funded, who pushed through the funding for electronic trading, is 95 years old, and that man still trades S&P every day. He hasn't needed money since 1960. Bloomberg Live. Yeah, only put Bloomberg 4-leaf. Only put Bloomberg Live on if you want to take a nap.
Pax.
Well, Pax, I'm ready to go take a nap. So I'm gonna let XY and Salma take the show.
Hey, me too. Today was a great day. Well, not a great day. Today was a good day. Today was a very good day. Made some money.
Friday will be a great day, Pax. It's always a great day on Friday.
Oh yeah. Tomorrow, yeah, and we have. Don't forget NVIDIA earnings later. So I suspect that this is good. We had a great rally out of the OR and the Nasdaq and the S&P. Who knows what it's going to do the rest of the day. We have NVIDIA later, so keep your powder dry, and then non-farm payroll tomorrow. So tomorrow morning, Capital Preservation Friday, 7:30 Central, 8:30 Eastern. I will be back with Jimmy Keggs. Yeah.
Not tomorrow.
No, tomorrow's Thursday. Why do I
Tomorrow's
keep thinking
Thursday.
today's Thursday?
It has been a very long week, so
Yeah,
I'd have to
it
agree
has.
with you.
Isn't that disappointing? That's like waking up at 4 in the morning and thinking you got another hour, and it's really like, you're late.
Have had that experience many times. I hate that.
You ever wake up at like 4 and you think it's 6, and you get up and you take a shower, you get dressed, and you realize, oh God, it's only 4 in the morning.
Yep.
It doesn't take me that long to realize it's too early. I think I just look at the clock and then I'll see it, but I haven't gone enough to actually get ready and realize, hey, yeah, it's too early.
All right, guys. I'm gonna bail out of here. Hope you guys have a great trading session. I'll be in the chat for sure.
I'm out too. I'll stick around if you want me to, but I'll keep my mouth shut. EP Dunk. 66.58's quarterly pivot you can flatten, but if we take out 66.58, sell them with both hands and feet. Sell them into your front end, rejects them. All right, yeah, I'm out too. Salma, trade them up, sister.
Take care. I'm gonna try.
Leo's already XY's already killing it. Well done, XY. You guys are the best. As I said a million times, and I told you, Salma, in our conversation the other night, I am very humble and very proud to be part of all of you guys in the next generation of traders. And everybody in chat, if you have any questions, just go ahead and DM me on Twitter.
Order filled.
Excuse me. If you want to join my group, it's www.thepaxgroup.org. And I do this most days with everybody in my group. So anyway, I'm very grateful to be part of the new generation of traders. It's part of I feel like it's part of my legacy. Everybody kind of worries about, will people come to your funeral? I don't worry about that. My wife is going to have to rent out 2 cathedrals, I hope. I love you all. God bless you all. Sleep with the angels and the saints, and none of us fight alone. Nobody fights alone unless you choose to. I love you all.
See you guys.
See ya.
Take care.
Thanks, chat.
Bye, guys. What's up, XY?
Not much, not much.
That was a great short that you called.
Yeah, I think they trailed me out by like a point, and now they're doing the thing. Definitely a crazy. I was thinking about moving the stop up on that short to give it more room because this 1 hour candle is so insanely bearish that I think we might test this prior week low again because of it. But I
You're
can't
thinking
complain.
NQ, right?
Yeah, NQ.
Talking NQ.
But
yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah, I can't complain about the short for sure. Gold was super clean. I missed this gold short because I was working that NQ short. I was like scaling in, taking it off, scaling in. They kept bidding this area, which was annoying, but in hindsight was a blessing because it padded my P&L a bit so that I can get on like 5 lots eventually.
Yeah.
And it worked a lot better than I thought it would. I'm gonna be honest with you. The only reason I was able to hold 2 past this volume area was because it was just sliding at that point. Kept myself off the covers for a bit, but that trade worked way better than I could have imagined. So can't complain too much about missing the gold. This is super clean. I have this level marked because of a lack of volume up here. As they built it, they kind of consolidated lower. On the way back, I was gauging this area to see if they can trade above this spot and show willingness to trade it, we could continue up, right? As I spotted, or as I noted yesterday, holding here was huge, and then retesting it and holding it. We had that late day like kind of sell, but still, it's a higher hold. Like I said, I think Leo was giving me shit for supposedly keeping him off the offer, which I did not do. But
I think Leo was just trying to find somebody to blame.
But yeah, I mean, at the same time, I was like, it can offer now, but it's just going to hold and rip up even higher because of this spot. And well, it certainly did until I got here. Actually did build volume, which showed me that they did try it, right? This is that line. And as soon as they failed it, they cracked back into the low lower node and failed to get back up top, and the whole thing just collapsed. Super clean. Both markets really gave me the opportunities today. I happened to get it on NQ, but same thing NQ, prior volume structure, coming back into it, right? Just poking this little swing. So two confluences there and stalling and trapping some longs on the way. Take a stab and it just works a lot better than I thought it would. And that's pretty much my day. So
Yeah, that sounds like a great day considering, market just opened up not too long ago. So, good
yeah,
on you.
can't complain. Can't complain. How's your morning going?
I tried to take some GC shorts, but I ended up taking them a little too early. I was trying to go for, so we were like consolidating right here, right below this previous month mid. And I thought, okay, let me try it. I got in, and of course, the candle that I get in on is the one candle that they break above this level. And then, of course, we ended up sliding. I like the fact that buyer stepped in here. What is that? Previous day high and the weekly open. Pretty important level there, I would say. So good to see buyers there. But I did manage to catch. I was tuning into Leo and Pax's segment. So I caught longs at 43 and I ended up actually holding until 97 and then I totally missed a short. That was a beautiful, beautiful short. That was
Yeah, it
it
was
though.
nice.
Yeah, I
Did
think
you
I'm
use
gonna
the 15
wait.
minute at all?
No, so like I kind of off the open, the reason why I got in was because of this hourly trend line hold and it just seems like, we were so oversold since yesterday. And let me see. I'll tell you why I got in. Um, sorry, I'm like all over the place right now. Um, my bad, guys. I just blanked out. But no, so like I just got in because of that hourly trend line hold, and then I did say in the chat. I don't know if you were listening, XY, but um, this is funny that I use this, but Kramer actually said that he said something about we're not even oversold yet, and he is the ultimate inverse. So I was like, no, we're gonna actually push off this open. And yeah, so I tried my luck there and I went super light, unfortunately. But being light was the reason I was able to hold through that many points. So yeah, and then I did have a fib level up here, which is why I exited. I just really wish I caught that short. That was a beautiful short on your end.
Well, I was able to catch a short because I missed the entire long,
Yeah.
um, and waited for that swing, the higher time frame swing. A lot of luck in terms of just getting on at the right time and all that stuff, and it just starting to work. They tried a bunch of times to really buy through it. That's what I was noting on NQ, and it's one of those things where you're at a spot where you can now put on risk, and your risk reward is very much skewed in your favor. That if the trade isn't going to work, so they can definitely have done this little move down, kind of like chop it down and rip up, kind of like what you say like is a bull flag, right? It
Yeah.
could have definitely happened. The point is, what if it doesn't happen, right? There was enough confluences for me, so it was this thing could have easily just kept ripping up, and I would have no short that worked. Yeah, so I see it in chat a lot to go over the trade. It was really that simple. If you look at higher time frame, this is the swing, this is the old volume, and I'm just waiting to see, hey, what do they get for it? Because we've got a long way down. If anyone's looking at the 15 minute, they did. If anyone's seen the playbook, I do like a 3 bar reversal. In the 15 minute, as soon as that painted and closed, that was what convinced me to hold on to 2 lots as a runner. Usually, I mean, I was already 60, 70 points in the trade. I'm going to cover everything but one, but I held two because I saw that and things just worked. Honestly, this. there's no super big brain stuff behind this. Um, Most of your trades developed under the same rationale. All of my trades aren't under the same rationale. I'm not really a mean reversion trader, unless we're at an edge, swing point, right? So this was what I was considering earlier. We made this big move up and we finally pulled back, and I was like, I could just get long here, put the stop under here, and just continue with this. And then I zoomed out again and I was like, wait, no, because this is where it can actually turn. So I was like, let's do nothing. Let's look at gold, which was still pushing up here. So I was like, maybe I'll take a short gold, but then the NQ short set up first. And that was it. So there are questions about my trading. Now I can say stuff like, just go to the playbook. I have one out. It's free. It's on paintingthetape.net, or just go to my Twitter. It's linked in there right in the profile. For now, I do see a lot of questions about Salma's strategy. I think we should definitely spend some time outlining that. You guys have seen enough of me. It's been what feels like a year now.
I think that specific person is just commenting about what I do as far as options and flow, which I won't get into on here. But as far as like my future strat, honestly, it's very simple. I just go on higher time frames. And what I basically do, let me just shut off the indicators. What I basically do is I just mark my fibs from the most recent high to the most recent low, right? So we took from October 10th to this high here at October 29th. And that just gives me my fibs, my most important fibs in this range here. And that was also actually XY. Another reason why I went long was this morning I realized that if they wanted us lower, we would have already broken this fib level here, this 629, and we didn't. And then of course the Kramer tweet. But yeah, and then what else I do is I just go in on the hourly. It's not marked right now, but I do the same thing. I go from my most recent high and low, mark those fibs as well, and then I just create zones where those fibs overlap. So those are these yellow zones here, and then I just remove those hourly fibs just because declutter the chart a little bit for you guys. And then now I know, like, okay, so for example, when we started to come over here at the highs today, this was a zone that I had, and that's why I flattened my longs. And then it also coincided with, previous day high was right up above. I actually saw someone in the chat say, we swept that level by literally a tick. I think it was a tick. Yeah. And then we started to come back down. Dude, I am kicking myself for not catching that short XY because I do the same thing as you. You call it what, the 3 bar?
Yeah, it's like, I think that's what it's called. It's like a 3 bar reversal
Yeah, this
on the
right
15
here.
minute. It was
Yeah.
super nice. Yeah.
I think I like quickly talked about it yesterday on stream. This is something like PAX would get mad at us for if just trying to, time the top or the bottom, but it really does offer like a really great opportunity to try and catch that reversal. And you know what? When you did it this morning, like your risk was very limited because all you had to do was put your stops here at the high, and then just,
Mhm.
if you get stopped out, you get stopped out.
My stop was actually even prior to the high. I got in watching the same spot see insane buying. So every time they would get up to a certain spot, I think it was these 50s, they're buying it with both hands. And every time it just doesn't move. So I actually put my stop right above that. So the high is where we're saying like say the 988s. I was in right above the 70s, just like 72s, because if they were to actually get continuation on that buying, that means they've moved that selling out of the way, and it's just not going to stop. This is a big up move. Do you use an EMA? What's that squiggly line you got?
Yeah, the 9, the 9.
Yeah, so that was another thing I forgot to note. I was willing to initiate those shorts because at the time we were about 100 points from my 9 EMA. I only used a 5 minute. And so there were so many confluences where, okay, even if the the overall direction would be wrong, as in the 90 MA would end up catching the trend again and continue. I've got such a big runway that I can still get paid on this trade and have an opportunity to continue with the trade, which is why, obviously I scale out, like what Pax would say. When you can scale, you can be on the wrong side but still make money. And I say wrong side as in if the day's done what it did, it just ran up. And even if you're getting a 100-point move downside, but it holds, to me, that's not the right direction. It's the right direction for now. And as a scalper, that's pretty much what I play for. That's why I scale out. That's why I scalp that. When I play order flow, when I'm looking at it, the idea is, all right, what are they going to do in the short term? What kind of a runway do I have? And am I willing to hold anything for continuation afterwards? So that 90 MA did give me a lot. If the 90 MA runway was shorter, I would not have initiated that, or I would have just broke even on it, not given it much of a leash, as it would keep testing my entry. So that's one of those things that I do have in common with, price action traders like you and Chris. We all have the 9, and I think we all have the 20.
Yeah. I just used the 9, but yeah, I've used I think it was the 21 in the past, but
Yeah, I have the
I've taken
20,
it off.
but I only use it on a 5-minute time frame, those lines. So it works. It works for me. Like Pax was saying, everyone's got their thing. Order flow doesn't work for him, but it works for some. Squiggly lines don't work for some, but it works for me.
All right. It's funny that you said that. So sometimes like I've been trying to maneuver to higher time frames more. And like that's where I've been focusing, the 30, the hourly. But a morning like today where we just straight out of the gate just pump right nonstop, no red candles, I will go on the 5 minute just to see if, when we started to slowly come back down, I did drop to the 5 minute just to see whether or not buyers would step in at that 90 MA retest, completely failed. And then we continued to drop even more. But that is like a key area for buyers to step in. Even failed on the 15 and the 30. Sheesh. Someone
George
asked,
C2.
sorry, go ahead.
Some guy just said, guys, you are missing the squeeze. I'm not too interested in the squeeze coming off of the short. Honestly, you guys shouldn't really worry about catching every market wiggle. If you've done your work and you've done well, it's okay. But for me, there's so much offer right here at VWAP 750s and 780s that even if it's in my zone right now, it's in a level that I would expect to hold for continuation higher. Even though that it's in there and it's giving a nice rounding out, you can always get long above the 780s and make that move through to back to the 880s again. Like it's not an issue. But for me, I just got off a pretty monster short, so I'm chilling for now.
Yeah, someone asked if I was in a position. I am not. I missed that short, unfortunately.
You missed the short, but you caught the move up. I wouldn't say it's too
I did,
unfortunate.
yeah. I'm gonna sit here and wait, see how this 30-minute candle closes, coming into Euro close as well, and then see if we can basically print something like this and then potentially go back upwards. I'll wait though, since we are below previous week low here. I'll try and be patient.
Omni, good morning, brother.
Order
I hope you
filled.
use my code for the Viore joggers. Can you speak on POC shift? Oh, POC shift is pretty simple. Let's see. So right now the POC is up here. It's because most of the volume was transacted up here. This is where they ran into that supply, right? So naturally, if they're going to try to buy through supply, there's going to be a bunch of volume because there's volume both ways. It's two-sided. A shift means, okay, now let's just say we're trading down here. And if the POC shifts down here, it means now majority of the volume for the day is trading lower. So that would not be bullish in a general sense because volume to us dictates interest. Now, if interest has gone from much higher to much lower, it becomes self-explanatory, right? The market is interested in lower prices versus higher prices prior. So that would be the idea of the POC shift, and then you can apply it vice versa. Unstable Genius, I'm glad you found some value in the playbook. I think that was one of the crucial things for me too. That specific section. It was a hard thing to get over, and I think that goes for everyone. It's a hard thing to get over in their trading where there's a difference between, okay, now I'm at a key area, key level area of interest, versus actually getting a setup to trade off of. A lot of people are like, oh, it's in my area, I'm just going to trade it. And I found in my own trading that there is a huge difference between taking a trade because it's in your spot versus the market giving you some sort of setup, because the setup helps me to address the risk factor. And it's always worked out better for me that way. And if I don't do it that way, I end up most commonly or most often just regretting not waiting for it. So one day I was just like, we've got to just wait for it. The trades, they will come and they will go, but they will keep coming. Thesis on the short, super simple, actually. Let me show you. We have a swing, and just above the swing is majority volume of the session that actually led to a break lower. So first time back, just see what they do. They're going to get continuation or not. And if they don't, well, give me some risk structure and we'll take this down, because this move up was largely uncontested, right? If you look at even the tape right here, there was no one that was really willing to sell. So what happens if the market decides now they're willing to sell these prices? It moved up on really thin volume, super thin. It looks like this now because we traded back down. But what if the market decided, okay, if we're not going to go higher and everyone sees it, now they're willing to offer these prices. Could it be different? And clearly it was, because every bounce was weaker and weaker and weaker, and the tape never stopped. If anyone's looking at a footprint or any order flow, you look at the tape during this little consolidation down, it's very negative. It's extremely negative. So those are some confluences. We are 100 points from the 9 EMA, which I use. A lot of confluences. Yeah, so that was my short EMA and 5-minute only. So I would want to add that. I only use the EMA on a 5-minute, and it's because I started trading on the 5-minute and I had the EMA and I got used to working around it. So it's going to stay on my charts forever.
Yeah, it's like one of the first things I learned as well. It's one of those, I guess every rising trader starts with the EMAs.
Omni, yeah, it's expensive, honestly, Viore. I never buy a full price though, so I get away with that. Yeah, David. So, yep, losing the node is very huge. It was a big confirmation. And if they lose the node and they don't find a bid still, the idea was the thin volume is not going to get filled out. And you can't even tell it was thin volume anymore. So, both the 9 and the 20, yep, yes. Would you be worried about the tape so negative at the top and unstable? Yeah, if the tape was super negative at the top, but it's not leading to any lower prices, or it's not able to stop price from advertising higher, that negative tape is about to propel the market probably 100 points higher. It's always about who's putting in the effort and what are they getting for it. So you can see here in NQ, they actually stopped getting any upside continuation, and the tape just remained negative. And as it broke, it just lower highs, lower highs, lower highs.
It is good to note that there are a lot of things happening today, and so, we had two great moves on the day already, and it's not even the afternoon. So it wouldn't be the craziest thing in the world if we chopped up a bit like for the next couple of hours. We have Nvidia earnings after hours. We have FOMC minutes around 2:30-ish. So market is looking for a lot of different things at once, and we could just be range bound for a little bit. Keep
Trump
that
is
in mind.
scheduled for 45 minutes from now, it looks like.
He'll be 45 minutes late, so make that an hour and a half.
So he's gonna show up after FOMC and try to take its shine.
Usually how it goes, but this is FOMC minutes, so it's like
Just
just
data.
about, yeah, it's just about the last meeting. I don't think the market will really, it won't have the same effect as actual FOMC,
Yeah, the
but
headliner's not there.
but we still do look for that.
It's not too often that you get the market making just such drastic decisions prior to the minutes, even. So
Yeah.
today, if you're on the right side, it's a blessing for sure. But yeah, she makes a really good point too, guys, that the market has made some decisions, and I think I harp on this a lot. When the market's made so many choices, it's got its answers, and the likelihood of it continuing to make choices such as these, opportunistic decisions, it definitely falls off. So something to be mindful of.
Yeah, because I see a few people, saying they don't want to wrench trade, yada yada yada. Like, just you don't have to take a trade.
Mhm.
Like XY was talking about not too long ago, wait for your setup to show up, right? Because if you just rush it, you will end up regretting it. We've all been there. Euro just closed, so let's see what happens here.
Sorry if this was covered already, but did that short qualify as a dead body setup? It does. It does. It was really heavy up top. It was a good swing and super thin below. So it was like, yeah, it's one of those, hey, don't look down because, and then takes off. So yeah, it does qualify. It has to be that specific parameter where there's very little support downside, which is seen through volume. But that does take me to a pretty good question someone has. Logan asks, how does it move without volume? The long earlier, how did it move without volume? So in my lens, the market moves like this without the volume build because no one was willing to step in the way on the offer side. So if that's the case, the market really has one job, and it's to match the buyers and the sellers. And if there's all this interest on the buy side, but not enough sell interest, it has to keep going to find the sell interest. So what you're seeing is as the market's ripping, no one's really willing to offer these prices. And so the market's going to keep going. And the volume is thin because it's one-sided tape. It's just bid. No one's there to step in front of it. And then you hit this spot where finally they find, it's obviously the swings, so and so, blah, blah, blah. Could be a million things on your chart. But finally they find that, and the market made the decision that, hey, look, there's not enough interest to actually buy through this spot still. There's supply that outweighs the offer, outweighs the bid. So now on the way down, anyone who wants to sell higher, well, now you're going to see this and be like, well, I can't get my offers in. If you want to offer the market, you're going to have to offer it lower. And finally, the offer starts to present itself, and now the buying really gets tested because on the way up, super thin, no offer really, right? They wanted to offer in this range. And so now if you want to offer, you got to offer here. And now the buying gets tested and the market is showing, well, there's just not enough buying to sustain this right now. And late buyers with the dead body is contextually built on late buyers not getting rewarded. And that's the volume build. The volume build is two-sided tape. Two-sided tape means there's buying in there. Now, the bigger the volume, the more drastic the move. If you go back to it and look at the build, it's really thick up top and super thin on the bottom, which means a lot of buying could be at risk if the market were to liquidate. And as the market liquidates, sellers are selling and buyers are selling. So it's like double barrel selling, which gives you this kind of reaction. So that's long-winded way of explaining things, but I'm an auction market theory trader, and that is the lens that I operate in. So hopefully that answers your question. It's a good question, Logan.
That was great. That was actually a really good explanation.
Champ approved, guys.
Oh my
Please
God.
refer to
I'm
her
like,
as the
who's
champ.
champ?
She's the champ.
No. That was so much fun. That was actually, no, it really was. Like, we ended stream and I was like, okay, what now? What do I do now?
You hold the
Uh,
belt until the next time. That's what you do.
when do we know when the next time is, or is that like just once a year?
Oh no, they never tell me anything.
That's funny. Yeah, someone said you're the champ for explaining patiently. Not only did he explain it patiently, but he explained it thoroughly, guys. And like for the third time.
I know. As
This is
people
his.
trickle in, it's like, hey,
Yeah.
how did you do that? Or what was that?
You know
Yeah,
what? I may want to take a stab at longs here.
this could be a high or low hold. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I might just.
Order
Uh,
filled.
I don't know.
That's the game. It's always, you can give this long explanation of why a setup might be good, and then in the end, you're just like, yeah, but
Order
I don't know.
filled.
Yeah, it's like.
No one ever knows.
All right, I'm gonna do it. And of course, as soon as I get in,
There's a really pissed off offer that just came in when you got in.
dude, as soon as I got in,
They're watching you. They know who the champ is. They know who to watch.
MMs, please leave the stream.
Please.
Dude, yeah, they're gonna stop me out. Well, that's not cool. Guys, which one of you jinxed me?
All of them.
Damn. If we make a new low here, I'm getting out. And I'm out.
That last 1 hour candle was just brutal, honestly.
Guys, that was a great easy L. I should have inversed myself there. As soon as I got in, it's like I swear they knew.
Every trader has those thoughts. It's like, I should have just inversed myself there.
Yeah, I would
Like a
have made
natural
500
progression.
bucks. Easy. And then I get out and they start buying it up. Just can't make this up, guys.
Skill trading asks, on my journey, strategy development, did I ever focus on performance stats like expectancy to make a turn to consistently profitable? You have to. You have to be data driven especially in the beginning stages, the earlier stages. And I am here with this really wonky trading style that you guys see in the playbook. Like it's just so many things put together, not just purely order flow or price action. It's because I spent the time to try out, I shit you guys not, everything. Everything not named moon cycles or Elliott wave, I have given it a shot. And through doing all that, I'm finding, hey, this works for me. This doesn't work for me. This works for me. This doesn't work for me. But you can only know those things by tracking those things too. So that's very crucial. Where did I learn auction market theory? Can you recommend a good auction market theory tutorial? It actually is very hard. The information on that is extremely scarce compared to things like supply, demand, and price action. But I made a playbook for you guys. I melted down my entire brain and remolded it into a playbook. I will say it's not like order flow for dummies, but it could be auction market theory for dummies. Check it out. You might get something from it. I hope you do. I can't say it's like beginner friendly, like order flow beginner friendly, but
Order filled.
it contains literally all of my knowledge in there in a framework that works and worked for me. So it might not be good for you, might be detrimental to you. For me, it's good.
Stop
Check
filled.
it out. If you like it, I'm glad. If you hate it, don't come at me for it because it's free.
How long is it?
It's just text. It's a few pages of text, images, screenshots for examples, some GIFs for the DOM.
All right, cool. Maybe I'll check it out. I don't do very, very well with these long, whatever, books, PDFs.
Yeah, no,
TikTok
they're just
brain
like
is
excerpts,
real.
sectioned excerpts. So I did it that way so that people can easily refer back and forth. If it was like say a video thing, it's really hard to refer back and forth in videos and you're like, okay, what timestamp was that section and so and so. So I decided to make it a text thing and my brain just fried. Like it fried itself on a daily basis as I'm making it. Never realized how hard it would be. Um, yeah, hit up for a chat. It's on my X. It's linked on the profile. And hit up paintingthetape.net. You will find some stuff there. And I'll be adding stuff as it goes. So you don't see the link. Uh it should be there. If not, go to my XYZ trades and
Order filled.
it's like literally at the top and it's pinned a link.
There you go. They pinned it in the chat.
Thanks, production. Yeah, but all in all, guys, it's a million ways to make money in this game. You can do literally nothing of what I do and make plenty.
Stop
I
filled.
mean, look at the
Yeah.
champ. She has her
Stop.
own way
filled.
of trading, and she's champ.
Just gonna sip
Undisputed.
my water.
Yeah, you see it all. You see it in all the segments here, guys. Every day is a different trader, and it's always something different, but it works. So, and I get a lot of questions like, "Oh, do you have to master the DOM to?" No, you don't have to. Absolutely not. There's a million inputs on order flow that you can use.
Yeah, I wanted to piggyback off what you were saying before
Stop
about how like you
filled.
tried everything and then you came across what finally worked for you. It's just very important to note, guys, like when you are out there trying these different strategies, give it time. Don't just like take one trade with a strat and you take a loss and then you think, okay, the strategy sucks and then you move on. Give it time to actually, because it works, right? It works for a certain amount of people. Um, just because it doesn't work once or twice doesn't mean that it's a bad strategy. I see a lot of new traders just hopping from strat to strat, and that's like one of the things that is delaying their, I don't want to say success, but delaying, I guess, yeah, let's just say success. It's delaying their success because they're not willing to give something enough time for it to pan out. How long to cut a strategy in testing phase? I wouldn't give like an actual, I wouldn't say like 3 months on a strategy or anything like that, but I guess you would know in your heart of hearts, like if you actually gave something a shot, or if you're just, you just want to say you did it just to say you did it.
There's a question. You mean we can integrate different skills and strategies that suit our trading behavior instead of just focusing on learning one strategy, right? Absolutely, because there are so many strategies out there that actually work. And I think most strategies work.
Yeah.
The game is risk-based. You learn how to manage risk, you'll do well. But they just didn't work for me. And I had to find ways that worked for me. So one good example is how Pax would say, "Hey, I never trail. I don't believe in trailing. Trailing doesn't make sense." For me, it is a thing that I do and something that I'll continue to do. Some traders like break-even stops. Some say it's the dumbest thing they've ever seen, right? Never trade P&L. I have P&L open on my screen as I'm trading, as I'm in a trade, and I need it. And it just works for me. And without it, I end up looking at it anyway. So strengths and weaknesses, it's going to take time when you try a million things to identify too. You think you know who you are until you start trading. Then you start to learn real strengths and weaknesses, and you have to work around them. And then from there, your edge, your strategy, everything as a whole just completely molds itself. And then it's going to look totally different from what you thought it would be. So, yeah, there's learning a strategy is maybe like a 20% component. The other 80 is, all right, which things work for me and which don't. And it's going to be different for everybody. I think I start the playbook saying these are what works for me. It might not work for you, or it might even be detrimental to you. So keep it in mind. Um, yeah.
Yeah, I would have to agree with that. Another thing is the type of trader that you end up becoming also has everything to do with who you are. So, like for example, Pax is like, a very prominent figure in the trading community. He's someone you should look up to, someone you should try and emulate. But you need to also remember, like, you might not have the same characteristics that he does, right? So you might be someone who's better at scalping just based off of who you are as a person, right? Versus someone who might be a little bit more patient. They like to take, longer day trades. They like to be in a trade for hours or days. So everything, guys, everything in trading is subjective, really. It just comes down to who you are as an individual. And the longer you are in this career, the more you'll figure out about yourself and the type of trader that you want to become.
You have to be patient with yourself too. So I
Yeah.
have buddies, the personal buddies that trade, and they would get really down on themselves, which we all do, right? Especially if you're like competitive in nature or you demand some sort of proficiency out of yourself. But in this game, uh, the game does not reward trying to run through a wall with high expectations. You have to give yourself the time, the room to grow, and be patient with that entire process. And don't compare. You will destroy yourself if you do so. No one's journey is the same. No one's starting point is the same. I think that's something that's very important to note. Um, by the way, who's the user? Robert Burgoyne. I'm sorry if I'm saying it wrong, but I think that is the biggest compliment in my trading that I've ever gotten. So I appreciate that.
What do you
I don't know
say?
if you're still here. Um, he said, I read the two classic auction market theory authors' books. Watching XY speak and trade is better than their books. Maybe get NT or YouTube to call out XY's best online educational and trading sessions. I
That's
mean, yeah,
nice.
those are key books. Everyone who trades auction market theory is well aware of those books. But yes, I do try my best to simplify things. Sometimes I'm going on rants. Sometimes it's concise. You never know what you're gonna get.
Okay, Forrest Gump. I knew
Box of
you were going with
chocolates.
that. Yeah.
That's what keeps it interesting.
Guys, look at them buying this up after they took me out. Oh, whatever. Um,
Meanwhile,
someone
gold is
said
just
something,
dying.
someone said something actually really good. Also remember that even if you do everything right, you're still going to get a negative result. It's all a matter of probability variance. Yeah, 100%. Guys, you need to be okay with losing because not every single trade is going to be a winner. And if you think you're the exception to the rule, boy, oh boy, do I have news for you. Market will humble you the first chance it gets. But I do think here we could get, bought up here. Let's see. Yeah, this is looking good.
Big K videos. This is a leg to leg delta profile that resets based on rotation settings. If you want it, you can go to orderflowlabs.com. It is in their suite of tools. So Chad is like super bullish from this area in the
Yeah, this is a
last
good,
half an
this is
hour.
honestly a really good area to long. Remember guys, earlier I said that I marked my fibs on the hourly, but then I erased them after I marked my zones. So the top of this zone here at 643 was a fib level, and we wicked right off. It's just a matter of whether or not buyers actually step in here with strength. It's looking good though. It looks good as long as 643 holds.
XY is my dominant OFL. My older one is the older version, which is still pretty much kind of the same. We're working with NinjaTrader right now, still on on the Dom. I think Leo's making pretty good progress with them. So hopefully not too long from now, you'll see me using a Dom on here. I really hope so. I really hope so. If there is enough interest, I will share my book, including the Dom on painting the tape for you guys for free. So that you guys can just
They
whip it
have
out.
they have to like the stream first.
You gotta
Right?
like the stream.
Yeah,
Yes.
guys.
I mean, yes, I haven't charged for anything yet because I'm running on likes, you know.
We're at 570 now. If we can get to what's the number XY?
Honestly, I haven't been on the mornings enough to know what
Yeah, I don't know either.
I'm on the West Coast. I just
Well, we
see
have
at the end of it if Jim lets me go home or not. There
Jim
it
said
is.
a
Jim's in
lot
the chat
more.
a lot.
We have 900 people watching and only 570 likes. I think we can do better than that, guys. It takes 2 seconds. But to answer some questions in the chat, someone said, "What fib levels do I use?" Here you go. I'll just pull it up for you, and you can. These are the ones that are checked off are the ones that I use. You guys can screenshot that. And then someone else asked, "What are the ones underneath my candles?" That just tells me that that candle is an inside bar. So on whatever time frame we're on. So I'm on the 15. This is an inside bar, which is it means that it didn't take the high or the low of the previous candle. It's basically sitting inside of that last previous candle. Hope that makes sense.
Hmm.
I know Sarah uses this is basically guys part of the strat. So if you use the strat, you'd know. You hate fibs? Yeah, fibs aren't for everyone, but I've found success in them.
Jim has taken XYZ. Yeah, it's dark on my stream all the time because I'm actually just stuck in Jim's basement. He built me a little like a streaming background, so he promised
Blink
me one day
twice
I'll
if you
get to
need
go home.
help.
He said I'd get to go home one day. I believe it.
Blink twice if you need help. Oh my god. Guys, Jim said 1,000 likes on the stream and XY will be released. I'll be
What's up,
back.
Artie? Good morning.
You know what's not fair, XY?
Hmm.
Like ever since we got on stream, we've just been
Oh, you'll get
it's
used to
been
that.
it's been a slow grind down. It hasn't even given you like a proper entry.
You get used to it. You
It's
get
not
used to
fair.
it. They seem to do that, definitely.
Telling you, MMs are in the chat.
XY sounds a lot like T-Traits. I don't think so. I cosplayed him a couple weeks ago. Do you guys trade in NT? This is literally NT platform right now.
I use TradingView, but I'm connected to Tradeovate, so
Someone's still
um
holding a runner NQ short. Wow.
guys, we're at 666 likes.
Oh, sorry, Eric. It flew over my head. Man, dude, you're the same one that's we've been DMing, right? That you asked me about the Dom stuff or something like that. Yeah, I gotta figure I'm like super busy these days. But I do want to do something for the community, where people can just pick my brain all together for maybe a half an hour or an hour. I just don't know where I would do that at. I think Tracy suggested I do it like on a Twitter Spaces or something. Um, I would do it in a Discord, but I don't know that I want to manage a bunch of crazy people in a
It's easy
Discord.
and fun. You should do it, XY.
What's easier
Managing a bunch of crazy people. It'll be good.
in the Discord? Only
Yeah.
if you come in and help me.
If you teach me what Discord even is, I'd be happy to.
Oh my God, Discord is an awesome platform.
Has to be
Sometimes
moderated.
it takes a while to teach an old dog a new trick, but good job, you guys, this afternoon. It's awesome.
Thanks,
Thanks,
Jim.
thanks.
So we do have a meeting though after Thanksgiving for the acceptable minimal like committee. I'm the chairman of that. AML for short. We're at 669 today. We're gonna look at that and
What's
think
the
about it.
standard? What's the standard for the morning?
Well, you know, that 700 number is definitely within reach. I don't, but I'm thinking of it in terms of percentages, right? So we're at about 60% of the viewership right now. I think it might be a percentage-based formula after the next committee meeting.
Hey, Tracy offered to help. I might have to take you up on that if you're willing.
I think we can get 700 in the next minute.
All right.
Come on, guys. It
I'm gonna hit
literally
my
is,
refresh button. See what we
it takes
got.
a second.
Where are we at? Are we close to
688.
700?
We're 12 away.
Ooh, guys, please, I
And
haven't seen
actually,
my
quit
family in
pounding on the
months.
ceiling. All right.
I haven't
Just
seen my family in months, guys. Get me
Jim.
there.
quit pounding on the ceiling. You'll get lunch. Don't worry.
Oh my God, there's someone on stream right now who actually believes this.
7-Eleven. All
We're
right.
calling
Good
911.
job. In all seriousness, this is for sure the best. The Illustrator Live community is the best one I've been involved in. I've been involved in these online communities and the webinars and the streams for, I don't know, ever since WebEx came out in 2001. So it's been a lot of experience under my belt, and this is the best community by far. Everyone tries to help each other out. Everybody's super cool. The interaction, the questions is so positive. You know, our whole mission here is to try to help each other get better, right? High tides lift all boats. So I'm just super pumped up. Anyway,
Chris knows what to do. Always hit the like odd amounts of numbers, not even.
there you go. There you go. In any event, great to see you guys. I don't even know who's on this afternoon. Oh, you know who's on this afternoon?
Oh, Tanya and
Oh yeah, we've
Jade.
got some superstars.
Yes, Tanya and Jade Camp, and then after that we have the NVIDIA announcement. And I don't know if it's close to 405-ish. Maybe I'll talk these guys into staying on, and we'll look at some price action after that for the highly anticipated NVIDIA. So looking forward to this afternoon for sure. In the meantime, guys, thank you so much. Thank you, XY. Thank you, Selma. Loved having you on the stream. I'm going to do a really quick edge report,
Thanks,
and then we're
Jim.
going to go to lunch.
Thanks, Jim. Thanks, chat.
Take care.
I'm on it. Mission control. Sorry about that. All right, we're good to go. All right, let's start with gold. Interesting day today in gold. You know, the volume profile is not that great. We have a triple distribution. The point of control officially is up here at 40, well, it's 41.14 even. And then we have this second cluster below it after this kind of volume deficit. I'll call it volume deficit, low volume node, or whatever the young kids call it. But we have volume building up again at just south of 40.95, and then nothing. But overnight we also had this other volume node which we can't completely ignore because we actually the last two 30-minute candles we traded there, and that's at 40.73. Now we haven't broke through session lows yet. We haven't tagged that JAX2 here at 60.50. So we're still kind of waiting for that possibility. And we might not have it, right? We might be anticipatory for the NVIDIA. All these markets are kind of in the same boat right now. So if that's the case, and we are kind of range bound today, I want to look at these volume nodes as destinations, possible destinations in gold. We're pretty far below VWAP right now, though, and it is 1, 2, 3 lower highs, and then 1, 2, 3 lower lows. So, maybe we're just going to settle here and start developing a competing point of control right where we're trading at right now, 40.73. So we'll see. Anything could happen for sure. And remember, a lot of times we get some folks that think they know what NVIDIA is going to say, and boom, you get some weird market movement here. So be careful with that. Oops, sorry about that. This guy goes over here. Let's shoot over to the even S&P really quick. I know we talked about this a lot today, but we're going to just kind of throw it up real quick again. Intraday only, 30-minute candle. We do have that second distribution way up here at 69.96, but that only lasted for two 30-minute candles, not even that long, to be honest with you. We did get a bunch of volume here as well. And, this is keen resistance right now. JAX2, 67.70. Sellers just rejected any kind of penetration above that. And we are kind of settling back down to the official point of control, which is the right there. What's that? 55.25. So we're kind of trading right around that. We have not had an initial balance breakout today. And again, if we're anticipatory because of the NVIDIA announcement later on today, maybe we will stay within that range. I don't know. It's rare when we do on a Wednesday. You can go to edgefull.com and you could run the stats for Wednesdays for the E-mini S&P. Remember, I'm tracking a 30-minute candle. A 30-minute close above or below is a relatively high percentage, but not today. We're kind of right there in the middle. Should we get a break to the downside? We do have JAX4, and that's really nicely framing the bottom of the conversation. And this is a gamma level, gamma exposure 4, it's called. It's not a minor level, it's a pretty good level. And I'll just kind of draw that rectangle here. We have not had a candle close below that JAX4. And then below that, a nice even number at 6,600, a JAX1. So a lot of possible destinations to the downside. And on the upside, that one-day max, keep an eye on that. It is south of that 67.20. So that's the E-mini S&P. That's this morning's late edge report. I do appreciate everybody being here with us today on Ninja Trader Live. Everything I said a couple of minutes ago is so true. Looking forward to Jade Cap and Tiny Trades trading the close this afternoon. And of course, you'll hear from Shai again and myself. So in the meantime, have a nice, relaxing lunch. Look forward to seeing you soon.
too far away from gold.
Order filled. Stop filled.
Hey man, where's my van at? Right here, number 10. Right here. Oh, nice. Hell yeah. All right. Second time with the Rivian van. Awesome. I wish this door just automatically opens up.
Yeah, I know.
But I guess maybe. Now I know how to open the middle door, because last time nobody showed me that.
Hit twice,
yeah.
huh?
Wait, did you know that this is actually a charger?
Is it really?
Yeah, if you have the your phone with the magnetic, you put it here.
MagSafe.
Yeah, it's charged for you. And, what's the name? Showed me how to do it. But I don't think our phone is matched yet.
No.
And it's open the back.
And then they got ports right here. You notice, like up here, more ports.
What do you mean?
Chargers.
Oh, that's good to know. I did not know that.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, traders. Welcome to Ninja Trader Live. I'm Tracy Schuchart, senior economist, and we've got a lot to cover in a very short amount of time. So we did have an announcement from the BLS. There seemed to be a lot of confusion about the release schedule, so I'm going to go over this so everybody is clear. So the BLS non-farm will be released. The September numbers will be released tomorrow, that we already know. Now, there is going to be no October report, and the November report will be on December 16th. That said, that is after the FOMC meeting. That's December 9th through 10th. So markets got a little spooked on that, as we're literally only going to have September data before we have the next Fed meeting, and people are afraid that lacking high quality data is going to make this decision harder. And with the more recent hawkish Fed comments, we may not get a cut. In fact, we saw a wave of sellers in the Fed funds future emerge right after this news, and probability of a rate cut went to 33% from just over 40. So traders have pared back bets on that. Again, we will get the September number tomorrow, but again, delayed. Then we had the Fed minutes come out. The Fed minutes showed a divide over October cut, which we already knew because we had a dissent in there, and cast doubt about December. Many Fed officials said it would likely be appropriate to keep interest rates ready for the remainder of 2025. Several participants said another rate cut could very well be appropriate in December if the economy evolved about as they had expected before the next meeting. And many participants suggested that under the economic outlook, it would likely be appropriate to keep the target range unchanged. And in the hierarchy of this many and several, there's many, several, and most. So many falls in the middle, several's at the lower end, and then most is above. So very divided at that. But we did have short-term bond yields jump on the release of those minutes. Markets were little changed on that. There was a bigger reaction to the BLS news that came out earlier. The Treasury auction was lackluster. We had a 20-year Treasury auction. I'll give it a C minus. There wasn't really much of a concession on the day for the 20 years refunding auction, which is perhaps a testament to some of the signs of risk aversion out there. We know that traders have been averse to the long end, so this wasn't particularly surprising. Then we have Kraken files for the IPO, filing an $800 million raise. So Kraken filed to go public on Wednesday. The cryptocurrency exchange said just hours after announcing a massive funding round valuing the company at $20 billion with a B. The company said it had confidently submitted a draft S-1 registration form with the SEC. It has not determined the number of shares it plans to offer, nor the anticipated price range for those shares, and the IPO will take place as soon as the SEC completes the review process. So congratulations, Kraken. Then we'll just end it with some fun notes. So we had the U.S. Saudi investment forum is going on right now, and of course we had Trump speaking there. And of course, he brought up Powell. So Trump says he wants to fire Powell. He said Powell should be sued over Fed construction costs. He called him grossly incompetent. And then he said that he's going to fire Bessent if rates aren't lowered. Jokingly, sort of. But he said the only thing Scott's blowing it on is the Fed, Trump said at the Saudi investment event. He said, rates are too high, Scott, and if you don't get it fixed fast, I'm going to fire your ass, okay? So there you have it on that one. I'm not sure why he was talking about this at the U.S. Saudi investment forum, but, you know, it's Trump, I guess. And then the best for the last. Elon Musk says that work is going to become optional. He was speaking at this same event. He said, he said AI and robotics are going to make everybody wealthy and eliminate poverty, and working will become optional. So there you go. We may or may not have to work ever again, and AI and robotics will take over. And with that, I will hand it to Jimmy for an Edge report.
Thank you, Shai. That's great news about the future. That means Martini o'clock will start in the morning. So I'm all for the robots taking over. Let's take a look at the Bitcoin right now. We are selling off, obviously. And this is a downward sloping trend channel. It's pretty, I'll use the word caustic because it really, really is. I mean, we're at 88,000 right now, 88,880 to be exact. Right next to, remember our guest this morning, DCP, Donnie was calling out this level as well, and we hit it perfectly so far today. But there's no buyers in sight here. And remember, we have a long-term double bottom brewing here. You can call it a triple bottom if you want. Going on, I talked about this morning, March 11th lows, then we have the April 10th lows. Drag that purple or plum colored rectangle all the way around, and you're going to get a target around that 78,000 number if this continues to be go in the direction it looks like it's going to continue to go on. MACD is just about on my keyboard right now. Intraday, we lost VWAP in the rearview mirror pretty much at 10 to 10:30 candle. These are 30-minute candles. And just kept this sell-off going all day long. We sold through S1, previous session's lows, forget about it. I don't even know if I have any targets down here. I mean, we have to go down to S2 to get our next target, which is 87,230, and below that it's nothing until you get to S3, and that's very rare event that would happen today, but 82,560. So it looks like it's starting to settle down here. All the volume's pretty much north of the price at this point. Any kind of move back to the upside, maybe you get back to that one day, that put support level at 90,000 or that one-day min. But right now, gamma negative. This is gaining velocity on the downside. Let's shoot over to the E-mini S&P real quick, take a peek at that. Let me get my mouse moving in the right direction here. So, wow. Look at that. We've come a long way, baby, in the E-mini S&P. Double bottom right now. I have this area from this gap to the lows that we saw back here in the middle of October to yesterday's low wick, right? Just north of that 6,600 even level. We're pretty close to it right now. We're at 6,631. This is a pretty ugly candle today. Look at how big the wick is. Let me open this up a little bit better so we can see it. This is a huge wick at the top side. Sellers just totally dominated everybody else. We have a doji right now. In other words, we're not making any traction on the upside. So this is pretty negative. We're below that 66.58 PAX quarterly pivot level, suggesting sellers are in charge big time. Going to the intraday chart. We had a little bit of optimism early today, but forget about it. We broke through VWAP pretty decisively, 11:30 candle, and pretty much stayed below it. Now we had a really nice VWAP touch here. Let me see if I can highlight this a little bit better. Bear with me for a second. I'm going to get my spotlight on. So right up here, right? So these are VWAP touches. When price is trading below VWAP and we kind of rally back up to test the VWAP fails. If you look at this at a 10-minute chart, it looks a lot better, but the VWAP kind of holds and telling us, hey, sellers are still in charge. A lot of folks like to look for that touch and then try to get short. And it would have, past performance not indicative of future results, but in this case, it would have been a good trade. We broke back down past that point of control. We have Jack's 4 at support right now, but again, I don't know. We have a lot of wicks in that area throughout the whole entire session, notably this one right here at 1 o'clock, but we do have targets on the downside. We have that Jack's 1 at 6,600, below that previous session's lows, well within target, and then S1 a little bit below that at 78.5. So those targets, I think they're more likely than the targets on the upside. but there are some targets on the upside. Really, the other thing that just happened, which is important, is we did have a single break of the initial balance finally by candle close on a 30-minute candle. Again, that's pretty bearish as well. So I don't know. Maybe if we're lucky, we get back up to that point of control. I could be wrong on this. This is my opinion. And then we could have another VWAP touch. Who knows? It's 66.60. Other than that, well, all the markets are pretty much moving. Crude is still no man's land. Treasury bonds is the most interesting market, even though it hasn't really done that much. And I'll briefly tell you why. It's not reacting to all the excitement. It's really not. I mean, we're sitting here tracking a mid to high 116 handle, and we've been trading this every single candle, every single day, pretty much in this consolidation range. The bottom is at 116.13, and the top is at 117.17. So this is market happiness right now with respect to interest rates and with respect to inflation and with respect to everything until we get some data right here. I'm looking for this to react one way or the other. Break out, break up. We haven't seen that in many, many days in the Treasury bonds. So yields are pretty sticky there. All right, that is this afternoon's Edge Report, and we are ready to trade the close. We have Tiny Trades with us and Jade Cap. We're rocking pink and green today. How you guys doing?
Great.
Good. How are you?
Pretty good. Exhausting day, man. I don't know if you guys are exhausted or ready to go.
Always exhausted.
Markets have large ranges now, so even just watching those candlesticks print and like is exhausting.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I think you had to probably size down the last couple weeks at least.
Totally.
Yeah, and you're rocking the Ninja Trader swag baseball cap, Tanya. I love that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Very fashionable today. Jade, what does your hat say?
Tiger Wear.
Tiger.
Paintball company.
All right.
Yep.
There you go. Are you a paintball guy?
Yeah. Like competitively. I
Really?
was just at World Cup in Orlando over the weekend.
So that's when you're like hiding behind walls and trees and stuff and you're shooting each other with
Not so much
paintballs.
trees. It's like on a regulated field with like inflatable bunkers. Pretty intense. We'll get the Ninja Trader team out there sometime.
Oh, I would lose
Nah,
that.
get
If you're up
bruises
for
and
it.
that, right? I bruise easily. I can't do that.
I would be tagged out immediately. And I'd be hanging out with Tanya, vlogging it. We could vlog it, Tanya.
Yeah, no problem. I'll be the
No.
personality hire for the paintball. We'll watch you, Jade Cap. Hopefully your paintball is better than your golf game.
Oh boy.
Uh-oh, there we go.
Comes the smack talk.
So later on today, we have NVIDIA coming out. If it does come out pretty quick, maybe we'll stick around a minute or so just to see what the reaction is when that comes out. But it's widely anticipated. With that anticipation in mind, guys, just let's start with you, Tanya. What are you thinking about going into this afternoon?
Yeah, I mean, we had that pop up and failure. We had buy side to get taken, and yeah, like you said, we're hanging on by a thread right now. The question is just, are we gonna get to that session low or previous day low? Or are we consolidating until the jobs report tomorrow? But generally, I have been saying since last week, I'm putting my bear hat on, and so here it is, everybody.
Oh my God.
Got my bear hat on. And I'm only like pretty much looking for shorts for the next couple weeks. I mean, if there is long retracement trades, I'd rather just miss those and prep for some intraday shorts.
That's quite a statement and quite a fashion look. I don't know which one I like better, that or the Ninja Cap. Jade, what are you thinking for this afternoon?
Yeah, likewise. I mean, we got a nice run higher over at least at the open, but we really only took out yesterday's high and then have since traded lower. So I think if we stay below probably 24,750, that is probably going to go lower. I did have targets down here at 24,400. Obviously, I didn't take advantage of it just because I've been traveling. I usually don't trade a whole lot going into the end of the year. But with the way the market's moving right now, I could definitely see us maybe getting back under 24K, as long as maybe we protect the high from earlier today. If not, maybe we'll turn around and take out some of this buy side liquidity. But the way that these daily candles are moving right now, we just haven't been able to catch a real bid, at least this current week. So I could definitely see us trading lower. And, I think if we get below 24, 150. It kind of opens the door for 23,268. And I think just from a higher time frame perspective, these markets could retrace even deeper, maybe down to 22K before getting some type of bounce. But yeah, I think right now the markets, in my opinion, has already made its move throughout the year. So it'll be interesting to see, kind of how this yearly candle closes up. I just personally think that a lot of the long positions are probably trimming going into the end of the year, especially if you're swing trading or trading those higher time frames. There's probably gonna be a lot of people that are getting flat going into the end of the year and then maybe trying to reposition for the following year, or they just don't feel as positive about the markets in the current moment. It's been a little weird because we've had the government shut down, which I think has been a little
Stump
bit more
filled.
difficult to trade because we haven't had those economic news releases. So I personally have been more hands off with these markets at least. But I guess we'll see what we get going into the close. Obviously, we have the Nvidia earnings coming out at 4. So yeah, I'm siding with the Bears. I probably need to get a bear hat like Tanya.
I'll send you one.
You got an extra?
Funny.
The quarter, I mean, we're red pretty much in the NASDAQ for the quarter so far, which we're not used to, right? We've been
Yeah.
going through this long period of quarter after quarter, just killing it.
Yeah. I mean, we've had what 7 months in a row that
Yeah.
have all been positive. So I think at some point we're gonna have a red month.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's about time because we've, like you said, I was going to say the same thing where we've been up like 7 months in a row. It's not calling for a crash, it's calling for a healthy pullback.
Yeah, just a
And it's
correction.
like, yeah, correction.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't like correction. It drives me crazy. But I
You
won't
like when it
rant
crashes?
because no, I mean the market is never incorrect.
Yeah.
So I know it's just a bug I have. I got to get over it. So I'll pull back, retracement, sell off. I'm down with those words.
Okay.
Anyway. Anyway, you guys, thank you for being here with us. Everybody in the chat, let's hit that thumbs up. Even if you're not in the chat, reach out and hit that thumbs up. Subscription button, boom, it's free. We really appreciate the subscriptions as well, everybody. And, spread the word. We're all on social. We're easy to find. The more the merrier. High tides lift all boats. The more positive conversation we have in the chat itself, and just in general with the emails I get and the interaction I get on X, is spectacular because it helps us all get better, including myself. I'm always looking to learn, and that's why I'm going to be listening to Tanya and Jade Cap. You guys are the best. Thank you, and good luck on any trades you might make this afternoon.
All right,
Thank you.
thanks.
Thank you. All
Yeah,
right.
so Tanya, how'd the Ninja Trader Cup go? Looks like I beat you out in the last couple hours.
In the last hour, I told everybody I would trade from 4 to 5. So I was just like,
Yeah.
I mean, if you're not first, you're last. I was just like, all right, I'm up
Yeah,
400
no.
bucks. Might as well try to see if I could somehow. And then I just like, yeah, exited when I was break even on the day. So I guess you did.
Yeah.
You're up
I got
200
steamrolled
bucks.
in NASDAQ. I tried to get long. Didn't work. The only thing that was my
Yeah.
saving grace was I was short on gold.
Okay.
I guess
Yeah. That day was a lot of like back and forth for sure. It was pretty fun though, I would say. But I was more of short bias that day. I got my shorts in and then I kind of like I was first place for a good amount of time and then I'm proud of myself because in the past I would just let that just continue trading the entire day and let that turn me red during these competition things. And
Yeah.
I was like, all right, I'm actually gonna go take a break, go to the gym, and that's when Nick and Salma, did really well during their session and they
Mhm.
beat me out. So I was like third place at the end there until the close. And then, like I said, I was like just kind of talking with them about it. I was like, I'm gonna keep trading 4 p.m., which was at the end, whatever it is. At that point, there was nothing to lose.
Yeah.
But that was fun. I mean, congrats to the winners. We gave away 100K to the winner there. And I believe the
Yeah,
winner
they crushed it. I think what did they
did like
win with like 6K in
yeah,
profit?
6K, insane.
Wow. It's like 60%.
I know.
10K account.
I know.
Obviously, you know, it's a competition. You probably shouldn't be trading like that with
But
any
still, it's
type of live
impressive.
account or prop account.
Oh,
But
totally. Yeah, I mean, the competitions are totally different than my regular trading, and
yeah, of
that's what I
course.
realized that I had to when I was starting. I tried a couple other things during other competitions, like I would like try to scalp. Then I really just learned, and that's the beauty of it. I learned I'm a terrible scalper, absolutely trash. So then this time I would just went with my normal trading and just kind of did better that way. So that's how I'll be approaching them.
Yeah,
Um,
I personally am not a scalper either.
yeah, it's
Those
just.
trades I was holding for, as soon as the open, I went into my trades and was holding them all day basically.
Yeah, I mean that's the chillest way to trade probably. It's just not the easiest then when there's no like trend for the day, right?
Yeah. I mean, there's pros and cons to swing trading. You just have to get comfortable with holding your positions much longer,
Yeah.
which for some people, doesn't really work well. For others, it does. Trading is a very
Yeah.
personal thing.
Yeah, some people I think you talked about they said that would you say that they lose sleep if they swing trade or something like that?
Yeah.
Um, which fair enough, but like I think that with any new type of trade style that you're going to do, you're going to feel some sort of uncertainty at the beginning. So it's just best to size down a lot.
Hmm.
And like just, I think like people size up in general if they're trading, when they try to size up, they go like double the usual sizing, and then that messes with their head a lot. And I think
Yeah.
when I try to like gradually size up to get more comfortable, I try to just go like increase it by 25%
Yeah.
a time,
I
not
mean, I
100%.
always burned myself because I would always try and size up too fast. So like whenever I
Yeah.
got overly confident, I would try and trade double,
Yeah.
triple the size of my typical position size, and it usually didn't end well.
No, me neither. When I would
Just
go
because from
too
an
fast like
emotional
that.
standpoint, it's so much harder when you're used to, let's say, $100, $200 risk, going from that to like $2,000 risk. It's a whole different ball game.
Yeah, or even from 1,000 to 2,000, let's say that's already doubling your risk. And
Yeah.
let's say then you take that next trade and you lose it. It's very easy to then get angry and then like lose another one. Now you're down like four times your usual or double it
Mhm.
again. Like that's how people end up hurting themselves quite a bit. Um, so yeah, just I think the overconfidence. I think a lot of people honestly like don't evaluate that part. They're always saying like fear or like greed. But it's typically an underconfidence or overconfidence issue.
Yeah. You just have to stay consistent with whatever it is that you're doing.
Yeah, I
If you get
agree.
overly confident, you should still be sticking to the same position size. Every
Yeah.
time I've gotten overconfident and oversized, you know, gotten my teeth kicked in basically. Somebody was asking
Happens.
if I'm not a scalper, how do I get around the intraday trailing drawdown? I honestly had to adjust my trading style. It wasn't easy, to be honest. I was trading lower time frames. I wasn't holding on to trades very long. But if I was still swing trading those accounts. I just would close the trade before the rollover and just reopen them, with
Hmm.
smaller size.
Hmm. Yeah.
Do I have a structure routine? Absolutely. If you don't have a routine, you're basically just showing up and hoping for the
Winging
best.
it, yeah. Can't just wing it. You gotta, if you're gonna be on the
No.
top of your game, it's like you gotta take care of yourself. It's all lifestyle
Yeah.
choices. Totally. Hmm.
Those market is a little bit sideways right now.
Yeah, it's sideways. I was just taking a look at how, that's the thing on NASDAQ yesterday. I think I marked out like a previous weekly low or something like that. Wait, what was it? It was like a daily, yeah, weekly low, the October 20, yeah, October 17th low that we took out. And then That's where we basically reversed from yesterday, and ES didn't hit that. And since then, we've not done much here. Let's see. Is today an inside day, by the way, or did you take out? No, we took out yesterday's.
No, we took out the yesterday's high.
Yeah, and I just marked out like that wick on the hourly. We basically just paused right there. And now we're reversing, and I wouldn't be surprised if we come back, into previous hourly high and back in this hourly FEG. We're just kind of consolidating. Um, let's see this 4 hour, and it could retrace more than that, like we've seen. What's
We'll
this
see,
whole?
though. I mean,
What's the range of the
hourly
day?
hourly is going to close possibly bearish unless it flips bullish in the last 5 minutes, which it definitely could.
Oh, yeah, what would you say if it flips bullish? It just closes green?
Yeah.
Okay. I could. Like I said, I could dip into here, but then I end up wicking this. See, this whole day's range is quite large. It's like almost 500 points we've been getting. This almost on a daily basis now. Okay. Let's see. Today it's like 477 points, and our ATR is the last 5 days. Wow, 559 points for a NASDAQ. Sheesh.
Yeah, well, when we're talking about consolidating, you have to look at the time frame that we're talking about. Like, it's been consolidating since yesterday. Just because the market is moving 500 points in either direction does not mean we are in a trend, right? If the range is 500 points, but we're stuck within the range, we're consolidating. And when markets get volatile, that's usually when you have to adjust your position size accordingly.
Mm-hmm.
Which, we're basically where the equity open was. So equity open was 930.
Yeah.
We're not that far away from equity open.
Yeah,
Right?
it
So in
shows
my
like there's no
opinion, we are
trend
in a
in it.
consolidation.
Yeah. Yeah, like a trend day is when you close the day much further away from where you
Yeah.
opened.
Or even just moved away from yesterday's price action. Right now, we just drew out where we are from this current high right here that printed earlier today and this low. We're basically just at 50% of both of those. So if we mark this level out here and then we mark out the low from yesterday, right, we're basically at 50% of that range. So yes, we are in consolidation.
Mm-hmm. That's this week's like range so far, right? Right.
Well, we have the Monday high all the way up here.
Oh, right. Okay. Man, time flies. Forgot Monday pumped up at first, yeah, and then we had that drop. It's Wednesday, and today after the close is Nvidia, and then tomorrow we have NFP numbers from September, and they said they're not going to release. They didn't gather data for the October.
Yep.
Okay, we have a lot of red folder tomorrow. Unemployment, all right, and then Friday we have flash manufacturing PMI. 9:45 and 10 a.m. news. Okay.
I still think lower, but
Yeah,
I
the
think the
thing is, you
earnings
can't
should
really
definitely
enter
throw
something
it
right
off
now
for
with a
sure.
good stop, right? You can't. Yeah, so it's like, oh, I can't because we can dig into this hourly fair value gap no problem for NASDAQ up
Yeah.
into there. Um, it doesn't seem like we're getting much volatility here. We rejected 8:30 open again just now. So is Nasdaq the primarily the market you'll take trades on most of the time? Is there
Mainly, yeah. I
like
might switch over to ES though, just because there's more volume,
okay.
more
What's
liquidity.
like your would you say like distribution of your trades?
I
Like
mean,
it's
from
like
earlier this year is mainly Nasdaq.
mhm.
I typically will trade the euro too, but the dollar has really just been sideways. So if I just hop over into the dollar, even though it's moving right now, this has been the dollar since April, right? Just been pretty much all over the place.
Mhm.
But yeah, usually I'll trade euro, Nasdaq, ES,
When you got
sometimes
that
one
big
yen.
payout from Apex, were you trading everything kind of equally, or was there like dominantly Nas?
I would say it was more dominant on NQ,
Okay.
but I did have some trades that were placed in the euro.
Okay. So it's like Nasdaq and Euro mostly.
Yeah.
All right, you don't really trade gold. Okay.
No.
And for
I,
me, I would say like 80% of the
really.
time I'm taking Nasdaq, the other 20% is ES.
Yep. So we got an hourly candle that took out the previous hour's low.
Mm. Yeah, and then
Yeah, I'm not really
couldn't really
seeing
reach
anything.
higher yet. Let's see, it's now 3 p.m. You know,
So what I
yesterday
would
I was
typically do is, mark out
yeah.
from a low time frame perspective, you're trying to mark out your previous hourly highs.
Hmm.
And ideally, if you're trying to be short, it's not going to take out last hour high.
Or it'll sweep it.
Yeah.
Um,
Or it's going to sweep, yeah, or it's going to sweep in and then head lower.
hmm. Gosh, yesterday I took a short and made it to TP, but I was in that trade during in the afternoon session. I was in that trade for like 30 minutes, I'd say. Let me see.
Is that long for you?
It is, sorry.
Dang.
Yeah, I was in this trade and I feel like a G because I got out. I initially wanted this low here.
Yeah, my average hold
And
time is probably 4 hours.
yeah, 4 hours for your average trade.
Yeah, well, I would say 2 to 3 mainly. But up to four. Yeah, I mean, some trades I'll hold overnight, so it's not like that happens in 30 minutes.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but I was saying, yeah, in the afternoon I took like a day trade, took 34 minutes, and I'm glad I like ended up ditching it at this first swing low because just
Hmm.
how we were moving, and immediately after I closed my trade, it popped right back up to the buy side, and that's how consolidation in afternoon markets will go. So it's a new adjustment for sure. And then it drops lower later. I saw it and I was like, huh, I feel happy with how I handled this. Um, because that was not easy. Let's see here now. I have a feeling like we're doing something similar today. What do you guys think we'll have like an inside hour? I mean, the last hour's range is, let's see, 129 points. How did your paintball competition go?
All right. We didn't play that great, but
Okay. Do you like wear a lot of protective gear for that? Because I know like you can get real
Kind of.
bruised up.
I mean, you wear a mask, jersey, pads.
Oh, okay. There's like no.
I'm wearing a jersey, but there's no shirt under it, so like I've got some scars.
You're not like wearing, I don't know,
I'm not
Kevlar.
wearing like chest protectors or anything.
Okay, is that against the rules?
I actually don't know. I haven't looked
Okay.
into it. Yeah, I don't know. This the hourly is definitely sloppy for me, for sure.
Hmm. Chat, did you guys take a trade today? Let me see.
We'll see. Well, it's definitely been barcoding since lunchtime.
Yeah. Okay, nice job. Um, let's see. X Mini Pro, you got Enki shorts off of yesterday's Asia high. Nice. That's where it's helpful to mark out ranges, you know, then you can see what's a relative premium and where's a good spot to get short, like that Asia's high. Nice. See? Someone else, yeah. Jkai says, yep, opening long, so got out way too early and then been sitting all day. It's better to get out too early than too late, I guess. Okay. So, Jamie's Bade says, caught that short after 10. Nice. John Coletti says he was up this morning, lost it all, and then lost 3 times what he was up.
Yikes.
Ugh, that's rough, buddy. I'm sorry. I'm asked, what do you look at when you're pyramiding into a position?
Usually I need to have some idea of where the higher time frame is going. The last few weeks, or even the last couple months, I haven't had that. So
Yeah.
again, I'm not pyramiding in every position. It's usually when I'm very confident on where the high time frame is going, and usually when I'm not, I don't pyramid it in trades. I'll just give it one entry, stop loss, take profit, and leave it alone.
Yeah, the only like pyramiding has given me like my best trades, but it's only when I have literally like a weekly low marked out
Yeah.
and like everything's lined up and I'm basically already trailed my stop a lot so that I could now add to the position and have the same initial risk as when I first entered the trade.
Yeah, exactly. And for
Um,
me, those opportunities only come around maybe
yeah,
a couple
rare.
times a month. It's
Yeah,
not every trade. I'm not trying to pyramid into every trade.
totally.
I'm mainly trading continuations. The thing is when reversals happen, right? There's plenty of time for you to get in the trade as it's gonna create the other trend in the other direction. So I'm okay not trying to pick tops and bottoms. What indicator am I using for the high time frame candles? It's 2 degrees, power of 3. PO3.
Yeah, you'll have that up so you don't have to keep switching time frames, right?
Yeah. So this way I can see my daily candle here. These are my hourly candles.
Okay, you'll have daily and then hourly. Nice. What's that like red box you have marked out? Is that the hourly BPO?
It's hourly inverted fair value gap.
Yeah, okay, gotcha. Yes, I have a similar. I think I just put mine at the
Yeah, so
bearish.
I'll be interested if they leave the previous hourly high and then roll it over going into 4 p.m. But you never know, especially with the way this market's trading so far today.
Yeah. Well, we had like the minutes released at 2 and didn't really do much there. Okay. And then, I think everyone's waiting for these jobs reports and earnings and such. Or, just we're in a little bit of a consolidation.
Yeah, so during poor win rate months, do you cap your max trades? Yeah, sometimes usually what if I'm anticipate if I don't have a good read on the market, let's say from a higher time frame perspective, and usually I get that when I sit down for the week. Like I'll sit down Sunday night and try and determine what side of the market I'm trying to be on. If I can't determine that, a lot of times I don't even take trades. And that's honestly how you avoid having poor win rates. It's like filtering out the losers. So instead of you forcing yourself to trade every single day and every single week and every single month, you would possibly become a profitable trader if you could just remove the times when you shouldn't be trading, right? And you know you shouldn't be taking a trade, but you take it anyway, and it ends up being a loss, and you're like, why'd I take that trade? I knew it was a bad trade. It's just you're a little too impulsive. So if you got a low win rate, the best thing that you could possibly do is find out what's causing you to have a high percentage of losers. Is it because you're following your system, or is it because you're breaking rules or trading in conditions that you shouldn't be taking trades?
Yeah, I think that that's the most important part is like evaluating whether you're on a losing streak because
Yeah, are they
your
good? Are they
analysis
bad?
is
Are they bad
wrong.
wins or good wins? I
Yeah,
mean,
are they
sorry,
bad
bad
wins or
losses
good
or good
wins?
losses?
Exactly. Yeah. Or is it because of, that's just the market is changing and you have to get on side and like that takes some time just adjusting your analysis based on what's happening or just like or is it just probability's sake, or is it just because your performance is bad, which is the worst? It's a bad loss if it's because of your execution, poor performance. Because those are things you can control. So you can control your attitude and your routine,
Yeah.
not much else. And like just showing up prepared. Chat's telling me, just letting you know you got a dead bear on your forehead, on your head. Watch out. Thank you for the heads up.
If the market goes higher, it's definitely gonna be a dead bear.
Uh, we're still in a consolidation. I'm just showing my outlook for the next few weeks, honestly. Next few days at least. Could be back and forth for sure. I don't know. Yeah, it already is a dead bear on my head though. I killed it.
Yo, bear.
I went upstate to upstate New York, found one.
The hometown.
He was just walking on Fifth Avenue over here. And then, I got him, went to Bloomingdale's, and they turned it into a hat for me.
So somebody was asking during drawdown, how do you manage risk and mental capital as emotions are usually volatile? Well, if your emotions are volatile, that is usually my signal to just not trade. And that's hard to do, right? Because you're trying to get out of a drawdown, but honestly, there's no rush. So if you feel like your emotions are bubbling up, the last thing that you could possibly do is go into the markets, right? Because you should be coming to the markets with a calm state of mind so you can execute a plan properly.
Yeah,
When you're in drawdown and your emotions are obviously overriding your logic, it's not the place you want to be.
totally. I think,
What I typically do is just I
yeah.
don't trade. Like I was mentioning this to my group earlier today. Throughout the course of 12 months, I will have like 2 or 3 months where I just don't trade at all. And I'm okay with that because I know that there's those 1, 2, 3 months out of the year that I hit it out of the park and it makes up for my whole year.
Yeah, I would say like if you're on a losing streak, if you had a losing day, you have to have a way to cool down from that. I honestly feel like I have a pretty good way to cool off, and it's best to have a short-term memory like that. You
Yeah.
have to do what I mean by that is like you need to have a brain dump and open up a journal and just write down everything that's in your head.
Mhm.
Yeah, review those trades, and then that I could reset easily like that. And I come into the next session. I literally do not remember if I had I barely remember the day before. I don't think about what happened the day before. It's like a new day.
Yeah, and I think
But
that's another problem that traders get sucked into is they spend so much time analyzing their previous trades.
yeah, maybe nothing went wrong, dude. Like
Yeah,
it's literally
exactly.
just like, oh well, it didn't work out.
Yeah. But I think too many people try and look into every single trade and try and figure out what went wrong.
And then
Sometimes
adjust
nothing
something
goes
else.
wrong. You just have to accept that the market stops you out and you're not in control of that.
Mm-hmm.
So we're tapping this fair value gap again.
Yeah, the inversion again. We're above that previous hourly high on the Nasdaq. Yes, not there yet.
Yeah, so I cap my trades. I'm usually taking at most 2 trades a day. That is very rare though.
Yeah, I think people have addictions. Or like we're like they're like getting dopamine hits. You know, so sometimes I know I come from a place where at some point I would just continue trading into lunch or something, and then thinking, okay, I have to get that win. And then even after getting that win, let's say it worked out, it's still not satisfying enough, and just keep going and snowballing. Or
Yeah.
you just like, oh, let's risk how much I made. It's free money or something like that. It took a while you need to change your whole way of thinking. It's like that's
Yeah, I don't know. For me, I feel better when I tell myself I'm only going to take X amount of trades and get off the desk
yeah,
than trying to end the day on a win. Even if I end the day on a win, it doesn't feel good because I broke all my rules to try and get the win.
yeah, exactly. So you're cheating yourself.
Yeah. I've been hating this price action markets lately, and I
Yeah.
honestly just haven't been trading a whole lot.
This week I barely traded. The most I traded was Monday.
Yeah.
I had to for the cup. Barely much else. Yesterday I had that small short that I showed. Um, and then other than that, not much. Because I said I'm waiting for good shorts. I think I just missed this. I wasn't around my desk this morning. I was taking around other things. There was a decent. But I think if you shorted this inversion, you know, that would have worked out actually, but you would have been just in consolidation for a good amount of time. Let's see, from here, 11, 12 minutes in that consolidation, then the drop. But this is pretty nice. Or from this inversion.
Usually when I see like fair value gaps failing on both sides, it's just it's like some of the worst market conditions for me to trade in.
Yeah. But then do you adjust in your bias thinking, okay, we just took out some short term sell side.
Honestly, no, I don't
Uh,
I don't really adjust bias. Like I'll look at a market if it's taking out fair value gaps on both sides, I usually just step away from the markets and don't trade it. Because what I'm looking for is
Continuation.
markets to respect those levels. And when it's trading through all of them and chopping back and forth, there's usually, for me, low probability conditions.
Mm-hmm. But if it starts trading and disrespecting those levels, and it's on its way close to that buy side, are you gonna then look for longs or no?
No.
Okay. Just
Maybe if
gonna
we get like a
continue.
daily bullish candle, then we get a closure above this high here.
Oh yeah, I'm not like
But
flipping.
yeah,
Yeah. So I'm just wondering in general for your
no, just from short term, like
way.
short term perspective, I'm usually only going long when the higher time frames, allow me to go long.
Totally.
Like a lot of my trades do not come off the low time frame.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I want Nasdaq to get down to 24 150s next in the next few days or next week, hopefully. And then how we react to there, it'd be nice if we could then hit, 23 700s, but it's a big if.
Yeah,
I like of like
next
how
week
we're
is Thanksgiving
delivering.
though, right?
Yeah, exactly. So
This is something I mentioned to my
good
group
point.
too, is I typically always lose money around Thanksgiving and the holidays, just because the volume is slow, the markets get kind of choppy, and I was the guy that was trading during Thanksgiving dinner for whatever reason, because Forex markets are open.
Oh, really? I was gonna
Thanksgiving.
say it's
Yeah,
not
yeah,
open.
because Europe doesn't, they don't celebrate Thanksgiving.
No.
Trade the euro. I was in the
Wow.
market trading and losing money.
Hmm.
But
Yeah.
yeah, right around this time is usually when I'm kind of like wrapping up my year.
And what does that look like to you? Are you taking smaller sizing?
No, I just typically don't trade.
You just don't
Like a
trade?
lot of times I just don't trade in December. Yeah. Just historically,
Order filled.
I've either made very little money or lost money in December. And I usually spend that time either traveling and spending time with family and just resetting for the next year. Because in my mind, I'm like, my trading year is already wrapped up. Like the last month is not going to make me profitable or unprofitable. Or at least I don't want it to make me unprofitable. Like I think the meat of 2025 is already out of the way. So, I'm not trying to squeeze any more out of the year. Um, Basically just wrapping things up for the fiscal year.
Order filled. Order filled.
Are you spending the holidays in Florida or coming back up to New York?
TBD. I mean, the situation is a little bit sketchy right now.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's not the right like honestly. They reduced like all the flights by like 6% or so. And I don't know when it would be back to normal. I think I would hope by like Christmas time it should be better though. Hmm. How fun is this? Let's see. Well, like I thought what do we do? We saw at that like midpoint of the last hourly and then we just like popped up
Yeah.
and we're just in the middle of the range again. I mean, we're still in the range even though we are popping up. It's 322. Yeah, Nvidia is getting some push here into the close. Wonder if it's gonna hit its high. Let's see Nvidia. Yeah, Nvidia has like these flat highs here.
For someone undisciplined in real life, what advice would you have to build structure?
Hmm.
I played a lot of video games, yeah.
Stop filled.
I don't know if I really have any advice. Like, you are in control of your own discipline. If you say you're going to do something, you have to do it. So I would find myself I would tell myself, I don't really know where markets are going. And this was earlier in my career. I would say, I don't know where markets are really going. I'm not going to trade next week. And then I would find myself in 30 plus trades. And then by the end of the week, I felt terrible about myself because I didn't follow what I said I was going to do. Even tomorrow, if you say you're going to not trade before NFP, you just have to do it. Right? I think so many people are looking for tips on how to be more disciplined, but honestly, it starts with you.
It's about creating that identity for yourself and
Yeah.
realizing like you're not happy living life, continuing life this way. And for that to happen, you have to make a change. Yeah.
Yeah, and I honestly go through periods where I'm not so disciplined and then periods where I'm like on top of the ball. I would say after that massive payout that I got, I've definitely been complacent. But I'm totally okay with that because I don't need to trade into the end of the year.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Do you find that you could stay focused all 12 months out of the year, Tanya?
No, that's why I took like a month off basically in August, right?
Yeah.
And also August, like I think summer months will have less volatility in general.
Yeah, and that's the thing is like you planned a break, right? You took the break and weren't trading. I think breaks
Yeah.
are underrated.
Yeah.
Like too many people, or at least unprofitable traders, think that they have to show up and grind every day. But the problem is when you're doing that, a lot of times you're so blinded by the markets is that you're not spending enough time reflecting. Like if you have a bad week or even if you have a great week, take a couple days and actually reflect on it and figure out what you did right or wrong. Usually when you're trading, you don't have time to like reflect on all the mistakes that you made or
Yeah.
all the things that you did good. So for me, like going into the end of the year, I need to take a long break and just probably spend a whole month with myself reflecting on like what I did good this year, what I did bad, because I did have periods where I wasn't trading well.
Mm-hmm.
Um, well, I wanted to get short on the euro. Um, well, again, I'm not really trading, so this is the level that I was looking at yesterday, this inverted fair value gap. So we traded up into that
Order
level.
filled.
We took out the London high. Right, so this candle here yesterday at 10 a.m. we took out the London high and then it rolled over. And that's probably when I should have been positioned short.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm okay seeing markets move like this without me. Can it be frustrating? Yes, absolutely. But there's always going to be another opportunity.
Oh man, I think on Monday I was trying to short euro there into after some hours. I was short the euro. I was like, that looks pretty good actually. And then yeah, it just wasn't the timing. Timing didn't work out there during that competition. Like obviously it was like 4 p.m. or whatever. Let's see. Monday.
Austin's asking you, what would be the advice to switch from a corporate job to trading? So when I went full time, I don't know if it was the same with you, Tanya, but like it was hard for me to transition because I didn't have a set schedule. So like I
Yeah,
had to slowly build out an actual trading routine that made sense. Otherwise, I found myself, trading at
all hours of the
any
night.
given hour, like journaling at any given hour, waking up whenever I wanted. And
Yeah.
yeah, it's just not structured.
That's the plus side is always you have the freedom now to do what you want. But
Yeah, maybe
now
too much
the
freedom.
negatives now you have the freedom to do whatever you want. So
Yeah, exactly.
are you
It's
going to
probably
do
too
the
much
right thing?
freedom.
Yeah, so what does that life
Yeah.
really look like for you? And you still need structure
Hmm.
and you're still going to have to do things you probably don't want to do because you have to do it and things
But I
that,
also don't think that you
like
should be sitting in front of the charts for 8 hours a day trading.
yeah, that's why it's important to have a schedule out and you can keep yourself accountable if you, what I used to do when I knew I didn't, okay, I'm not going to trade here this day before FOMC. I'll literally schedule like a dentist appointment, a doctor's appointment in the morning so I don't do that. so I'm not at my desk, you know, and that's a way where if you're not so disciplined, like you don't have to be because you literally just can't be trading at that time anyway. You took out or a personal training session or whatever, other a meeting, or you could do anything to put something else in your schedule at that time. Um, and yeah, because now you're like a kid in a candy store. You could do anything. Yeah, you could stay up until 5 a.m. playing video games or on your phone and get up the next day at noon or, get 4 hours of sleep.
Yeah.
But what's the long-term consequence? You can't cheat. You can't cheat yourself to a better life, and you can't cheat the market. So you can't just keep sliding by. Like, yeah, that was hard for me to end up adjusting to because, I was in high school. I would always do my homework last minute on the bus or in the
Yep.
class before the class that was due during lunch. And I
So
was getting
you're a
away with it.
procrastinator?
Huh?
You're a
Yeah.
procrastinator?
Yeah, because I needed the adrenaline rush to get anything done. Um,
Yeah, same
and for
here.
especially things that I didn't want to do. Like I hated writing an essay or whatever. So I would be doing it literally on my phone on the Google Docs app on the bus ride to school or something like that, and then print it out in the morning before class. And the problem with that is that like I was able to just get by and I graduated with 95 average and with everything. Because in high school, there's an upside cap. It's like, okay, the highest you could get on this test is 100. The highest, I would calculate, okay, to get an A in this class, I just need to get an 80 on the final. So I would just study enough to get an 85 or something. But the problem is, what I was talking about, the flawed logic. To think about why you think that way, and it's like, oh, there's an upside cap to this, right? That's my flawed logic. In trading, there is no upside cap. Like you could end up making millions in trading like 8 figures if you want to.
Yeah. But
There's
I
so
think
many
you need
possibilities.
to
You can
have the
get
right
signed up for
habits
firms.
around that. I think a big problem too is like traders have bad habits, but they get rewarded for them sometimes.
Yeah.
So they never fix them, right?
Yeah.
So they have
Well, like you
recency
end up getting
bias
bit.
or whatever
Yeah.
it is. They take trades, they break their rules, they end the day green, and they think that's
Yeah.
good trading.
Yeah, but and then eventually the music stops, and the question is
Yeah.
if they're going to evaluate that or not.
And I think my biggest problem too was like when I was doing that, I just didn't want to journal because I felt like I was on top of
Yeah.
the world when that happened. Or I suffered embarrassing losses because I knew I wasn't supposed to do something and I just didn't want to admit it in my journal.
Yeah, or like you feel like kind of traumatized and ashamed and like you can't face it basically and you want
Yeah.
to pretend that it didn't happen.
Yeah, exactly. Like you kind of just push it off into the corner like it never happened.
Yeah. And then that's how patterns end up repeating.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm watching this 30-minute fair value gap up in here.
Hmm.
There's still 27 minutes to go. So like the way that we're trading in this inverted fair value gap, we could still push lower and then close under it, but I typically don't like seeing it trade this far through it.
I
Like what I'm
know.
looking for is usually just a very quick tap and then go. And that's why I
Yeah.
haven't honestly been trading because I've been seeing way too many fair value gaps like
This
to
just
trade
gets
into
completely
and yeah,
inflated.
yeah.
Yeah. And I had that hourly and we're just past it. We're past it right now. And so that inversion we had marked out as well. We're way past it. On the on the 30 and the 15, we are digging into it, but it's just such a large, wide range at this point. Yeah, it is pretty much just 50-50 going into the close, and I wouldn't be surprised if we sort of just flag into the close like this and not
Yeah.
do
I mean like
much.
so right now, if we have our swing high here from earlier today and our swing low from lunchtime, we're kind of sitting at 50%. So going
Yeah.
into earnings makes sense. Like this is usually what they do, even during NFP and other news events like that. They'll create the range and then sit it inside of 50% right before the release. What are my top three books? I would say Market Wizards has to be like my top one. Market Wizards, Reminiscences of a Stock Operator was really good.
Mm-hmm.
Have you read it?
Yeah, that one was good. How?
Yeah. It's more like a story, right?
Yeah.
But there's a lot of lessons inside of it.
Yeah, how he like lost everything.
Yeah. It's super interesting because it was before electronic trading. I try and read that like once a year. And
Once a
then my
year, damn.
third, what's my third top book? I don't know. I guess this is a toss up. I guess I don't really have a third top book.
Three are here. Here we go. I'll give you guys my three. I think this is the first trader psychology book. It's a good beginning book for dip your toes in the water. Classic Trading in the Zone, Mark
Trading in the
Douglas.
Zone.
Pretty classic, good start.
Me, it's a
Very
little dry.
easy read. Yeah, stand-up guy, rest in peace, Mark Douglas. Really gets your head into just accepting the risk and that everything's a probability type mindset. And second, Mental Game of Trading by Jared Tendler. It's
Our
actually,
boy.
what'd you say?
Our boy.
Yeah. I'm sure I can find a tweet from like 3 years ago. I've been a fan for a while.
Banger.
When I first started reading it, like, and I have this on the ebook too. It's great because he's just like calling you out basically. And unlike most traders, like psychology books, a lot of times they're just saying like, just do this, just don't think that way, just don't do this. And it's like, how? Like everyone's asking, how do you be more disciplined? How do you do this? Well, this is actually a book that tells you actual strategies to implement and real-time strategies and
Yeah,
how to
actionable, right?
actually evaluate yourself, because everyone's just saying like do this journal. Like, this is actually telling you how to do it.
Yeah, actionable.
Yeah,
I think
action.
that's the thing with trading is
Yeah.
everybody's so focused on knowledge, knowledge, knowledge. Like, how do you actually take action with the knowledge? So the problem
Yeah.
is a lot of people look at trading, live streamers, even people probably watching right now,
Yeah.
as like Netflix. And that's just like a feel good. It's a feel good habit that you have. You meditate, you watch other people trade. But
Yeah.
when it comes down to like the nitty gritty, you're not doing all the other things that actually matter, like journaling, self-reflection, figuring out your
Yeah.
weaknesses, executing in the markets. Those are all things that will have a much bigger impact than you watching other people trade or reading trading books. Because I've read hundreds of trading books, and none of that really
I
honestly fixed
know.
my
People can just
execution
keep
flaws.
doing, keep watching the videos, keep reading, and you're not doing anything. It's not going to help you
Yeah.
out. Like this is examples of all the things on my desk or near my desk that I do. I make a lot of notes, and then I end up turning those notes into more like worksheets and things that are actionable. Okay,
Yeah.
people. So
So my
good
top book,
work in
Market
progress.
Wizards,
Oh, my other third one.
easily
Oh yeah,
the GOAT
that's outside of
book.
my other desk. I
And
got.
then this is also good too, Trading Sardines by Linda Raschke.
Oh, I love her.
Stop
fun.
filled.
Her career is kind of crazy.
Yeah, and then my third
Stop
one is
filled.
this one, Dopamine Nation by
Okay.
Anna Lemke. And this is not a trading thing, but this is a every life thing and about finding balance in the age
Guy
of
saying that she's a friend of Linda Raschke's.
who? Oh, someone in the chat?
Shy. Shy.
Oh, yeah, shy girl, yeah. Cool.
Yeah, so crazy story. I guess she started trading on
Stop
the
filled.
floor and ended up losing like six figures back when six figures was probably close to multi six figures. And then had to work off her debt for like 5 years. She didn't take a trade for I think for 5 years. She had to pay off her I think the broker that she was working for. I think she put a straddle or a strangle on, completely got ran over, and then eventually, yeah, started trading in the pits and like somehow found a way. So that is an interesting story. I think most people would quit
Yeah, I mean
after
most
after
traders
five, having to
generally
work
quit.
off debt for 5 years. Ugh, that's
Yeah, I mean most traders quit, I think in general in like the first 6 months, right?
Yeah. Well, I think that a great message that she has is that trading is just about consistency. Like finding something that works, even if it's just 50% of the time, and trading it until the wheels fall off, which is hard. Like when you go through a losing streak, you want to change things. You want to add things to your system. You want to start executing differently or sizing up. But it's more so like showing up to the markets and repeating the same thing over and over and over again without needing to add something new to your system.
Mm-hmm.
Do I still trade with Apex or did I get banned? I got banned. Unfortunately. Where'd the bear go?
The bear go went here because I wanted to show off the books. So I didn't want to distract from the books.
Yeah.
Here he is.
So
I
this
just
last
found him. I said
4 hour
I would
candle
bring him
before
to
this
my
one,
stream, but this is the soft launch of the bear.
soft launch.
Yeah, I haven't worn it on my own stream yet, so soft launch, but you'll find me wearing this guy tomorrow for sure. It's like a Muppet now too. Um, yeah, I think like we said, everyone loves to ask about the books too.
Yeah.
Order
Right?
filled.
Okay, choose like 3 books. Literally choose 3 and don't don't read more after that. Actually try to do some actionable things after that at least. You know,
Yeah.
building habits takes a long time. Like just to start a new habit probably takes 3 months, and for it to solidify into something that's natural is 6 months or more. So it's a process, and you have to show yourself also self-compassion.
Yeah, I mean trading is not easy, um, by any means.
No.
So you have to understand that just because your P&L might be red does not mean that either you're a bad trader or you just can't figure this out. Like as long as you're progressing in the right direction, your P&L could be going the opposite direction. Meanwhile, your personal development and your habits and everything are going the other direction. Right? So your personal development, your habits, everything that you
Yeah.
do to set yourself up to be a professional trader you could be growing in that area. Meanwhile, the P&L could be going the other direction, right? To me, there's not really
That's a
any
delayed
short-term, yeah, there's no short-term correlation to
yeah.
your habits and your P&L. Long-term, there definitely is. So when you build the right habits, your P&L will eventually turn around and start going the other direction. And as long as you have something consistent that is repeatable and you're not doing anything that is like wildly outside of that. So inconsistent position sizing. Now there's a difference between, dynamic position sizing where you feel very confident about a trade and just inconsistent position sizing when you're just throwing any size on any trade idea, right? Whether it's an A plus setup or a D minus. That is very inconsistent. Trade frequency is a big one too. Like I see people's trade journals. Some days they're taking 50 plus trades, other days they're taking 5. Like make sure that your frequency is at least in line so you have some type of consistency because it's very hard to look at your data. And that's another thing is like you have a journal, try not to pollute it with bad data. Because when you follow your system, let's say for 2, 3, 4 weeks at a time, and you're spot on with your strategy and your processes, and you take, let's say, 4 trades a week, you're very consistent, but in the fifth week, you have one day where you're taking 20 plus trades. You can't even look at that data the same anymore.
Yeah, you can't. Because it's such an outlier.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So let's see, leading up into the close, we're getting a pretty long wick on this hourly candle.
Yeah. 350 should be interesting here.
I was mentioning, so the last 4 hours, the previous 4 hours from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. was such a wide range. Right now, we're just trading inside of that,
Yeah.
which, again, even though it's a very, very wide range, this is consolidating. I know it probably doesn't look like it because you guys are probably on the 5-minute time frame and like, oh, this is there's a market trend here, but just based on where this high printed and where this low printed, we're stuck inside of that. Am I still journaling every trade these days? I try to. Again, journaling is something that is not exciting. I mean, you can try and trick your brain to thinking that journaling is exciting. Um, I guess what's exciting is having discipline and sticking with something for long extended periods of time. Because that's how you build a good, proper routine. For someone looking to scale, what tips would you have for them, and when do you know when to scale? I mean, the biggest thing about scale is what people don't realize is that you just have to do the same thing on more capital. The only thing that changes really is your emotional control when you're placing more risk. Right? And when you level up in your trading, you're going to go through the same process every single time you increase that risk. Right? The same fears, the same excitement that you have, it's going to keep popping up every time you size up your positions. So initially, when you first start, maybe you're trading 1 micro, then you scale up to 2 micros. Well, those 2 micros might make you uncomfortable because you're not used to possibly seeing
Yeah.
that P&L fluctuate. And what I do is I just remove the P&L. I don't look at the P&L.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't look at my P&L until after the trade's completely over. Like I always know how much I'm risking, so it
Yeah.
doesn't really matter how much I'm like made at the end after
Andre
the trade's
Santos said
over,
I
like
made
during the
58
trade.
trades today on NQ. Maybe I overtraded a little.
Maybe I what?
Overtraded a little. I mean, I guess for me the thing is when I don't know how scalpers journal because if you take X amount of trades a day, let's say you're taking 10, 20 trades a day, I find it hard to journal that many trades.
Yeah. No, it's like not possible.
Maybe it is.
Unless you're grouping them together. I don't know.
Yeah.
Someone requested I put the bear hat back on. There you go.
Yeah.
Got it.
But yeah, these are kind of market conditions that I personally don't like. Um,
Yeah.
we got 13 minutes to go, and you
Yeah.
could still respect this inverted fair value gap and maybe roll over after earnings. But yeah, I don't know.
Certainly
Just
feels that
looking, I
way.
mean, looking at yesterday's price action into today, this is very choppy. Like we haven't really moved anywhere. Even though there's been
100%.
short-term moves, like again a high time frame trader, this is consolidation.
Hmm. Yeah, the way I it's a very simple way I look at whether we are having consolidation or not. It's like the hourly, and if the last swing high that took out a swing low, are they staying intact generally?
Hmm.
And recently, no, it's like it came up and took out the last swing high here and there, and then they were just not having displacements and then fall through the downside at the moment after we hit that, what is it, like a weekly level, 410. See this 410 level. Yeah. The the low from October 13th, the week of October 13th.
Somebody
Yeah,
recommended Daily Stoic by Ryan Holiday. Another book to add to your collection.
the Daily Stoic. Oh, I know. I think I know that guy. Do you have seen his videos?
Know him personally.
No, I've seen his videos. What about Marcus Aurelius? Isn't that book all about Marcus
Yeah,
Aurelius?
Meditations.
Yeah. You meditate every day, right? Before this.
I mean, I try to. I probably haven't been the last couple months, and it's probably have had an impact on my trading for sure.
Yeah.
I prefer to trade in a bull or bear market. I mean, to me, it doesn't really matter to me.
I think a lot of people enjoy shorts more than longs because tend to move faster and
Yeah, yeah,
faster, more of a dopamine hit, like just seeing staircase up versus elevator down.
yeah.
I think it's important to just make note of that and not to get you too euphoric if you're in a short and then end up moving your price targets to further and further away. Yeah, I think it's all a slippery slope. I think it's in
Stop
Market
filled.
Wizards where he said I was just reading it the other day when I said like you shouldn't be um favoring one side over the other.
Yeah.
I just had it open.
I mean, essentially, I'm just trying to trade what's in front of me and not get too married to a bias. I've gotten ran over by thinking a market's going to go one way and completely goes the other way, and
Attention
then all of a sudden
traders,
I'm caught
it's
offside.
algo time.
Oh,
It's algo time.
algo time? Is that Kane?
Yeah, I believe so. There it
Got
is. It's
the 350
350
macro.
bull. Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Market
I
on
guess,
close.
yeah, I'm just not like a believer in macros. I just understand that towards the end of the hour or beginning of an
Order
hour,
filled.
is usually when a lot of volume kicks in. So, this is something that happened over years and years of experiences. Like, I would see a candle that looked very bullish, and I would try and chase it, and then into the end of the hour, it would flip bearish. So, anything can really happen in the last 10, 15 minutes of a candle. And it's not until the close that you really have an idea of what that data is trying to tell you. So a lot of times I would try and get into a candle mid formation, only to see the candle turn around and, possibly go the other way.
Yeah, totally. And for me, for 350 specifically, I mean that's the market on close time. So
Yeah.
where all the mutual funds
Algo time.
are in, their orders are in. And then we could see them. Hmm.
Stop filled.
8 minutes to
Nvidia is
go.
right at the close today at 4 p.m. So we'll see that happening right there
Stay on
then.
for a couple minutes past 4.
Yeah, I want to see what ends up happening for sure. I think Jim will come on. Well, get your popcorn out, people.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, I'm used to action that's meh. And I think every trader out there watching should get used to that as well. And learn how to sit
Order
still
filled.
when the action is meh.
Yeah, totally. I
Because
mean,
you're not trying to trade in markets that they
Stop
don't make
filled.
sense to you. You're only trying to trade in markets that you have a very strong conviction of where they're trying to go. That doesn't mean that you're going to be right. It just means that at least you're confident enough to place a position and hold that position through to possible target.
yeah, that's where your confidence comes from because you're patient through all the times when the market wasn't showing you what you wanted to see. So then when it finally shows you, follows your analysis and does
Yeah.
everything that you're ready to pull the trigger and then hold. I think that's a big part of it, but remaining patient during that time. And also,
Yeah, it's very
then
hard to do. Like when
your energy's not wasted.
when your trade is like floating unrealized profits, it's very hard to just sit there and not just close it.
Mm-hmm.
And for me, my stats, like I need to try and make more on my winners than I do on my losers, and that requires me to hold my winners longer than my losers.
Mm-hmm.
As much as we would love to see our trades run straight to our targets as soon as we enter them, um, it just doesn't happen very often. It feels great when it does, but you have to get used to the trades where, you enter and it's just maybe very slow. And there's nothing wrong with slow. You just have to hold them patiently. 6 minutes ago, are you gonna keep the bear hat on, Tanya?
Yeah.
No positions though.
No, I'm not gonna have a position right now. Ahead of
You're
NFP.
not a gambling,
I'd rather like
gambling
open a
woman.
position after NFP tomorrow.
Yeah, with NFP, I usually will wait like an hour after NFP.
Yeah, I find like 10 a.m. reversals my favorite. Oh, actually, that's mostly CPI. Maybe NFP will happen a little bit earlier. Yeah, like 9:45 or so. Yeah, I mean, I'm not waiting. I don't typically place a trade before the market's open though. Like equities open at 9:30.
Yeah.
Do you?
No, not really.
Okay.
There are those one-off trades, maybe like 2 out of 10 or 1 out of 10, where
Yeah.
you probably should enter pre-market, but you're probably better
Yeah.
off waiting for at least the first 15
Yeah.
minutes to trade.
Yeah, I can see it. I haven't done it in a long, long time. I could see
Yeah.
it maybe if I mean most of the times I'm not really even at my computer at like 7 a.m. So
Mhm.
to be entering that,
Order
it's really a
filled.
bit if I'm already seeing potential from when I went to bed that night and then I'll maybe wake up but no, I haven't done that anything like that in a long
Stop
time. And if
filled.
I did, it would be probably like 15-minute based on the 15-minute time frame. And it would be like there's no 8:30 a.m. news.
Yeah.
And right now it's like 7 or 8 and there could be 10 a.m. news, that's fine. Um and just be ready for some volatility at 9:30.
Yeah, the one thing that I guess I had to get used to with futures was that it the price action was occurring like an hour and a half past when I'm usually used to Forex. So Forex, currencies are moving at like 8:30, and then futures, right? It's more moving more so closer to like 9:30, 10 a.m. So when I transitioned, I was taking trades way too early. I was taking trades at 8 a.m., getting stopped out at the open and then seeing a setup occur, after I had gotten stopped out, which was very frustrating. So when you're trading different markets and trying to get used to the nuances, that takes time. I mean, it didn't happen for me overnight. It took probably, I don't know, 2, 3 months to get used to
What
it.
kept you like continuing to keep trying and trying, like, because you keep talking about how, you have so many trials and tribulations for years, and like, what got you to keep going and not quit?
Um, I don't know. Every time I showed up to work, I honestly despised it. Like I hated people telling me what to do,
Yeah,
and I just felt like I wasn't making the money that I knew I could make. I think that's a big motivating factor is,
totally.
if you're passionate about this, but also you can see the light at the end of the tunnel where, it's a lifestyle that most professions cannot provide. Like most
Yeah.
professions, you have to be there in person or there's a cap on your pay.
Hmm.
You can't just be remote working forever. And not only that, but you don't have to answer to anybody, right? I don't have to answer to anybody but the market and myself. And I think that's the biggest thing is as a trader, you have total independence from anything. And especially because you're not reliant on specific economic conditions to keep you afloat. But like if there's a downturn, the trading industry is not really taking a hit during a recession. Like people are making money regardless.
Yeah, you can make money on the downside.
Yeah,
Exactly.
exactly.
Yeah, I totally
Yeah, I
agree
guess it's
with that.
interesting because not a lot of people understand trading
They
as
think it's
this opportunity,
gambling.
and
Yeah.
it's so interesting because when the market is down,
I'll
my
get
mother,
text
even my
messages from people
mother-in-law
like,
is
"Are you
like,
okay?"
even my mother, yeah, exactly. Even my mother-in-law is like, "Are you okay?" Like, are you, And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm making more money than ever right now." But I don't tell them that. I'm just like, I'm doing
Yeah.
good. Um,
Yeah.
because on the other end, people are losing a lot of money. I mean,
Yeah.
it's capitalism at its core.
Hello,
Definitely.
people.
Hi.
So,
Boy, what an afternoon, huh?
yeah. Guess we'll see what happens on the earnings release in
Yeah, we got
minute
it in
and a
about
half.
a minute and a half.
My I guess my chips are on that the market's gonna go lower, but I don't have a strong opinion just the way we've been trading.
So,
So
Pat, what do you guys think? Let us know. Up
Yeah,
or down,
chat.
chat. You can only choose one, up or down.
We're gonna stick around for a couple minutes here and watch the action, but um, the likes are a little light right now, folks. 174.
Come on,
While we're
guys, pump it
waiting, you
up.
could hit that like button. A lot of down. Oh, there's ups and downs.
So much higher.
Oh,
PAX's quarterly pivot right now in the S&P.
look at this close in this hourly
Yeah.
jade, and it's like it is wicking and respecting it. So we're gonna see how this ends up going.
Yeah,
Oh, they're not.
Bell's
Someone
wrong.
said Nvidia's not reporting until 420.
So I have mixed. That's a good question. I have mixed data on that. I've read some reports at 6:20. I read some reports it's immediately after the bell.
Guess we'll never know.
Let's see.
Market
Well, we'll know.
manipulation.
Shai's ready to
Yeah, if it
tell us
starts
the answer.
dumping.
Right? I mean, we don't even. The market will tell us when it's out.
Yeah.
It's like the best
Well,
source of
next
data.
few minutes.
Let's see what we got. Tanya needs a goat hat.
I-
I love that.
That's a good one. We'll
You
give,
do need
give that one
you do need
to
a bull
Tanya.
hat though. You can't have one without the other.
I need a bull one, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll look it up.
Let's
Let's
find one
look
for
at
you.
them. Yeah.
Is this the first time you guys were side by side in a stream for Ninja?
No, no. I think this is like the third or fourth time.
Yeah.
Probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
But maybe the first in that for trading the close.
There you go. Florida Bulls.
I think so. Sure.
Is the one you want, Tanya?
No.
That one looks just like
No,
the
I
one that
don't
you have
want
on,
that
kind
one.
of. University of South Florida.
Oh, that's beautiful.
I think we need a different one.
Should be like green, maybe. I don't know.
That one's like gray.
It should, yeah. Let's see. Let's see.
You gotta match the background a little bit. It's gotta be a little pink in there.
Yeah, I like the vibes we got going. I'm like pink. He's green. I can change mine too. Make it red. Some days if I'm particularly bearish, I'll change it to red.
That school is near Delhi.
Nothing yet. It's funny. The anticipation's killing me.
Let's see, earning whispers.
And by the way, chat, it's okay to be flat right now.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
What is it? Cash is a position.
Tracy just said Bloomberg just confirmed 420.
Too bad, chat.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so confusing. I never know when, because then they have the earnings call, which is kind of cemented in a calendar.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's not till later, much later. So, all right, it's 420 it is, folks. We are not, I mean, we're not going to stick around. Mission Control and the producers have been up since like 6 in the morning working. They probably need a break.
Totally.
Yeah. So, in that event, thank you everybody for being here today. Great stream today. We're going to do it again tomorrow. We have Danielle DiMartino Booth is our special guest. She's, if you're not following her on X, she's spectacular. She's going to be our special guest. We have Farms doing Tape Talk. Nick and XYZ are trading the open midday markets tomorrow. Are Leo and Joey. And then trading the close, I have Leo and Selma are back together tomorrow. So tomorrow we're going to have a lot of stuff to do. There's going to be a lot of reaction to NVIDIA stuff. There's going to be also some economic releases coming out tomorrow as well. So tomorrow is going to be a hot day. Don't miss tomorrow's show. It's going to be a lot of fun. In the meantime, let's get that last second thumbs up for Tanya and for Jade Cap doing it for us today, everybody. Awesome. Appreciate the subscriptions also. Tanya, Jade, thank you again. And I do want to say the most important message of the day before we leave. Please be safe out there. Be good to each other. See you soon.